Good morning and welcome to the BUKC rounds 5 and 6 here from the Welsh countryside at Glan-Y-Gors. We have got the morning races for you, 6 sprint races this morning, followed by 6 sprint races this afternoon. We've seen some amazing action throughout the whole season so far, and hopefully we're bringing you more of it at one of the best circuits in the United Kingdom at Glan-Y-Gors. Of course, right behind me, it's very, very cold today, just barely above freezing at the moment, and it's scheduled to stay the same pretty much all day. And the weather is definitely going to play a part this morning as well, because apparently there is a lot of rain or snow or sleet or whatever coming later on. So looking back at the previous rounds, of course, Exeter are looking imperious at the moment with pretty much the championship all but wrapped up. They have to get some strong results and they could win overall today, but Reading A are their main challengers and they're pretty much the only ones that can stop them. We also had some strong rounds from Manchester, Loughborough and Oxford Brookes last time out of PFI, but a very different circuit here, undulating up and down, one of the drivers' favourites. And as we see behind us, let's start walking towards the grid. We can talk to some of the drivers about what we're going to be having today, with GYG of course being a circuit which we can definitely overtake at. So I'm looking forward to some good racing today, but let's hear from some of the drivers themselves. Let's jump on in here. I can see you guys looking ready for the race. Are you in the first race yourself?
Not myself, no. We got Will out in the first one from third, so it should be decent.
And you're racing for?
UEAA.
UEA, you had not a bad time out at the PFI last time. I think some of your drivers have had some experience there. What about here at GYG, a very different circuit?
Yeah, PFI went quite well in the afternoon with just missing out on the Prem's podium, which would have been nice. But yeah, I'll try and get it this time. We've got Will's been here before and Sam as well. I haven't, but we'll give it a best go. So hopefully another solid round today.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Is this Will?
Yep.
Will, have you been here before?
Yeah, a few years ago. I got a black flag though, and I got lapped. So it didn't go very well last time.
So you've got some experience here. I wouldn't say it's good experience. What are you hoping from the race? You're starting P3?
Yeah, P3. I don't know really. I'll see what happens. Hopefully come in top 3. Be happy with that.
I think you should be happy with that.
Never know.
Give me an odds on whether you're going to come in the top 3. If you were going to place a bet.
Bet on it. I don't know if I'd put my own money on it, but...
Okay. Not good.
No, I'll see what happens. I may talk to you. If it goes well, I'll talk to you at the end.
Okay. If it goes well, we'll talk to you at the end. And what about yourself? You're looking very, very... Let's get a shot of the tools there. What are these for?
Little helper, really. Just getting stuff out the car. But yeah, just here tagging along. Been here every round so far.
Doing the team well, of course, cheering them on.
Exactly, yeah, hoping for a win today, maybe.
No pressure, lads.
No pressure. But
right, well, I don't know what you're going to do with those. I think, JV, we're keeping an eye because you bolting the lead to the car.
In the seat insert.
Okay. Anyway, they're doing some live changes there. Let's wander around over here. We've chatted to these drivers before this season. Let's grab a quick word before the race. P6 on the grid, I believe. Remind us, of course, your name and who you're driving for.
Yeah, Yannick, and I'm racing for Manchester A.
Manchester had a very strong round last time out of PFI, winning one of the rounds. Yeah. What do you reckon allowed you to take that leap forward to win the round, and are you going to be able to do the same today? Of course, GYG being a very different circuit to PFI.
Yeah, well, we all really like PFI, and 3 of us came P2 in the morning there, so that was really cool. GYG, me personally, I've only been once. It's a bit more technical, but let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes indeed. The temperature at the moment is pretty low. I've got 2 coats on. I'm not normally this big. That's going to be an issue, especially with those new front tyres.
Yeah, it should be very interesting the first couple of laps. A bit slippy, but it'll be great fun.
It will be great fun. Of course, GYG, you've only been here once before. Great circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, last time I was here it was heavy rain, but it's always good fun with the up and down, so yeah.
Good luck. Hopefully that goes well for you. I'm very jealous today. I'd love to be driving around GYG, but you've got my wonderful face on camera instead. So let's grab a word with our driver, Theo. We've spoken to you a few times this season.
Yeah.
Things went okay at PFI.
Okay, yeah, okay was a good word for it.
Okay, that's right. I chose it well. GYG, talk to us.
I've never been here before, so I have no idea what's going to happen. But I wanted it to rain, but it's actually not raining.
It isn't raining. It's not very warm though, is it?
Well, it's not too bad. I've been colder.
So have I, but I'd prefer to be warmer.
Yeah, so would I. But
the heavens are scheduled to open at some point this afternoon, and we're not sure whether it's going to be rain, sleet, snow, hail, whatever. If it does rain or snow, what do you reckon your chances as a team are?
I think the team, I mean, we're all fat, to be honest. I'm like the only light driver. I mean, everyone's so big, so we'll do better in the rain, I think.
Remind us which Oxford Brookes team you're racing for?
A. But yeah, the whole uni, I mean, half of them aren't here. Like, one's in France, one's still in bed, you know. Not good, but the ones that are here are fat, so we'll see how it goes. But rain will be good.
Rain would be good, of course. Extra weight gives you more, you know, you're gravitationally enhanced, therefore you get more grip. That's the theory anyway.
Down the hill we'll be absolutely flying. Up the hill we probably roll back down again.
Okay, well we'll keep an eye on that. So cheers, Theo. We'll chat to you later. Do you want to jump on in?
Good morning.
Mr. Irvine,
Indeed.
how's things?
Could be worse, could be better, who knows?
We're at GYG, what a place to be.
Never been here before.
You haven't?
Nope. Should be interesting.
It's going to be interesting. Do you know the way around?
No, not at all. Not at all.
So you're really walking into...
It's 3 rights to start with, and then after that, figure it out.
Yeah, you'll have to, because... well, you'll have to, because otherwise you'll end up going the wrong way. There's a lot of different cut-throughs. As you can see, there's a lot of different bits of track. Hopefully, by the end of practice, which is 3 laps, 5 minutes, something like that, you'll figure out where you're going. Do you reckon you're going to do better or worse than a PFI?
Hopefully better, but there's always room to do a bit worse.
There always is, because there's quite a lot of karts heading down there. You're starting, what, P6, P8?
P7, I think? Yeah. But like you said, cut-throughs, so if I end up last, I can just make my way back through.
And Brunel, talk to us about your season so far.
Oh, had some bad luck with being ineligible. If it hadn't been for that, we'd actually be really high up and, you know, racing to be proud of. But points-wise, there's not that much to be shown for, unfortunately.
But you're going to have a good race today. You're going to have a good crack, right?
Absolutely.
Well, good luck. I'm going to try and grab someone I haven't spoken to before. This man here just made eye contact with me, and that is an absolute mistake.
Oh, dear.
I made eye contact with you. I don't know who you are. Talk to us about who you are, why you're here, what's going on, and, you know, just life in general.
I'm Tom. I'm from Liverpool B, and I'm here to race some go-karts.
Well, good news for you is there's go-karts here for you to race.
It's always nice, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. And GYG, it's a great circuit. Have you experienced its wonderful curves before?
Yeah, I've done quite a lot of laps here, so I'm hoping to do half decent, hopefully. Yeah.
Were you with us at PFI?
I was, yeah. I had a bit of a crap race in the morning, but then afternoon we went P34 to P8, so that was all right in the afternoon, yeah.
Lovely stuff. And where are you starting in your race, and which race are you in, so we can keep an eye out?
I am in race 3 in the morning, starting 22nd, I think, and then in the afternoon I am P5 in race 1.
Well, you went 34, was it 34 to 8 in the,
Yeah.
and 22, so therefore 22 to 1?
If I can put a few people off in front, then yeah, probably.
Keep an eye out, Liverpool B in race number 3, so I'll keep an eye out for that. Let's jump on in here. Owen Tolley, I always find it really helpful when people have their name on their helmet, because I can just come up and be like, Owen, how's things?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. You know, not a lot of people ask me how I am on the stream, so I appreciate that. Oh, thank you. Talk to us. You're starting what, P10, something like that?
Yeah, I've been here a couple times, so should be all right. There are a few fast drivers in front of me, but yeah, I hope to go forward, not back.
I feel like your tyre strategy with brand new slicks is probably not the best for the damp circuit out there.
No, I'm a bit scared. But
Yeah, hopefully the tyres will, you know, get in. Because I think is it new tyres on the front and not on the rear?
I've got no idea, honestly. Maybe, yeah, it looks like it. Unless actually no, because they sent it and they locked the back tyres. Yeah, they did.
Exactly. GYG, of course, good circuit. It might snow later.
Seen that. I've seen that, yeah.
How are you in the snow?
I've never driven in the snow. Not even in my car, so I don't know. It'll be good. It'll be good fun.
Remind us who you are racing for, which university?
Exeter B.
Exeter B. Your A counterpart.
Yeah, we're doing really good. So hopefully they might be able to wrap it up here.
They might. I'll let Andrew and Reeve talk about that very shortly. And I think I'm actually very shortly going to. So good luck, Owen. I think I'm actually very shortly going to head up to Andrew and Reeve, because I think everyone's pretty much ready. The marshals are heading out on circuit. What a day to be go-karted. It's still freezing. It must be BUKC. Andrew, Reeve, over to you in the box.
But Reeve, very tricky conditions out there for drivers. It's deceptive at the moment, I think, because it's not absolutely burning down with rain, but it has been cold out there this morning. And it's, yes, technical indeed round this place. Oh, someone's going for a bit of, well, rallying is a big thing about this part of the world. Yeah, that's turn one is a very tricky corner in these kind of conditions because you can very easily wash out wide. But yes, it's one of my favourites, if I may say so, this particular track. Particularly as you go over the rise here up to Spoon Curve. It's a blind rise as well, and the impression I got from a number of the drivers this morning is they don't know this circuit particularly well. We don't always come here. The last time we were here was 2020, of course. Yeah, it could indeed. I mean, in terms of wind and temperatures, fairly stable this morning, but as Piers said, there could be some drama coming on this afternoon with potential sleet and snow. There was snow on the ground this morning as we made our way to the circuit. Let's have a little look. I'm not sure whether we'll be able to put the graphic up at this time, but we can run you through the grid for this first race of the morning. Manchester B will be on pole position, Nottingham-Trent B alongside them on the fifth row, UEA A in third, Nottingham-Trent A in fourth, Oxford Brooks A and Manchester A on third row of the grid, Brunel A and Nottingham A on row 4. And then looking to have a good start as well, Newcam A and Exeter B on row 5, Loughborough A and Liverpool B on the sixth row of the grid, UCL A and Warwick A row 7, UClan B and Bath A on row 8, Surrey A and Lancaster A on row 9, Loughborough D and Southampton A on row 10, Birmingham B and Cambridge A on row 11, Bath B and Warwick B on row number 12, Hearts A and Brooks E on row 13, Brighton B and Brooks B on row 14, Sheffield A and Liverpool A on row 15, and then just running out the bottom of the grid, Leicester A and Loughborough C on row 16, row 17, Derby A and Southampton B, Coventry D, De Montfort A completing the 36-car field. Now, the bit that we should mention, although I don't think this isn't going to be the key race, that's going to be later in the day, championship scenario, it's been talked about a little bit. For once, the points are quite straightforward here in the BUKC. If Exeter finish at least third in both of the rounds here today, the only team that can stop them winning the championship in that scenario is Reading, and to do so, Reading have got to win every single round between now and the end of the year. So that's why we're saying third places for the round is what Exeter A are aiming for here today, and then very much putting it to Reading and the rest of them to go, come on, let's try and beat that score by winning all the rounds, which is going to be a very, very hard task in itself.
Before we even got underway, so I think the karts is probably just getting a little bit more comfortable as we get ready to start the race in just a few moments' time. As you see now, the field launching up, heading towards the end of the lap there, and we are ready to go. Just what we see there, the wind already picking up.
And away we go for the start of the first race of the day. 25 minutes on the clock here at Glan-Y-Gors, round 5, sorry, of the BUKC Mains Championship for 2023 is go. Manchester B have pole position. They've had a good start. Oh, there's one spinner already as they come through Spoon Corner. Very tricky corner is Spoon as he come over the rise. And straight away, one of our drivers has done exactly what you don't want to do today. Get it off the tarmac into the grass. And there's been a jump start penalty as well for Bath A, so they'll have formed up in the incorrect position. So penalty already for Clan A, ABC takeout to the number 28, adjudged to have forced the driver off circuit. That'll be 6 positions as, spinning there right on the exit of turn 1 is one of the Brunel karts. That's Brunel A, who were up in 7th position. It's a tricky place to recover a kart from as well, just showing you how easy it is to get it wrong through there. Leicester A have already got a cone penalty. They had some good races at PF International last time out. I think that's one of our drivers still trying to recover from the early stages. UEAA, the team based in Norwich, they lead the early stages of this one, 6/10 ahead of Manchester B. Oxford Brookes A in 3rd, UCLA in 4th. It's been a good start for the University of East Anglia. Penalty for an overtake under yellow by Leicester A. So Leicester A have already picked up a couple of penalties. There's been a spin there. That's as they entered Devil's Elbow. I think one of the Warwick drivers, Palmer, there has had a spin. There was another driver involved as well. Very much a circuit of 2 parts here at Glan-Y-Gors. The start of the lap, long straights, high speed. Get a great thrill as you come down the hill into Snowdon Curve. And you go into this technical part of the circuit in the second half of the track. Hopefully Reeve's back with us. Reeve? No. Oxford Brookes A set the fastest lap of the race, 53.345. So good battle going on at the front of the order at the moment. Top 3 karts covered by less than a second. There was a move there with Bath A moving up through the order. They're up to 5th place last time over the line. Track limit warning for Nottingham A. You've had a tough season, Nottingham A. Oxford Brookes A trying to defend their title. Mathematically they can still do it, but it's a very much a long shot now, given the form that Exeter A have had and the rest of the field haven't had really so far this season. Oxford A had a difficult start at Bookmore Park. They showed flashes of their speed when we were at PFI 1 month ago. And there they are in 3rd place, trying to chase down Manchester B and the University of East Anglia, who just set the fastest lap of the race, 52.484. So the temperatures in the kart starting to rise now. Pace starting to come to the karts. Oxford Brookes B have had a contact warning. That's not a penalty, but they have received that warning. And if you pick up too many of those, then you can get further discretions and further penalties. Reeve, are you with us now?
I believe I am, and what a pleasure to be here with a fully functioning microphone. Yeah, as you were saying there, a good start to the race now. We got some temperature in the go-kart, and we've got some audio on my side as well. As we see UEA, good start to them. They've been able to break away ever so slightly from the pack now, as Oxford Brookes and Manchester enjoying a bit of a battle. Yeah, you can see they're slowing themselves down as a result of that. The times, as you say, tumbling down now. Still a very cold and possibly quite damp track to watch out for there. It will be, as we say, some of the best conditions we're going to have all day, really. We're expecting about midday, quite a lot of rain, potentially snow as well. So driver's going to have to be careful there as we head towards the end of the lap in just a minute, heading through Sector 2 and Sector 3 Very briefly, I say a lot more tight and twisty. Someone else going slow there. Who is that? Doesn't quite matter at this point in time. We're on board at the moment with someone who's just got a bit of a tank stop there. It's number 21 kart. As we start another lap there, using as much of the track as physically possible, riding over the curbs there. You want to watch out at the very end of the lap. There is a bit of a nasty curb, a bit similar to Wilton Mill, actually. I'm sure JV is watching out for that one, as we see Manchester A getting a penalty there, which, where are they? They're currently running in P6. Of course, Manchester B, the ones currently embroiled in that battle with Oxford Brooks. You see Lancaster dropping down the order there, not quite sure what that is a result of. And there we have actually the field in the mid-pack looking a little bit more separated out, as there's a bit of a battle heading down towards the middle part of the lap. They've gone on board with them for just a brief minute. As we head into turn one. Turn one, of course, this part of the lap, very high speed indeed. You've got all those, a bit of a roller coaster ride really as you get to the highest speed part of the circuit. Late on the brakes up the inside there, and that is a great overtake as we head into Sector 2. And actually, we see that Oxford Brooks has been able to break away from Manchester B ever so slightly there, as we have a contact warning for Cambridge A. The gap now only 0.4 of a second between UEA and Oxford Brooks. Now, they are pretty much out of point contention for the championship, but they are still carrying some great pace with them this weekend. And the fastest lap there for Nottingham Trent A, 51.7. So the time's really starting to tumble down now, as we are about 10 minutes into this race. And Oxford Brooks actually now able to overtake UEA there as we head on to the next lap.
Yeah, the form so far for Oxford Brooks A looking pretty good so far in this race. A long way to go though, 17.5 minutes. Manchester having a good run in this one as well. We've got 2 karts move up in the top 5, and even though we have crossed the border, we are in Wales. There are quite a few of the teams in the northwest. This is not too far of a journey to them. You know, in a similar regard to how we see a lot of the teams in the southeast run well when we go to Buckmore Park, as an example. I'm expecting the Welsh unis, the Liverpools, the Manchesters to be strong round here today, and UCLan as well.
Yes, it is for quite a few units. It is a local circuit, local to myself actually, and yeah, it will help having that slightly shorter drive, that slightly less of a headache getting ready for the race weekend. It will energise the drivers that little bit more, and they will be a bit more prepared for the race weekend. As that fastest lap actually Nottingham Trent, they're all the way down in 29th. Just goes to show how good the pace is throughout the field, as someone's having a bit of an issue there. I think they are quite a ways down though. But yeah, Manchester A, Manchester B, great form from them. Strong showing from that team. Manchester A carrying that penalty, of course, but still very much in the mix, as we have side by side. In fact, it's going to be 3 karts wide as we head towards the end of the lap now. Nottingham Trent still with the fastest laps of 51.5. So it'll be interesting to see as we head into the later stages of this race just how they climb their way through the field. And we could be having quite an interesting race for a few karts here, as we have only a second between, really separating Sheffield A, Liverpool B and Oxford Brooks E. So they are going to be in a 3-way battle at some point as they try and climb their way towards some points. UEA keeping on Oxford Brooks A at the moment, only 0.3 of a second separating them. So some good racecraft at the top end of the field.
I just noticed that Nottingham Trent A are going very quickly at the moment. They've got the fastest lap of the race, but they're down in 26th place. So early dramas for Nottingham Trent A now trying to be recovered.
Yeah, they're heading about 2 seconds a lap faster at the moment compared to the karts around them. So for their sake, hopefully they are able to climb their way through the order.
Start of the day, the championship standings. Neither of our top 2 running in this particular race. We'll wait and see Exeter A coming out later. So if you have tuned in to support them and you're wondering where are they? Where are they in this race? Don't worry, this will be one of the 2 races that they sit out. 6 races this morning for round number 5. Each team competing in 4 of them, the best 3 scores counting towards the deciding factors within the round.
Couple of contact warnings there for Sheffield A. They're in that mid-pack there around Oxford BUKC and Liverpool B. So I was mentioning that 3-car battle, and it might be getting just a little bit heated now. Exeter B as well, actually. Who are they around? They are around Loughborough A, so I imagine it's getting a little bit too close for comfort for those drivers as they're getting a little bit more confident in that car, as UEA setting that fastest lap, of course, now only 2 tenths behind Oxford Brookes, the leaders of this race. They've cleared the way from the rest of the pack. Those those 2 front runners there very much in their own race at this point in time.
Just looking at Bath A as well, because they have started the day 3rd in points. Another one of those teams who mathematically can still win the championship, but they've got to start moving now. They've got to start getting the points on the board to challenge Exeter. They have moved forward in this race, though. That's good progress from them. Started 16th and now up into the top 10. But really, if we're talking about round wins, which is what they need to be up in and around the top 5 in all races that they compete in. Traffic now for the leaders, Reeve. This is a circuit where was the number 17 runs wide there. That just shows you how tricky it is offline. That was Brighton B. Very easy to trip over back markers to find around this circuit, Reeve, particularly in the second half of the circuit, and with there being a very much defined dry line, there's no blue flags. The guys going a lap down, they don't have to get out the way. You've got to be very careful with where you choose to make those overtakes, I think, today.
Yes, especially, as you mentioned, on this circuit. It has got its overtaking opportunities, but it is quite a narrow track. You're looking at turn 3, turn 4, turn 7 and turn 10 are your best options for an overtake here. But with the track conditions and with the layout of this circuit, you have to be quite confident in your overtake. You've got to be really quite committed to make sure it's going to stick. And as you say, dealing with some traffic without blue flags, it can get a little bit hairy for some of the leaders. You can imagine almost that the guys in 2nd and 3rd perhaps just waiting to use Oxford Brookes as a way to kind of work their way through the traffic and carry a bit more pace and get the overtake done thanks to some back markers. As we have a penalty for Nottingham Trent A there.
Yeah, it's gone from bad to worse for Nottingham Trent A. They were the fastest kart on circuit. They've just had a spin, lost 10 seconds, and clearly they have restarted on the grass. Now, the reason that's a penalty, we don't want drivers burning the clutches out on these Club 100 karts. It's pretty much a slam dunk. If a kart comes to the stop on the grass and then it gets going again, that's going to be a sizable penalty. It's a spin right in front of the leaders as well there. Got to say, Oxford Brookes A dealing with this traffic very well at the moment. 12 minutes to go.
Yes, that's probably not brilliant news for the likes of UEA or Manchester B, but yeah, they are scything their way through those back markers there. The UEA has caught up a little bit, now only about a 10th, of course. So very much still in the mix, keeping right on the rear axle of Oxford Brookes up in front, putting that pressure on and probably waiting for the right moment if he's got the pace to do so. And by the looks of things at the moment, he certainly has.
Yellow flag out for a driver that ran wide, just going over the rise. The camera angle doesn't quite do it justice as to how much of a rise that is, and mere seconds before you get to that point where you have to turn in, you can't see what's around the corner from you. It's a real eye-widening corner, I find, especially if you've not been here before.
No, I thought the circuit was a lot smaller than it actually was when I first arrived here this morning, because I could only see half of it from where you head into the car park. But it is a very topsy-turvy circuit here, as Oxford Brookes A in the lead, being spurred on by that threat from behind there, setting the fastest lap of the race. As someone is off track there. Who is that?
We'll have a look for the karts falling down the order.
I think that's Loughborough A.
Timing. Could be Loughborough A. UConn B also look to be out of the race. The number 61 falling to the bottom of the order. Yeah, Loughborough A are falling down the order, so good call there, Reeve. Loughborough A, strange season that Loughborough have had so far, the former champions. Very much in rebuild mode at the moment. Not in rebuild mode, Oxford Brookes A and UEA A fighting for the win here. 10 minutes to go. They've cleared that main group of traffic.
Yes, they've done a fantastic job of working their way through the back marks. Now an 8-second interval to Manchester B in P3, and it's hardly as if Manchester B are a slow car. In fact, I just want to give mention to Manchester having a fantastic turnout at race 1 so far. A and B in P4 and P3 respectively. They are having a fantastic drive so far. Unfortunately for them, not quite with those front runners. Those two out in front are doing a fantastic job of just sticking on each other. Some brilliant racecraft on display here. Oxford Brookes holding the fastest lap so far at 51.3. They are around about a second faster than Manchester B's fastest lap. So Manchester B actually slow over the two Manchester cars. We could see some inter-uni rivalry coming on in just a moment's time. That could get quite interesting. I'm sure the BUKC captain will be a little bit nervous at that prospect.
A bit of a strange season again for Manchester so far. They won the sprint round last time out at PFI, and then an absolute disaster in the endurance round. Double sprints here today, so it could be these 25-minute races throughout the course of the event. As now battles for the lead, bit of contact. This is the tricky thing. We're trying to get past the back markers. The back markers don't have to jump out the way. Oxford Brookes A under a lot of pressure here from UEA A.
Yes, they have just set another fastest lap. They're nearly in the 52nd region, but that is certainly not going to help that cause, as there is some lap traffic holding up Oxford Brookes. Now, if the number 21 car can find the perfect opportunity, he'll probably get two cars into one corner and get quite a comfortable lead into this race. However, we do see that Oxford Brookes have been able to get past that traffic now, and service resumes as normal for them.
Yeah, it's the 99 of Bath B, currently running in 20th place. That shows the great pace that these front runners have had in this particular race.
Of course, we have got a yellow flag heading into sector 1, so one of those overtaking opportunities, turn 3, is pretty much neutralised for UEA. In fact, I'd say if I was driving the car, it would be one of my favourite overtaking opportunities. You've got such a large amount of speed heading into turn 3 in comparison to, say, the later stages of the lap. That you could, if you're brave enough, go late on the brakes, but of course he's not going to have the opportunity while we have that car sat on the outside of the circuit there in sector 1.
We should go back to Manchester though. They've had two poor rounds. Now the way that drop scores start to play into this, they could still be in with a genuine chance of getting a good ranking. They finished third in the championship last year. They could do that again. The team orders have been applied. So Manchester A have gone ahead of Manchester B. There's still very much something to fight for Manchester A, even though they're probably not in the fight for the overall title.
Yeah, there'll be, I imagine, some inter-team glory as well in between those two cars there for the Manchester cars. I imagine whoever comes last will be buying pints this evening for.
Well, they've just got a speeding under yellow penalty, so Manchester A have not done a good thing there. That's going to demote them a number of positions at the end of this race. That's a post-race penalty to be applied. It's not a black flag. They don't have to come in and sit in the pits. New fastest lap from Oxford Brookes A, 50.917, as Manchester A and Manchester B working together now to try and catch up to the lead two, but the gap is too big at the moment, 10 seconds. In the space of 6 minutes, you're not going to be able to pull that back in without some real dramas at the front of the field. Another penalty has just come in, this time an overtake under yellow for Oxford Brookes B. So Brookes B currently running in 15th place. They're going to be falling down the order once we get to the end of this race, which is in 6 minutes' time.
Yes, I think for the likes of Manchester A, their job is probably to try and secure that podium for Manchester B without, with of course, A holding that impending penalty there. The drivers are going to have to watch out for that turn 3 overtaking opportunity being under yellows there. It could catch a few drivers out. It already has, as we've seen, caught two karts out. As just at the front end of the field, Oxford Brookes A and UEA still sat within a tenth of each other, as they have been now for easily a good 15 minutes at this point in time.
Yeah, and because it's such a slipstream heavy circuit of this one, Reeve, it's a good game that UEA I think are playing at the moment. They realise that they only need to lead on the last lap, so they're just keeping that pressure applied to Oxford Brookes A. They're making them do all the hard work at the moment. especially when they're coming through this traffic. They're just keeping themselves there in a position where they could strike going into the latter stages of this race, which isn't too far away.
Yes, it's almost like an endurance karting kind of mentality there, to just put the pressure on, excellent racecraft, allow the car in front to do the hard work and wait until they make a mistake. You don't have to do anything yourself, you don't have to put in any of the legwork yourself, just wait for the opportunity to come to you there, and they're certainly in a good position for that, as there is a penalty for 3 moments of contact for Sheffield A. I don't think that is their first contact penalty either. I imagine that will not help their race prospects.
So yeah, that will be scenarios where they've not gained an advantage by contact, but they have had a number of contact warnings. Going a little bit too pod to pod for race control's liking, and Sheffield A, who are in 13th place at the moment, won't be finishing there. 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes to go. And there's another yellow flag just as the drivers turn through and end sector number 2. Oh, penalty also. The penalties, there's a lot of penalties. I think this race controller going to be having words with the drivers after this one. It's for Manchester B now, so that nullifies the penalty for Manchester A in effect.
Yes, team orders back in play. Of course, it is race 1, the very start of the day's proceedings. The drivers are probably still a little bit groggy, not long woken up. It's very cold, and it's been a little while since they've been in a Club 100 kart, so probably the rules being somewhat forgotten in these early races. I imagine they'll have a brief chat with JV at some point, and they'll be a little bit more familiar with those rules later in the day.
I just want to give a bit of praise to Southampton A. They've had a cracking race. Started 20th on the grid. They've worked themselves up to 6th place. Another team that at times this season have looked really, really good and looked like genuine contenders, but they've not had that consistency across the course of the year so far. Bath B now being lapped by Manchester A there and Manchester B. But this is good. This is a good response for Southampton A, who I think it's fair to say did not have a happy time at PF International a month ago. This is a good response from them, good start to their day in the number 23 kart. And it could be more. They're in a battle at the moment with UCLA for 5th.
No, it is so interesting to see this season just how, yeah, as you mentioned, some teams just unfortunately not able to string together those race weekends and put on a proper championship chart. They've certainly had the pace, as we have a track limit 1 for Loughborough D. The Nottingham Trent actually all the way down in 20th, setting the fastest lap of the race. That is a 50.7. The time still tumbling down, of course, as we start another lap with the leaders here. It is UEA who gets ahead of Oxford Brooks now, and as we were waiting for that overtake, it seems to have been done, and done potentially as a result of some traffic. But 4/10, that is the biggest margin we've seen between those two karts for some time now, with only 2 minutes to go. Is this the lead settled, or will we have another charge from Oxford Brooks in just a moment's time? There is in fact a contact warning for that number 1 kart there, so he's going to have to play it careful heading into the final moments in this race now.
Yeah, it's been really, really good work by Will Stacey in the karts for the University of East Anglia. He's made that move. He's made it count through the traffic, but this is the key point for him now. A couple of laps to go after this one. There is more traffic ahead. Very hard to break away from a similarly paced kart and driver around this circuit because the straights are long. He's done a really, really good job on that lap. Held the gap at 0.4 of a second. I reckon, Reeve, we're going to have 2 more here. 2 more laps. This one, and there'll be around 25, 30 seconds on the clock remaining. No +1 laps once time has expired in the BUKC. So yes, it should be 2 more laps for Will Stacey to bring this win home, and 60 points for the University of East Anglia.
Yes, it's looking better and better by the second as well. That gap nearly at half a second now, which is pretty much 5 times what we've had throughout the rest of the race. The race is still certainly not over for some other karts. So just looking, as we have already at those Manchester karts, they're quite close together. Then we have UCLA, Exeter B as well, very close indeed on track. In fact, you can count Birmingham B in that as well. So very close in the mid-pack. Manchester B just setting the fastest lap of the race there, 50.5 as they're doing their best to try and undo the working of Manchester A. Still some traffic to negotiate at this stage in the race, so let's see how that affects the final 2 laps now.
Yep, and we are now on to the last lap of the race. Will Stacey has managed this traffic well, and he's actually got karts in between himself and Oxford Brooks A now, which is what he wants with 10 seconds on the clock. That will run out on this lap. Southampton, as we mentioned, have got themselves up to 5th place. They've won out in that battle with UCL. UCL, unfortunately, have actually lost a lot of positions in this last couple of laps. They're down to 9th. But here comes Will Stacey. University of East Anglia are going to start their day in the perfect way, but no, they're under pressure from Oxford Brookes. It's not done. There's one more back marker in the way. Will Stacey's got to get off the corner, and a beautifully managed race win for UEAA. 0.1 of a second on the line, but that will not matter to the guys from Norwich. They've got a race win to kick off their round.
Fantastic race for UEA and Oxford Brookes there, as we had a small wait for Manchester to round out the podium. But that was some brilliant racing from both those drivers. They're so close across the line, as we have the rest of the field coming in now. Surrey A coming home in 10th there. And yeah, fantastic drive for those leaders.
Absolutely. So let's have a look at the provisional results. This is before any penalties are applied, of course. UEAA take the race win by 1/10 of a second ahead of Oxford Brookes A. Manchester A and Manchester B follow home in 3rd and 4th, but both of those karts have penalties. So that is actually a very good result for Southampton A, because they will take 3rd place as a result of that, unless they've got penalties as well, which I've forgotten about. Exeter B finished 6th on the road, Birmingham B 7th, Bath A 8th, decent score for them. UCL A 9th and Surrey A in 10th. The field coming in, though, I think we are ready, though, to head down to Piers Prior in the paddock.
An action-packed and penalty-packed first race here at GYG. The circuit's showing off all of its amazing features, and unfortunately some of the drivers struggling with the track there, but very interesting. We'll try and grab a word with the drivers as they come off the circuit. They're just lining up. You can see some drivers shaking their hands. It is a very, very cold this morning, still barely above freezing. The circuit, as you can see on the ground, is still somewhat damp. Let's see if we can grab a word with our eventual race winners from UEAA. Where are they parked? I think over here. Let's wander on through. UEAA, of course, having a strong round at PFI. Good race between the two. Let's grab a word with both of you, shall we? Theo, and hello. Jump on in as well. Jump on in, Will. We chatted to both of you before the race. You thought it was going to go okay.
Yeah.
P2 in the end.
Yeah, it's okay. Obviously, could have won, but I just don't think I was quick enough. I nearly sent one on the last corner, but I didn't want to get a 4th-place penalty, so I was like, I won't. I'm happy with 2nd, but yeah.
Playing the long game.
Exactly, yeah. Because if I killed myself on the final corner, I think my Brookes teammates would probably kill me. So.
You're still alive. Will, UEAA, we spoke to you before the race. You thought top 3 would be good. Sat in 2nd for most of the race. Bided your time. Nice little, about 3 or 4 laps before the end, just snuck on through and then took the win.
Yeah, I was fairly pleased with that. I think I saw we had quite a big gap. I couldn't really work out if there's anyone near. It's a job to work out the back markers, but we had a nice gap, so I thought I may as well a few laps from the end go for it. Yeah, but I was just trying to not think about it too much, you know. Drive around. Because if you think about it too much, you get stressed and you just make a stupid move. But I didn't feel very quick, but it must have been quite quick.
Well, you were quite quick, because you guys you had about a 5-second lead, I think, at the end. Your finger's a bit chilly.
Yeah, I can't feel them. I'll feel you in about 10 minutes time probably.
Anyway, congratulations. Good start to the day for UEAA and of course Oxford Brookes A as well, our last year's champions running the number 1 plate. I'm hoping I can grab a word with our friend Mr. Irvine, who we spoke to before the race, because I'm pretty sure he had a terrible one. I think he'll be very entertaining to chat to. If not, then we'll just grab anyone. Let's just grab a word with, yes, here we go. Oh no. Oh mate.
My hands.
Oh mate. We spoke to you before the race. That didn't go to plan.
No, not quite. Lovely track actually, loved it. The racing, yeah, got on the unlucky end 2 or 3 times. Yeah.
Better this afternoon?
Hope so.
Anyway, unlucky. I thought I'd grab a word with you. Let's go towards the back of the grid. We spoke to the start of the grid that last race, and now we could wander to the back of the grid and see who's going to be charging their way through. Let's go and have a look. We've got a racing driver. Angus, you're back.
I am back.
What are you doing here?
Messing around, I guess. Brooks needed some help, and we have a lot of seats free, so I figured I'd give it a go.
Which team are you racing for?
B this time. We've got Matty Taylor in the A, obviously. He's a bit of a weapon, so yeah. Back in B for now.
And you've raced a BUKC kart around GYG before?
I have. It's interesting when you go into the long corners and the kart just doesn't bother turning. But you know, it's part and parcel, and everyone's got the same. So getting used to it's pretty much the secret.
Of course, and of course you're when you're doing some more driving in cars this season, I believe.
Yeah, got a Dodge Viper GT3 that I'm going to wheel out with some historic stuff. Seeing what budget could do for modern series, but you know we'll have to wait and see and figure out what comes next.
I'm sure the Dodge will be nearly as fast as these.
It'll probably be worse through the corners, but it should hopefully go faster on the straights if it's not misfiring, which has been recently.
Anyway, good luck in the race. Good to see you back. Let's head all the way to the back of the grid. On your lonesome back here, ready for a race. You're shaking your head already. You haven't even started driving yet.
Yeah.
Who are you and who are you driving for?
Name's Vinny, racing go Bath B.
Bath B. And have you been to the wonderful GYG circuit before in your life?
Never.
Never?
Never, yeah.
What are you expecting from this race?
Hopefully going forward.
Well, you'll struggle to go backwards.
Yeah.
Anyway, Vinny, good luck. Hopefully the race goes well for you. What about Vinny's friends? What do we reckon Vinny's chances of this race are?
Pretty good. He's got a back start, but I think he can do good. Like, he doesn't know the track, but if he learns it fast, I think he can do it properly.
There's a lot of ifs there, but hey, we'll give it a go. What about yourself? You're looking very smart.
So thank you. You can only go forward from the back. He's dead last, so.
He is, and stating facts, I love it. Number 99, keep an eye, everyone. He's going to come romping through the field. Is your name McBrien?
Yeah, Harvey McBrien.
Harvey McBrien, driving for?
Cardiff A.
Cardiff A. You've been having a good season this season, up in the top 5 pretty consistently. What about your chances today?
I'm not feeling too confident. I've never been here before, but we'll give it our best go, and we'll see what we can do.
It seems like a lot of people haven't been here a huge amount today. It's a new circuit for some. Have you spoken to anyone who's been out for the first time this morning?
No, we didn't have anyone in the first race from the A team or the B team, but I've got a good team and they know what they're doing, so they've told me, give me all the tips and tricks, and I'll try and do my best.
And they've sent you out first?
Yeah, well, indeed. But at least I'm starting at the back. Can't go much further back, can I?
Well, we spoke to Vin, and he said Vinny behind you, and he said that he's going forward. So that means you must be going backward, right?
What? No, I'm following him. I'll follow him.
You'll follow him through Bath B on the way through number 99?
Yeah, well, no, I'm not getting beaten by Bath B, surely.
That's a bit of shade being thrown there.
Sorry?
I said there's a bit of shade being thrown there.
Yeah, well, indeed. I'm not getting beaten by a B team.
I mean, you literally look identical.
Well,
white helmet, red suit, red gloves. Oh, you've got different boots.
Well, indeed. We can't be exactly the same, can we?
Yeah, you both look very fashionable. You've also got an empty car in front of you, so you'll do well not to pass that one. Let's move on up through the field.
Hi, Piers.
Hi.
What am I meant to say now? Well, actually, no, I do have something to say. Hi, Holly. I'm sorry that I'm spending our 3-year anniversary here at GYG.
Well, you've priorities straight, clearly.
Yeah, go-karting is always the #1 priority. Always has, always will.
That's why we're here, right?
I'm going to be 75 and still doing BUKC.
So how are you still here?
I'm just sort of picking up seats that need filling, just because I love it.
Hey, we do love it. And GYG, what a circuit, eh?
Oh, it's beautiful. I always get excited on the way here. You get a nice bit of testing on the country roads. Some might call it cheating.
I saw someone roofed it on the way over, didn't they?
Oh yeah, and yes, I was driving along yesterday. There was a huge hailstorm, and then the next thing you know, there's 4 or 5 cars crashed. So yeah.
Like a standard BUKC race.
Pretty much, yeah. Everyone's upside down on fire, but luckily it's cold, probably cold and wet enough day to put it out.
And you're in, I assume, this one. Who are you racing for today?
Oxford Brooks E. So
Oxford Brooks E. Well, you got a lot of teams this year.
Yeah, my younger brother's Nat has stolen my helmet as well. So he's took it off me, and I've got the white one. So
well, we'll keep an eye on you at the back of the circuit in all white. Right, I think we're going. So let's get out the way. Andrew, Reeve, over to you in the comments box. Let's see how they get on in this one. Oh, actually, apparently we might need to keep going for a second. Of course, this is the second race of the day. We've got the first showing from some of the main contenders in the championship. Oxford Brooks A, of course, in the first race did very well, but let's see how the rest of the grid get on. I'm very jealous of them being out there. It's a good circuit, and we've got a mixture of experienced drivers. I'm being told to get off the circuit, so otherwise I get run over. A mixture of experienced drivers, and a lot of drivers first time here at GYG. It's a circuit that does take a while to get used to, which is, I think, potentially why we've been seeing some more penalties than when we have seen at other circuits. But I'm sure a lot of the drivers will get used to it as they go along throughout the day. I'm hoping that we're getting towards being ready up in the comms box, because I'm currently standing somewhere on the circuit. Drivers, of course, each getting 3 laps practice before the first race of the day this morning, 6 races. Then the sprint races this afternoon. We head straight into the race without any practice, because hopefully they should have known the circuit by then. It's good to see the drivers not taking it too seriously in the pit lane. I've just seen an accident. Well, run out of the way. Oh my goodness, sorry. We're nearly getting run over here in the pit lane. That was Samuel Pooley there, just taking out all of the cones and nearly killing us for one of the fastest drives of the series, but clearly keen to get his practice underway. I think I'm going to head up to the comms box. I think you've probably heard enough of me waffling. Hopefully we can see some pictures of karts going on the circuit. Over to you, Andrew and Reeve, hopefully.
Welcome back, everybody, to commentary here from Double Dash Motorsport Media on your Alpha Live stream. Just practice laps
pan to the circuit
for race number 2 for mains round number 5. Grid is going to be for this one, across the main alcohol position. Birmingham B 3rd on the grid, Liverpool B 4th, so really good opportunity. De Montfort A and Coventry C are on row 3, Edinburgh A and Exeter B on row 4, Cambridge A and Nottingham A on row 5, Oxford A and Trent A on row 6. On row number 7, we'll have London C and Coventry A, Brighton B and Cardiff B on row 8. Okay. Into the lead.
Yeah, fantastic getaway for them there as we get ready to start another lap here. Just you don't quite realise until you get that shot of the entire grid heading through turn 1 just how narrow that part of the circuit is, and hence why we had a couple of karts heading off. But other than that, a fairly clean getaway actually. And yeah, number 37, that Birmingham B car, able to break away really as it's a little bit of argy-bargy heading towards the end of the lap. Liverpool team not having a great start to the race, tumbling a bit down the order. In fact, Liverpool A all the way down in 17th already. De Montfort A ending up in 2nd position, as well as we have a penalty for UEA A, so not a great start to the race like they had in race 1.
Yeah, forcing driver wide. Oh, mistake there by Patrick Kibble. There is a yellow flag out though for the karts off to driver's right. But Patrick Kibble, who's new to the BUKC this year, racing for Birmingham. just about able to recover. I just wondered, did he come over the top of the brow there, Reeve, get a bit too deep, hence why he was slow off the corner. There's another kart that's ahead of them, so already traffic coming into play. I think that might be the 99 of Bath B. They have not come around to complete a first lap yet, neither have Brighton B, the number 17.
Yes, I imagine the elevation change catching a few karts out at this circuit as Bristol A tumbling down the order there. I imagine they've had a fairly catastrophic issue as a fastest lap for UEA A there as we head now on to the third lap.
Now, this is the first appearance of the day of Reading A, the team in second place in the championship going into today. Currently in 22nd place. I'm just going to remind myself where they started this particular race, but they want to move up from that position, I'd say, Reeve, because what you don't want to do if you're Reading A is use up your drop opportunity within the round, and there's a spinner off towards the entry into Devil's Elbow. You don't want to use, you get your one shot, you will get your one get out of jail free card across your 4 races that you do in one of these sprint rounds. You don't want to use it up straight away in your first race.
No, especially when they have got such a the championship looking the way that it is. Of course, they really need to be putting in those fantastic performances, and yeah, as you mentioned, those drop points and those drop scores need to be something like a 5th or a 7th. They really need to be fighting for the podiums, as we have for Oxford Brookes A, a mechanical flag there. So UEA and Oxford, obviously the 2 heroes from race 1. Not a great start for them here in race 2. We have speeding on the yellows for Edinburgh A there. They are sat on the podium at the moment. That will of course change. UEA also holding a penalty at this point in time, although a slightly less severe one. So still very much not decided at the front end of the field. They have been able to break away in this race like we saw in race 1.
Yeah, just go back to Reading. This is their from the back race, because all of these teams, the grids are decided by some maths, an algorithm, and essentially each team has a race start from the front, 1 from the back, and then 2 kind of in the middle. This is Reading's 1 from the back. So whilst you don't want to use up the drop score too early, this is the one you would expect to see that occur. And as I say, they have already come up from the outside of the 30s into P22. Fastest kart on circuit is now Oxford Brookes E.
We have 4 karts within 1 second, and they are at the top end of the field. They're very close running for the front runners, and in fact Exeter B in quite a good position here. Obviously everyone in front is going to be battling and slowing themselves down. Everyone behind is a couple of seconds behind, so Exeter B in a good position here. They can start setting in those fastest laps, hopefully for them, and start making some good progress in this race.
Yeah, and Exeter B themselves have a role to play in the championship battle, because whilst they're obviously not going to be fighting their A team, we wouldn't expect them to fight their A team. They can put those results in. They can take points off other teams.
They can.
That Exeter A
at this point in time as they head into turn 3 up the inside there.
Yeah, so there's more progress being made there by Exeter B. You see again Patrick Kibble in the second half of the circuit, I'd say, but from this point on, Reeve probably has the measure of the field, but he's not able to break away on the long straights here.
No, he can make that advantage up towards the end of the lap, but obviously if everyone else is enjoying his slipstream, that all of that hard work is pretty much undone as you head down towards turn 3. So very much a balancing act, this circuit.
Yeah, and he's being helped though by the squabble for second place behind. De Montfort A still in charge of that one, ahead of Edinburgh A. The number 14 of Exeter B confirmed up to 4th place now. Got a good run through turn 1 as well. This could be more opportunities for Exeter B to gain positions. This is where they did it last time and done it again. Nope, they haven't done it again. 2 black suits and white helmets tricked me there. But Exeter B, in fact, I think De Montfort A have lost position. Yes, that's what's happened there. So Edinburgh A have got past De Montfort A for second place. There's also a titanic duel going on behind. Trent A, Brookes B and Brookes E all in there. Southampton A having a good run so far as well.
Yeah, it's been a great battle in the upper mid-pack there. Birmingham B, just want to mention, obviously leading this race in a fairly good position at the moment. Now, it'll be interesting to see with the pace that Edinburgh A have in that number 29 car. He's looking closer and closer. The gap now only 0.4 of a second. He is very much closing in on the leader there. For a second, Birmingham B looked to be in good stead as everyone else behind him was enjoying their own battling, but now under pressure from the number 29 card.
Yeah, but again, the race management to be applied here. If I was in Patrick Kibble's position right now, I wouldn't want to fight this too hard. There is a gap to that 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th battle behind if they were to work with Edinburgh A, and Edinburgh A have a penalty already in this race. They could be able to, they could get a gap like we saw in the first race, where if you're the clean carts of those two and you've broken away, if the other one's got a penalty, you're guaranteed a race win, you're guaranteed 60 points.
Yes, it will be. It could be a very similar story to what we saw in race 1. However, we are very close indeed as we start the next lap. Only 1/10 of a second now, running down towards the end of the first sector. It's going to be very close to those 2 front runners. They have, in fact, broken away from the rest of the field about a second and a half already as it's a penalty. And in fact, now it's a track limit warning for Nottingham here. Of course, a very narrow circuit here, and they're embroiled in a battle with Loughborough C at the moment. So that is probably going to be cause of that track limits warning. Off to Brooks B, fastest lap, a 50.7. The times looking a lot healthier than what we saw in race 1 already, and we've still got over 15 minutes of running. An ABC penalty for Cardiff A there. They are further down the order already in 30th.
Yeah, Cardiff, big day for them in their championship battle. Oxford Brooks E getting involved there. I think that's them trying to get past the number 21 of UEA A, and they do so. UEA trying to fight back. Coventry involved in there as well in the number 24. They're going to be out wide in the damp stuff. They're going to lose position to Brooks E. UEA A are going to have a chance as well, and Brooks B. It's the Brooks show all of a sudden. The number 76 of Liverpool B also involved in the blue suit and blue helmet there. Contact warning for UEA A. Just a contact warning for now. Nothing more serious than that.
Yeah, fantastic battle between those 3 cars. I think a little bit of rubbing as racing is pretty much inevitable there.
Angus Fender in for Brooks B. Piers spoke to him on the grid, and that's going to be... Oh, I thought he was going to get the move done there on Liverpool B. He now does get the move done. Good patience there from Angus Fender, working his way through, using his experience in racing. He's gained that position. Brooks B up to 7th.
Brooksy, yeah, good shout from there, as we just alluded to. There are plenty of Brooks teams to be talking about today. Oxford Brooks E in 5th, of course. They're at the top end of this 3-way battle, so we could see, as we saw in race 1, some team orders coming into play in just a moment's time. Of course, Edinburgh, Birmingham B still oh so close, only 1/10 apart, so let's see how long they can keep that up. And once again, Exeter B kind of looking a little bit lonely in comparison, only 0.6 of a second down from those 2 leaders there, but they could be waiting for their moment and their 50 minutes in the spotlight, their time to shine, as they're in a fairly good position in this race, I'd say.
Good scrap this for 4th place. De Montfort A trying to fend off Brooks E and UEA A. This is all good news actually for Exeter B, and Exeter B have done just what they needed to do. We'll come back to that in a moment, because here we go, and you can see the Brooks E driver making some communication, shall we say, to the De Montfort driver. Now, I think what will be happening there is the Brooks E driver quite forcefully wanting to wants this group to work together, because what's happened with all of this fighting is they've lost 3 seconds to a now front trio that are looking very, very strong at this stage of the race with 15 minutes to go. Exeter B have done this very, very well indeed. They had that 5, 6, 10th gap that you talked about, Reeve, before. They've been able to close in now, and now 3 carts can work together to keep themselves out front.
They have, because Edinburgh, I think, is pushing Birmingham B quite hard. In fact, there is the overtake for Edinburgh. They are now in the lead of this race. De Montfort's had a bit of an issue there, as has Liverpool B. They've tumbled down as we start another lap there. But you could tell Birmingham B was being pushed hard, because we were starting to see curb warnings coming in for that car. So clearly they were trying to wring everything out of that car. But unfortunately for those, they have lost the position.
The naughty flag has come out for the UEA A kart, ABC ×2, so that's their 2nd offence in this race. That is more than post-race penalties and positions to be demoted. They are going to have to come into the pits now.
Heading to the pits, have some slight re-education, and be presumably back out on track in just a moment's notice, but not the race that they would have wanted, especially after how much they enjoyed themselves out the first race of the day.
Yeah, it's kind of a story that typifies the season so far for any team that has not been X to A. You get a race win, and then you get a black flag in the second one.
There for Liverpool B,
yep.
Heading into the second corner. Fantastic move. They always say second corner. There is a kink down the Dragon Straight, which these carts can do pretty much flat out.
Southampton A coming into this one nicely again. You can just see, I think it might be Michael Preston out for them at the moment. We'll just try and identify that at the moment. Cart number 23, white suit with the blue and yellow details. Having a good day so far, the drivers from the south coast.
Yes, Trent B as well, setting fastest lap after fastest lap, really into the low 50s now. I think we're going to see 49s in the next couple of races if the conditions stay good enough here at GYG. Oxford Brookes taking that fastest lap, actually, as they are, just like we had at X to B, we are now seeing Oxford Brookes E in that good position, able to close up to that front pack. So Oxford Brookes E getting their wish, no matter how forcefully they had to ask for it out on track. They've been able to clear that mid-pack, and now they're going to be working their way towards the top 3 for a shout at the podium there. Into the low 50s for Oxford Brookes E there, 50.2, as we have a contact warning for York A. Where are York A? They are in the mid-pack somewhere. Reading A, of course, we were having a brief chat about them at the start of the race. This is, if it is any round to be their drop round, it is going to be this one, and it certainly looks that way at the moment. They're in 26th at the moment, so not quite the race that they need in order to try and hope to take that championship away from UEA.
ABC bump pass for Coventry B. That would be 4 positions for them to be demoted at the end of this race. They're currently in 20th place. How are Reading A getting on? They're not getting on how they would want to, Reeve. They're down in 28th place now, 2 laps off the lead. This could be, in fact, yeah, 2 laps off the overall lead. That means they've had a problem out there. They've just come over the line and done a 1:34.2.
Oh dear.
This could be a pivotal moment. Race 2 of round number 5. We've been talking about how Reading A are the best positioned team to be the guys to beat X to A, but they have to have pretty much a perfect run to the end of the season in their very first race here of the day. It has all gone wrong for Reading A. Big scrap going on here. De Montfort A at the centre of it all. It seems to be wherever we see a big battle, De Montfort A are involved in it. Southampton A there as well, and it's the Brookes D karts that's come into the top 10 as well. Brookes having a very strong run in this particular race. Bit of oversteer there for Brookes D in the number 15, trying to find a way past De Montfort A. Good opportunity now really for Liverpool B to break away. They've got about a second lead over this, the battle for 8th place.
They are. The Liverpool B are going to try and echo what Oxford Brookes E have done. They've already closed up to those top 3, and we find ourselves with 10 minutes to go with a second covering the top 4. So Liverpool B hoping to replicate that catch up to the likes of Trent and the other Brookes team. But yeah, as you mentioned, Brookes in a fantastic position in this race. They've got karts to play with. But as we saw that oversteer heading into sector 1, there's so much energy heading through the karts at that stage on the lap, and especially with conditions as they are at the moment, it's currently about -1 out there. You're going to struggle for grip as Oxford Brookes E now into 3rd position there with the fastest lap as well. Great showing from them so far in this race. They could be, with 10 minutes to go, potentially in with a shout of battling for P2, P1 even, if things go their way. Edinburgh, though, managing the race well after getting their position on Birmingham B.
Indeed. As a forcing drive, a wide penalty
Commentators
for
curse.
Edinburgh A. There you go. Welcome to the club. But yeah, no, this has been a really impressive performance from Brookes E. Remember, they were 3 and a bit seconds back from this group of Edinburgh A, Birmingham B and X to B, but they forced their way right into the middle of all of that as... that's the 2 of them! That's the 2 leaders! That's Patrick Kibble of Birmingham B, and I think it's Edinburgh A as well. We'll have it confirmed in a moment once we can see the number boards. It's X to B. It's X to B who've gone off, and that is a big moment in this race. 2 karts that were well in contention for some good points. They are not anymore. They are out of this one and will tumble down the order, probably down beyond 25th place, Reeve.
What a shame for them. It must be so depressing for them. Of course, they've got to bring that kart back onto the track in the correct manner, and that takes what feels like an absolute age as they watch all their competitors just kind of swooping past there. That now means Oxford Brookes E obviously in 2nd, but Liverpool B now up into 5th. It's really helped a few drivers out there as we have Birmingham Bee obviously pretty much gone from this race now. Brooks in a really good position, just keeps getting better and better for them.
And to add insult to injury, that is an ABC takeout penalty for X to B. Change of lead confirmed. It's now Brooks 1-2. This is more like it from Brooks. This is what we've been missing from them this season.
That we know well.
So they now are 1-2 on the road. Just looking a little bit further back, they've still got their D karts there in 6th place, side by side between the 17 and the 22 here. Oh, around the outside there from the number 22. Lovely move being put into the carousel.
So Liverpool Beat now finding themselves having quite a lonely race. If we have a look at them in comparison to Nottingham Trent Beat, a little bit down in terms of a one-lap pace. So they seem to be at this point in this phase in the race. Oh, someone spinning around there in the background. They seem to be kind of just stuck in that no man's land of P5 at the moment, which is certainly no bad position to be in. It's just I'm sure they'd like to be somewhere else. As Trent Beat finding their way up into 3rd. Oxford Brooks E have been able to break away from the pack, because there is B, who was, of course, running it in 2nd, now all the way down in 4th. I presume they've had some type of issue on track.
Yeah, it was all in the traffic. That was a huge lap from Oxford Brooks. You say with those round the outside moves through the carousel. They've got themselves a 1.8 second lead now. Got to be for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They've got to get organised. They've got to get through this traffic cleanly and efficiently, and then they've got to work together, because otherwise this is going to be a race win for Oxford Brooks E that they're going to like very much indeed. This won't be a karts that is competing for the round win. They've got a number of ineligible drivers. I will call into question whether this one is an ineligible performance as well, but we'll remain to see once the results have come through.
Brooks bringing it back though, up into 2nd once again.
Yep. Could there be a bit of team orders there as well, especially if it is an ineligible run? What we mean by that is drivers are only allowed to compete in one race for their team. So there'll be some that have got some spots open on their lower ranked team, their B, C, D or E teams. If you're Oxford Brooks E, they give a driver a 2nd run. When they do that, they are not eligible for round points. So that's what we mean by that. Penalty for York A, 2 times exceeding the track limits for the number 59.
There we see Liverpool B under a bit of pressure there, and it is Oxford Brooks D fighting with them. So Brooks really strong once again. Liverpool just got to keep their head level, stay calm as we head through the late stage of the lap. We want to defend with all of his might as we get ready to start another lap now, and actually in relatively good position here, because Southampton A embroiled in this battle as well. It's going to be a 3-way battle for P5 now, as we have Trempy in 2nd at the moment. They're still enjoying their race, but Oxford Brooks E just walking away with it at the moment. Now a 3-second gap. There's contact warning for Brooks B, though. I imagine the battle between Edinburgh A and Trempy getting a little bit heated now, much like it is the battle for P5.
5 minutes of this race to go. Looking in control at the moment for Brooks E. Southampton A trying to gain more points here. See them there in the white suit. Good opportunity to do so as they're coming through the traffic. Trent B have just set the fastest lap of the race at 50.280. So I think you're right, Reeve. I think we will be into the 49s pretty soon.
There we see D getting ahead of Liverpool B. Unfortunately, Liverpool not quite having the measure of Brooks on that lap. Let's see what they can do here. I don't think we're quite seeing the same kind of racecraft that we saw in race 1. Everyone seems to be getting a little bit more
frantic.
Yeah, everyone seems to be enjoying the battling potentially a little bit too much, which is great to see. Of course, I'm sure they're having a whale of a time out there on this circuit, but we're not quite seeing the calmness that we had towards the end of race 1 here.
Yeah, but there's points to be won in this one. It's elbows out now as they go into Devil's Elbow.
Trempy actually setting the fast lap. Who is that?
That's Matthew Taylor. That's one of Oxford Brooks's key drivers who is coming through the order. Matthew Taylor has had a spin and is going to fall down through the order. That is a very uncharacteristic mistake.
Yeah, we're seeing a few spins in this race now as Trent B actually go a 50.0. The 49s will be coming soon as we have yellows out, of course. Trent B potentially trying to close up that gap. It was sat at about 3 seconds just a couple of laps ago. Now with 3 minutes to go, it's only 2 seconds. If we're able to have a look at the pace at the moment on the last lap, we can see if they're able to close up now. It's about half a second. So it's going to be very close to the wire indeed if Trent B are able to close that gap to Brooksy out in front.
Yeah, it's been just looking down through the orders, that confirms for Oxford Brooks A that this has been a real disaster for them. It's not been a happy season for the reigning champions. Fastest lap, we have broke into the 49s, 49.880 for the kart in second place, Nottingham Trent A, who are pushing on here. This race is not done yet. They've closed the gap down to 1.5 seconds. There's also been a mechanical flag, the meatball to Birmingham B, a race which had so much promise, has very much gone the wrong way for them. Good scrap going on here with the number 17, I think is off the lead lap. Liverpool B trying to make their way through. Oxford Brooks D in the red suit, white lid have broken away. Could be an opportunity here for Southampton A to be on the inside, but you can see Southampton trying to push the back marker through, and I think De Montfort A have got back down the inside of Southampton A there for 7th and 8th place.
Yes, some interesting occurrences with the traffic there as we get ready to start another lap. Liverpool losing out by the looks of things. Yes, they have. They've dropped down fairly substantially. In fact, De Montfort now up into 6th position. Not a race to remember for the Liverpool crew, really. Liverpool A, of course, they started on in 2nd and 4th, the 2 Liverpool teams, and Liverpool A down in 14th as well. So not a race really that Liverpool wants to remember anytime soon.
Race really isn't done at the front. Trent A have just taken another near half a second now to the lead of Oxford Brooks A. They're 1.1 seconds behind now with a couple of laps to go. Going to come around the final corner now. In fact, it might be more than 2 laps. It might be 3 laps. Trent B will want it to be 3 laps because it's more opportunity to get on by. Another 3/10 has just gone out of Brooks E's lead here. It's down to 0.7. Can't really see much traffic ahead of them, Reeve. This is going to be a fight to the finish.
No, this will just be an out-and-out battle between the two. You see the number 32 kart there ducking his head down the straight to try and get any advantage that he can. This is a great race from Trent B here, because obviously we're at the very end of running. He will be absolutely knackered in that. Well, maybe not absolutely. That might just be me being quite unfit. He will be fairly worn out in that car, and he's pushing like mad here, as if he's only just jumped in. A fantastic drive so far, and he's very much beginning to put that pressure on now. The number 22 kart will know that he is there and will be checking over his shoulder, I'm sure, in just a moment's time.
And they are going to get an extra lap in here because they're going to come over the line with 53 seconds on the clock. The lap time's currently in the 49s. So that's another 0.3 of a second. This is it then for it's Sam Pooley at the wheel for Nottingham Trent B. Is he going to look down the inside into Spoon? No, he's just going to wait. He's just going to be patient. This is wise driving from Sam Pooley. Very experienced. Has already taken race wins so far in this format in the BUKC in 2023. You can see that tighter line that he's able to hold, Reeve. He is at 1 with this Club 100 machine.
He looks like he's got plenty of grip out there. It looks like he's almost been just kind of keeping this in the bank. He's been waiting to pounce just for the right opportunity, and that certainly has come to him. And now he's got just a few more overtaking opportunities to go, but he's certainly going to use all of them, I think, as we start another lap now.
Yep, and coming over the line with 3 seconds to go.
Just about made it in.
And a bit of traffic now. This could be the opportunity for Sam Pooley. Sam Pooley's going to have a slipstream. He's going to cut to the inside as they cut up through the hill. That is a very brave move from Sam Pooley. Didn't pull it off. Well defended, actually, by Brooks E. Just held a line out wide, forced Sam Pooley onto the curb. Back marker getting out the way there of the 2 leaders. Pooley having a look down the inside into the carousels. Got it done. Beautiful move by Sam Pooley for Nottingham Trent B on the last lap. Takes the lead.
Fantastic move there. Made it look so easy. He was able to really hang on there. The car seems to be, as you mentioned, he seems to be completely at one with his machine there. No real struggles now. Will there be a threat from the Oxford Brooks car behind there? I don't think so, as we come across the line. And it is Sam Pooley who takes the race win. Oxford Brooks E coming home second, and rounding out the podium, Oxford Brooks B as well. A great showing from then in this race. Edinburgh A come home 4th. Oxford Brooks D were coming home 5th in just a moment's time.
Superbly done by Sam Pooley, who takes another race win in the BUKC. But a very good run there for the Brooks karts, or most of the Brooks karts. E team in second, B team in third, Edinburgh A fourth. But if my memory serves me correctly, they had a penalty earlier on that demote them down a couple of spots. Brooks D in fifth. Another good result for Southampton A as well. They're putting in some strong showings so far today. Sixth on the road for them. De Montfort A were entertaining throughout. They finished in seventh. Eighth for Coventry C. Liverpool B finish in ninth, and Nottingham Trent A also in the top 10 there, just ahead of their cross-city rivals in 11th. We are good to head down to Piers Prior in the paddock.
What a crazy race. A lot of movers and shakers in that one, with our top few coming from way down in the field. Let's hope we can grab a word with our Oxford Brooks E driver, Josh Gollin, who spoke to you before the race. What a race. Look at that. Was that P2 on the road, but right from the back of the grid. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, I had absolutely no idea where I was on the road at any point of that race, so where did I finish on the road?
P2.
Oh, okay, so is that Pooley just got me on the last lap?
Yeah, I'm not sure about penalties. I haven't seen the commentary for the last 2 minutes, but that was for the on-track race lead. But it's like you've been away like you haven't been away.
Yeah, well, I was at Buckmore and PFI as well, but yeah, at Buckmore I was slightly nervous because I hadn't driven these karts in about 5 years or so. So I'm finally getting back into it now. So, but yeah, I honestly had no idea I was in the lead of the race. I would have defended much harder if I did.
Anyway, good, well done. You're gonna have to get your fuel cap off for the guys to get done. Let's have a quick word with Angus for Oxford Brooks B. That was pretty good from the back, almost to the front.
All my hands are cold.
Yeah.
I can't even take the number off. My hands are so cold.
It's not warm today, is it? It's really not warm.
I woke up at Banbury and thought, I reckon I'll be alright with just like the light pair of gloves, and I should have brought thermals, and I'm regretting it now. But yeah, fun race to be fair. Managed to stay out the chaos, and I think me and the guys leading for most of it used our heads and just kind of managed to break away from the group, and from then on through it was just fairly plain sailing. We just didn't quite have the pace.
It was a crazy race. A lot of people coming from the back to the front. Well done, Angus. Oxford Brooks having a good day, a bit of a resurgence. I can see some choice words being had over there, so let's just wander away from that. I'm going to pick on this person here. Are you just getting in, or are you just
got out?
How was that race for you? Who are you and who are you racing for?
I'm racing for Reading A. I'm replacing Tom Fleming. So
big shoes to fill.
It is big shoes to fill. Didn't quite do as well as him though. Got taken out like middle of the race and couldn't quite get back the positions. So it was all right. It was a good race. Lovely track. I love the track. So.
Never been here before?
Never been here before. Nah, it was much better than I expected. Can't lie. So yeah, really good.
Well done. Obviously Reading A have had a good year so far. Have you been around before? We haven't spoken to you.
No, I'm Reading B, so I've been filling in for Tom. So
promoted.
Yeah, promotion. I like it. Yeah, it's nice to the cameras and everything. I love it.
Anyway, well done. Glad you enjoyed. Let's grab a quick word. Lucas Ellingham for the Loughborough team. Lucas, Loughborough's not a bad start today, but hopefully should be a better one in this one. Have you been to GYG before?
Yeah, I've been plenty of times in the British Champs. I went there 2017, 2018. Last year I was at UKC 2022.
So you've done a fair few laps around here. Good race?
Yeah, done quite a bit. Yeah.
Looking forward to racing one of these around here. It's probably the first time you've driven one of these at GYG, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Haven't had a go around here in one of these before. It should be all right.
Starting what, P15?
P16 starting.
P16, and what do you reckon you can do from here? Have you had a look and see who's on circuit with you?
Win.
Win from P16. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Sam, that was a good race. Where did you start from? We didn't catch up with you before the race, but you managed to grab the lead. I don't know, I haven't seen if there's any penalties or anything, but you managed to grab the lead on the last lap.
Last lap, yeah. I had no idea I was for the lead, to be honest with you. I knew I was near the front, but no idea that was for the lead, yeah. I started 30th. So
there was a lot of people that came all the way through the field there. We chatted to Josh Gollin and also, of course, Angus for Oxford B as well.
Yeah. I'm not sure his name, the guy in the white.
Yeah.
Josh. Yeah, he started alongside me on the grid. Yeah. So I saw him and I was like, oh yeah, like we've done well together. But yeah, I just went for it on the last lap. And
you remind us who you're racing for?
Trent A.
Trent, let's just move out of the way as people are walking around with lead. Trent have been having a pretty strong day. We've had fast slap in the first race, I believe, or nearly fast slap, and then, of course, in that one you had a strong race as well. Trent have been coming into form recently.
It's sort of a bit of 50-50, because in the first race, obviously, Alicia was super fast, but her kart she had to come in and change her kart, and Alex as well had to come in and change his kart. So points-wise, we're not looking too good, but
speed is there.
Speed's there. Yeah, that's the most important thing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Who cares about results when you got speed? Anyway, well done, well done. We'll wander down the grid and see if we can grab some word with some more people. Of course, race number 3. We've got heavyweights and lightweight races. I think this is now a lightweight race. Right, let's grab a word. Run us who you. This is Swansea Motorsport. Looking at your top. Yeah. Let's grab with both of you. You're supporting your driver here. What do you reckon the race is going to look like? Give us a prediction.
Hopefully good. Obviously,
define good for us.
Okay, the track's a little bit cold. It's warming up, so yeah.
It's warming up. News to me.
I hope so. I don't know.
Hopefully, we'll get the race done before the rain and snow comes in. It's meant to be a little bit of snow later, according to the weather.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a bit changeable, I think. Your name is
Isaac.
Isaac, and you're Swansea.
A now.
A now.
For this round.
Is it this round only, or is it this round going forward, or does it depend on how well this race goes?
Dependent, probably.
Okay, and you're starting what must be about 20th place?
22nd.
22nd. Have you got much experience of the GYG circuit, and specifically from 22nd place?
This is my first time here, and it's my first time 22nd in any BUKC round.
Well, you've got 3 whole laps to learn the circuit, so good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, right, let's move on down. Let's move on down. It's great to chat to all the different universities. Let's clamber over some karts. You look like you're in the zone.
Yeah, just waiting to go. Yeah, I'm just chilling, to be honest. Yeah.
Good. Your name is, and who are you racing for? Let's have a look at your.
Liverpool B. We spoke earlier.
We did. Liverpool B. You're starting and going to come through the field.
Yeah, that's the plan. If I go backwards, I've done a bad job. So yeah, we'll try and go forward, see what we can do.
Good luck with that. We'll be keeping an eye on you. Moving further down the field, I'd like to grab a word with this person with a very, very shiny racing helmet. Wow, there's a lot shining on that. Is that new for this year?
What?
Is that helmet new for this year?
No, it's actually 5 or 6 years old.
It's in good nick. You obviously look after it.
It's quite. It's been there for a while since I started racing, basically.
Oh, amazing. And your name is, and you're racing for?
Vincent, and I'm racing for Bath A.
Bath A. I saw you had a friend in Bath B in that last one, starting last, and unfortunately didn't go so well for him. Do you reckon?
I mean, he had a little trouble on the down straight, on the downhill, but let's hope I don't redo that. But it should be fun. Starting from the back is always fun.
It is always fun. You're starting what must be 34th?
30th this race and 36th next race. So back starts for today.
And Bath, they've been out this morning. How did they get on?
Well, Bath A had a really good race this morning. I think we finished 8th. I don't know with the penalties, but we had a really good race. So let's try and keep that.
Right, good luck. I think we're going to have time for one more person before we head up to the comms box. We've spoken to you before, but you were very friendly, so I'm going to come back again. You're going to be the last person for race 3 to speak to. So you're starting right towards the back of the grid. GYG is a great place. You're very visible in your high-vis helmets and gloves and boot combination. What do you reckon the race has in store for you?
Probably last place again, based on Buckmore.
Again?
Yeah, both races, in fact. Yeah.
It's okay.
Didn't fare well at all.
It's all right. Someone has to finish in last.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be that guy.
And you're looking forward to the race, though, nonetheless?
Oh, thoroughly. GYG looks like a great track. I'm buzzing for this.
I mean, if you haven't driven GYG, you're in for an absolute treat. So enjoy potting around at the back, doing your thing.
Yeah, I'll just chill back here. I'm here for vibes, honestly.
Yeah, vibes it is, and that is why we're here at the BUKC. I'm pretty sure that's the last kart fueled up, or almost. So, Andrew, Reef, over to you.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for the 3rd race of the day. Reeve, do you want to have a go through the grid?
Go on then. We have De Montfort A on pole there. We have Birmingham A rounding out the front row. Oxford A in P3. Oxford Brooks D in P4. Edinburgh A on row 3. Exeter A joining them there as well. Moving on to row 4. UCLan B, Liverpool A. Row 5, Trent B and Oxford Brooks C. Row 6 is York A and Swansea A. Moving on then to row 7. It's Oxford Brooks E and Sheffield A. Row 8 P15, Loughborough C and Reading A in P16. Row 9, Cardiff B and Warwick A. And then at the back end of the field we have Liverpool B, row 10 and UCLA. The row 11, Manchester B, Manchester A. So in all Manchester row 11. Then row 12 is Derby A and Surrey A. So then we have row 13 is Birmingham B and Bristol A. Row 14, Oxford Brookes B and Coventry A. Row 15 is Coventry D and Oxford Brookes A. And then we have Leicester A on row 16 with Loughborough B. Row 17, Southampton B and Lancaster A. And then rounding out the field is Nottingham Trent A and Bath A in P35 and P36. So, race 2, certainly interesting. We'll be hoping for much the same here in race 3, as someone already having a little bit of an off on the practice laps. That's what the practice laps are here for, get some temp in the car and get them ready for 25 minutes of racing, as we have what should be one of the last few, we're going to call it warm weather races, I think, in comparison to what we're due later on. The forecast, if you haven't checked already, not looking particularly pleasant here at GYG. It wouldn't be a trip to Wales if there wasn't some rain on the way.
So this will be the first race of the day where we see our championship leaders in action. What do you think they'll be focusing on in this one for Extra A?
Oh dear,
that's Luke selling him off.
They'll be focusing on not doing that, I think, will be the aim of the game. Although they're in a fairly good position, they'll probably just be trying to bring the car home, keep the nose clean without too many issues, as we have some struggles actually to get the car going. This is a disaster, not the way you want to start the race, of course.
Lucas Ellingham is human. I've never seen Lucas do that before. Very, very good driver around Wilton Mill, of course, in his first year of the BUKC. Yeah, that's not the start that you would have wanted. He's not going to be able to get the car to this temperature now.
No, I think, well, we were talking about in race 1 and race 2, the difference between the dry line and the rest of the circuit. I think it's still catching some drivers out. I think the slightly weird, kind of not humid, but very moist conditions we've got out there, and it's still cold. I think it's catching a few drivers out. I think the track is just not in green condition, shall we say.
Yeah, and especially today, because there's so much moisture in the grass. It's one of those that's Luke's had another one off at the top of Spoon Curve.
Oh, that looked like it hurt.
A little bit further ahead than where it is at the
moment.
moment.
Oh dear, someone's joining him.
On the grass. That's a class. Thank you, number 50. Right on cue. I know this is a bit ironic saying this today because it's so cold. The grass, relative to the track, is like ice. When you get on it, you just do not stop. The brakes have no effect. Mere amounts of friction and maybe a little bit of digging in of the side pods is what actually slows you down there. You will go so far off circuit if you get into those grassy sections here today. It really is a very different circuit to what we had at PFI and Buckmore Park. You didn't have these great swathes of greenery around the circuit. You want to keep well away from them today because they will bite.
Yeah, especially when you add in, by the looks of things, we've got some new front tyres, so the back ends are going to be a little bit slippy. You've got crests over the hills here at GYG. It's just a recipe for disaster on some corners, so drivers are going to have to be careful of us. We're going to keep seeing that throughout the day, of course, especially if we're going to have some sleet and snow later on. It could be quite interesting here indeed, so stay tuned.
Indeed. We're going to go and have at least one more formation lap here. Thanks to the team in race control, we have now got our ineligibles list, so regular viewers will know that these are the teams that I don't like today.
Yes, we can catch you out
cause me grief. Oxford Brookes D and E, ineligible all day.
Right, okay.
So they don't exist. I will no longer acknowledge them because they haven't got point-scoring drivers in their karts today, but just to be aware of that one. That will mean that there's been a bit of a shake-up, I think, for the race 2 results in terms of who gets 60 points, 59, 58, etc., etc. But we'll try and keep on top of that across the course of the rest of the morning. This I feel, this particular race, this is really where it gets going now, because after this one, all of our key runners, our Manchesters, our Readings, our Exeters, have all had at least one go so far this morning once we've got race 3 underway.
Yes, I think today's racing is going to be a tale of it's going to be almost like having 2 separate days of racing. I think it's going to be, as we head later on, also with the different weather, as we know a little bit more about what's going on in the championship. The driver's going to be heading into those races with a very different attitude indeed, as we get ready to make way in just a moment's time.
Off we go then, 25 minutes here at GYG. Good start for Cardiff B on the inside. There's not a lot of grip there. Lucas Ellingham running wide. So yeah, once again, that Loughborough kart not having a lot of grip, having had dramas before lap number 1, but well-controlled start by Cardiff B on home soil here in Wales. Couple of karts running out wide. Are they all going to get through? No, yellow flag is out. Somebody has been a victim of the run. In fact, several karts have been victims. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts off. That's going to be a false start, Reeve.
Yes, and I think that is a very good call indeed. The track is looking awfully slippy out there. I'm not sure if in this small break, have we had like...
Maybe a little bit. I popped out of the comms box very, very briefly. Didn't feel any rain. It still felt very cold. But yeah, it might just be at the top end of the circuit. There are a couple of spots of rain. Or the alternative, someone has been off lower down the hill and they've dragged some moisture onto the circuit, perhaps.
Very possible indeed, and that is why, of course, the best course of action is the false start. We need to neutralise this race and try and get away safely once again.
So this will reduce time on the race once the clock is reset.
Unfortunately for Cardiff B, they've got all that work to do once again.
Yeah, and they dealt with that really nicely. I mean, it's difficult being on the inside because you're off the racing line. You are going to understeer as you come back onto it. They dealt with that really well. They didn't let P2 get round the outside and get that run on the normal racing line and that slingshot effect almost. It's one of those rare circuits actually where starting in P2 is a good spot. I can think of other circuits. Ella Park springs to mind. We've been with Club 100 sprints where you almost don't want to be P2 because the style of the run to turn 1 means that P3 is going to be on your inside of you and 40 out wide. It's quite a short run here to turn 1 at GYG, so P2 can hold it around the outside, and when you put in a bit of weather like this today, starting on that pole side off the racing line can be very, very tricky. Let's see if Cardiff B can do it again. Joe Holmes in the pace karts today, pulls off into the pit lane. Race time, I think, has been reduced by maybe 5 minutes, but we'll be ready to go once again for the second attempt of race number 3. Yes, it is a 20-minute race. Cardiff B, this time Bathby have got a much better run round the outside in P2 and slot in at the front of the field as they head up towards Spoon Curve for the first time. This is where it all went wrong a few moments ago, and there's a couple of drivers running out wide again. The 32 is one of them. That is Nottingham Trent B running wide. I think Exeter B were potentially already involved as the number 14, but only 2 karts off. That is not enough karts to be off to trigger a second false start, so this start is good.
Yeah, we've seen the top 5 already having some great pace there. Who is that heading off? That is number 42 kart.
Brighton A.
Yeah, very handily turning around for us just at the right moment as they tumble down the order. It's certainly not looking too grippy out there, but that hasn't affected the front runners too much. Bathby getting a great start. Cardiff B, meanwhile, embroiled in a bit of a battle with Sheffield A. Now he might be setting his sights on the defence instead. A bit of a kick of oversteer on the exit of the final corner. And who is that heading round? That is
Coventry A.
Yeah, number 24 there. He is off at turn 1. I think offline this circuit is basically sheet ice at this point for some reason. As we have at Spoon, there someone else is off. There was contact actually, and yeah, that sent one of the drivers off. That is an ABC for Birmingham A as a result there.
Yeah, that'll be +6 positions to Birmingham A, but meanwhile at the front, Bath B running very nicely at the moment.
He'll be wishing he has some form of team radio, because what he needs is the team to say, it's good news, Sunshine. Everyone else has gone flying off. All you need to do is bring the kart home safely, because it's certainly looking that way at the moment. If the rest of his competitors are too busy having some issues out on track, shall we say, as there's contact once again between the number, what kart is that? I couldn't quite make it out, unfortunately, as we start on the lap. It was the number 19 kart there getting stuck in a bit of battling. Manchester A having a good lap there all the way up into 5th. Oxford A trying their best to keep on Bath B as we start another lap.
Yeah, some really big hitters in this race as well. You see Kieran Harrison in the lead suit there, who took a great win last time out at PFI. Last time we had a sprint round. Sam Sanders in there as well for the University of East Anglia. They have an ineligible driver in their next race, so this is it for the UEA team.
and there is, I believe, that is the overtake from Oxford
Yeah.
A, has been able to get past Bath B. So good start for Bath. Unfortunately, they're not able to keep that momentum up at this point in time. Now, obviously, we've only just got our first couple laps of fast running, but the time's not looking anywhere near as healthy as what we saw in race 2. We're in the 53s for the fastest lap at the moment. Let's see how that changes as we start another lap now. It's a 51.6 actually for Manchester A on that previous lap. So the time's getting there. The circuit is coming to the drivers in just a few moments. Warwick B and Bath B now very close indeed. This is exactly what Oxford A wants. They're able to just run away with it really and allow that thing is allowing them to drive away in the lead of the race.
X to watch is going very well. Very, very well for them. Watch out for the number 2. They're already up to 13th place. As off is another driver there at Spoon Curve. It's carrying so much speed up and over that brow. You brake, we're talking a metre, if that, too late, and that is what can happen. You just drift out wide. Again, get off the racing line. Oh, and Lucas Ellingham facing the wrong way there through Devil's Elbow, so not a good moment for Loughborough B there.
No, that's cost them time, and of course there might be some penalties potentially heading their way if we didn't quite see the full rejoin there, but it didn't look entirely comfortable. Liverpool B having some issues as well. They're down in 17th, only picked up a penalty while they're at it as well. Contact warning, I believe, actually not a penalty. But Manchester A now up into 4th. As we have a contact warning for Warwick B as well. They're in P3, so they want to make sure that they're not getting too many offences there.
And it is the main man for X-Ray. Just spotted him there in the bright helmet, Max O'Shaughnessy. He is their guy. If you've not watched BUKC before, he is their guy that is often given the job of the back of the grid starts for X-Ray. They've got to have one of them in the random grid generation. They always put Max in position because he is so good at this, bringing himself through the field quickly and cleanly, not picking up penalties on the way. Having said that, he's just picked up a contact warning. Thank you very much, Max. But this is X-Ray. This is why they're in the lead of the championship by such a margin at this stage of the season. They are already up into the top 10, challenging the UEA A driver down the inside, and Max O'Shaughnessy goes past Sam Sanders there for P9. This is one of those super Max performances once again.
Yeah, great drive from him so far. Manchester A now up in 2P3. I've just watched as a few cars head through turn 1. If they clip the curb on the exit, it's not looking very comfortable out there. It seems to be chucking the cars about. Now, obviously, we've seen on a few laps now, we've seen cars 3, maybe even getting close to 4 wide, heading through turn 1 at some points. Now, if people are riding over the curves, it could get quite messy indeed heading into turn 1. So the driver's going to have to be careful of that. Of course, there are quite a few lumps and bumps here at this circuit.
Ross Steele is the currently fastest driver on circuit. You can just see him there 2 ahead in the Class Motorsport suit, the red shoulders and the white body, cart number 34. Ross Steele, one of Reading's strongest drivers, and being a Welshman, should know this circuit pretty well, I imagine. Ocean Bache there as well. This properly is a big hitters race.
Yes, this will be a pivotal moment in the day's racing. As we were mentioning before, yeah, the local boys should be having a bit of a home turf advantage almost. That hasn't worked out for Liverpool just yet. Unfortunately, not had a good couple of races. I'm actually going to blame that on the traffic we had coming out of Liverpool. I, of course, headed down with the Liverpool crew, and it took a good 3.5 hours just to get here, so we might as well have headed to Buckhorn.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Max O'Shaughnessy now sizing up Kieran Harrison. Maybe they just go for a bit of a steady approach here and not go for the move, try and close in on Ross Steele and the Reading A kart ahead.
Speaking of closing in, Manchester.
No, they don't. He goes through. But good battle going on ahead now. It's actually all closing up from 3rd backwards. Oxford A and Manchester A have broken off the front, but you've then got a Bath train as Max O'Shaughnessy looking to the inside of Ross Steele here. This is your top 2 in the championship at the start of the day, the number 34 and the number 2. Down the inside of the 54 goes Oxford Brooks A, so Warwick B losing positions here. Black flag for Birmingham B. 2 examples of advantage by contacts. They're going to have to come into the pits for re-education. And it is all kicking off here and through our X-Terray. It may be symbolic at this stage, but that could be a key moment once again for X-Terray. They have got past their nearest challengers in the championship in this very race. They're into 7th place now.
Yeah, they are picking off, or going to be trying to pick off those cars up in front. Just want to speak of closing up. Manchester A, of course, who weren't on the podium just a few laps ago, now currently in P2 and only 0.2 of a second behind Oxford A, as there is a contact warning for Oxford A, so they're not just 0.2 behind, they are neck and neck pretty much as they go to start another lap in just a few moments' time. But yeah, great pace from that Manchester A car at the moment.
Yeah, this is what we've come to expect from Ocean Beach. He's done this so many times.
And there is the overtake now. Manchester A leading the race. Contact warning for Birmingham A. It is getting very competitive in that mid-pack. The karts at some point trying to go 5 wide as we head down towards turn 3. That, of course, is never going to work. We're going to have to watch it as we head through Spoon, or I think there's a little bit more temperature in the karts now. They're looking a little bit more comfortable out on track. An ABC penalty for Reading A there.
And that is not good news. That is really not good news for Reading A. And we've been talking about these championship permutations. It very much is on Reading A to start winning rounds. That will be a +4 penalty. And so the best that Reading can hope for in this particular race is a score for 5th place. That's if they got all the way to the front. Then they're nowhere near that at the moment, because Ocean Beach is running away with this. Another new fastest lap for Manchester A. And at the moment, it almost feels like Exeter A are playing with the rest of the field. They're almost like teasing them in terms of their performance, frustrating the likes of Reading, the likes of Brooks A. They're not able to get those big scores in and take a big hit on Exeter A because they've just been so consistent so far this season.
No, they're waiting for their moment to pounce in this race, of course. There is Reading very close to them, but then only a few tenths up the road. You've got Birmingham and Leeds, and then before they know it, they could be near the podium scoring positions. Cone penalty there for Swansea A. So I thought I saw for a brief moment a speck of rain on track. I think that was just my eyes deceiving me, though. We are expecting that at some point, as Liverpool B also collecting a cone penalty here. So I think a few drivers running wide, trying to push the cars as hard as possible. As we start on the lap, and Manchester A now 2 seconds clear of the rest of the pack. Oxford A, though, still managing their pace well. They're quite clear of Oxford Brooks A. Yeah, very good running from the front two. Could we see, as we've seen on 2 occasions now, could we see a battle for the lead heading later on? That is rain on track.
Yeah, I think there is a bit of rain just coming over the hill at the top end of the circuit. That is going to make Spoon Corner so tricky now. We've seen a lot of spins up there already. Back with our battle between Reading and Exeter.
It will. The onus is on the drivers, of course, as well, to manage their pace and make sure they can control the car. These drivers have all gone into this race with their heads set on a dry running, and they're used to setting the 51 to 52 second laps, and they're going to be quite quickly caught out if they try to push those laps in these grip conditions.
I say we saw 49s in the previous race. We're dropping now. The pace is dropping. Liverpool B have just got past UEA A for 14th place. Samson is not having a happy time at all out there at the moment. It's also not gone too well for Exeter B. They're now down into 24th place. That won't be bothering their A team, though. In a strange way, being behind Reading A is one of the safest places to be. They could just kind of follow them round at the moment. Oh, is that Oxford Brooks A running out wide? Yes, it was. So I think, yeah, you get offline now. You are starting to find the effects of what this fine rain is doing to the circuit. They've also just come across all the back markers now as well. So this is going to make it very tricky. Down the inside, Reading A are going to be out wide here. You see Ross Deal slide, and as much talent as Ross Deal has, slick tyres, damp track, you just cannot get the power down. And that is a key moment once again, because through went Exeter A, through went Brooks A as well. I think also Loughborough A got involved. Brooks A now having a look at Exeter A. These two drivers, these two teams fought over the BUKC title the last time we came to Wales. That was the finale at Llandau last year. Slippery surface flag out as well for the drivers. So the rain is definitely starting to team down here in Wales.
Yes, one thing the drivers have to watch out for as well, of course, the grip is going to be reduced on the racing line, but if they have to go offline for whatever reason, if they run a little bit wide or there's traffic to negotiate, they're soon going to find themselves probably in the scenery somewhere. It's not going to be pretty, as we have Loughborough A, Loughborough B getting very close together on track there in relatively good stead at the moment. As I mentioned, Manchester A still setting the mid-51s at this point in the race. Still great pace from that kart as the contact warnings are absolutely flooding in now, owing to the rain that is flooding in as well.
Yeah, this has been a supreme drive from Ocean Beach. Manchester A leading the race, Oxford A second. Here's a battle now for third place between Kieran Harrison and Max O'Shaughnessy, Exeter and Leeds. But once again, I think the job is done in this particular 25-minute race for Exeter A. They've got themselves through the field. They've got themselves ahead of their chief rivals. They're scoring good points. That's not going to stop Max O'Shaughnessy having a go, though, as they come over the line. The number 30 is there that they need to negotiate their way by. That is a back marker. That is Cardiff B. This has been a very impressive performance once again to start the day for Exeter A. They've sat the first two races out. Down the inside goes O'Shaughnessy and through into third.
Yes, and now he's up into third, obviously only one position down on Oxford A. Oxford A seems to be managing their pace. They seem to be running the car quite conservatively, making sure that they bring it home safely, of course. It's the best course of action in these conditions, but could they find themselves under threat in just a few laps from the number 5 car of Leeds A? They're running in the high 51s. It's quite a pace advantage to Leeds in this race. It could be closing that gap quite considerably as we head into the final stages of this race. So still plenty of battling despite the less than ideal grip conditions out here on track, although Exeter A has been able to get back past Leeds A. What's happened here?
This is up at Spoon Corner again. Drivers are going to need to be careful. There goes the race leader, Ocean Beach. And Bristol A have received a spinning under yellow penalty. We're trying to work out which of those carts. I think one of them might have been UClan-B, because UClan-B have fallen down through the order. Bit of traffic for third, fourth, fifth place drivers to deal with. Max O'Shaughnessy's looking to the outside. Oh, beautifully done once again. Great positioning from Exeter A's driver. This is a chance now, because at this point of the circuit, Reeve, there's not a lot you can do. Well, I think the back mark has been quite nice to the leaders there. Just pulled over to one side and let Kieran Harrison through. But it's very difficult in these conditions to force a move through that tight, twisty, almost like a ski slalom section of the course.
No, I think they've recognised the difficulties of the twisty and technical part of the circuit, and they're waiting for the likes of the run down towards maybe turn 1 or turn 3 to try and get any overtaking opportunities done. They want to try and get all the major battling out of the way before Spoon, because I think everyone out on track here has learned just how treacherous that corner can be. Someone has stopped on track, I believe.
I think that's a tester, so that's okay. 4.5 minutes to go. 4 seconds is the lead for Ocean Beach and Manchester A. Doing the business at the moment. Lap times have dropped, but they've kind of steadied at the moment. They are now in the 52s and 53s. They're not getting noticeably worse at the moment.
No, I think the rain is fairly light at this point in time, but Manchester A, Oxford A controlling this race brilliantly, doing everything they need to do from this position. Liverpool B have a good recovery now into 10th. They seem to have capitalised on the misfortunes of a few other drivers in this race. They're only about 6/10 off the likes of Warwick and Loughborough, that mid-pack, which we might find almost a bit of a concertina effect almost. The mid-pack seems to be kind of breaking away from each other and then forming up once again lap by lap. So we could see some more battling in that mid-pack just yet.
Could indeed. This will reduce the number of laps, of course, with the weather the way it is. There's a contact warning for Reading A. Where are Reading A now? They're in 6th place. They're in and amongst where the traffic is.
Brooks A currently running in P5, looking to catch up to Leeds and Exeter. They're showing good pace so far. Brooks obviously having not the most ideal race so far compared to, I'm sure, how they'd like it to have gone. But they were, of course, battling with Oxford just a few laps ago, but they're looking to get back in to that fight.
Indeed. They've just got to keep working together at the moment. Never know what opportunities will be presented in the last lap or two. There's still a little bit of time off that. Joe Holmes just pulling off to one side as the tester, letting those leaders through. Kieran Harrison soaking up this pressure now from Porter there in the Brooks A kart.
Yeah, it's good to see the drivers working together in harmony in these conditions.
Yeah.
It's quite reassuring to see that the drivers are recognising the difficulties that they've got out here on this very technical circuit.
Contact warning for Manchester B, currently down in 28th position down the inside. Oh, good attempt there from Oxford Brooks A. It's a corner and an apex that comes up very, very quick on drivers. I find that last corner, it almost tempts drivers into a bit of a lunge, but because the apex comes very quick, there's many times where I've seen someone go for it and it's inevitably an instant once you get to the apex. That was well judged by the Brooks A driver to go, no, not going to fight this one. Yep, may lose a bit of time, but I'll work myself back onto the rear bumper of the number 5. Better to do that than lunge down the inside and get a penalty.
Yes, you're through that corner and, to be honest, the penultimate corner as well before you know it, really. It looks quite open on the track diagram, but it is much tighter when you're actually in the kart.
And it's a very big curb on the inside as well. It's not one of those where you can have a nibble of the curb to aid your way through. Bit of traffic for Kieran Harrison and Leeds A to deal with, but it's well dealt with. All the traffic trying to fight back there.
Might have compromised Brooks ever so slightly. I see him kneeling his head down to try and close up that gap. Yeah, that curb on the final corner there, I imagine it will spit you off, and then you'll have JV to answer to as well if you find that curb.
Heavy rain at the top end of the circuit now. You can see from the precipitation on the camera there. I'm astonished once again. Oh, it's down the inside. Here comes Brooks A looking for a move on Leeds. It's going to be very squirrely through the carousel. Well defended by Leeds. Brooks A asserting themselves. Here come Reading A as well. Ross Deal down the inside. Ever the opportunistic driver, but well dealt with there by Leeds A. But once again, look how there's just no grip as they come down the hill now. Liverpool B are going to come back into this, and Loughborough B. What a recovery this has been by Lucas Ellingham, back up into 8th place. But Kieran Harrison, this is why we've seen him have success. Oh no, he's run out wide. I was about to say it was success for Leeds, but Kieran Harrison is off. Going for a bit of rallycross, gets it back on circuit, but loses a stack of positions.
Where did that come from? The car just looked like it did not want to bite into that corner. What a shame as well, because he was putting on a brilliant defence there. He was waiting for the track to come to him. He was letting the track help him. He was waiting for those inside lines to approach him. But heading into turn 1 there, it's all gone wrong. Great recovery, unfortunately being slightly undone for Liverpool B as well. They were up into P7, maybe having the same issues heading into turn 1. They're down in P10 once again.
Checkered flag is going to be out for Ocean Beach. Time is up. Another victory for Manchester A in a big, big race with some big names. And phew, he's able to go back into the warmth with 60 points for Manchester A. Oxford A second, and a big, big third place for Exeter A. Max O'Shaughnessy from the back of the field. He may not get the race wins, but boy, does he turn in some big, big point returns for Exeter A. He's done it again there with 3rd. Brooks A 4th. Loughborough B 5th. Good recovery from Lucas Ellingham. Birmingham A 6th, but have penalties. Liverpool B in 7th. Another top 10 for Southampton A. They're constructing a very nice round so far, are Southampton A. Reading A 9th, and 10th were Leeds A. That is my first commentary box curse of the day. Sorry, Kieran. Warwick A and Warwick B come home 11th and 12th. Difficult race for Sam Sanders in 13th there for UEA A, and 14th was Bath B. All of those results, of course, are very provisional. That was a dramatic one, Reeve.
It was. I imagine, though, smiles all round in the Exeter paddock there. They'll be very happy with that result. It's exactly what they need.
It was indeed, especially as Reading A have already had a not-so-good race today. It is just one little step closer for Exeter A to wrapping up this championship. We're good to head down to Piers Prior on the grid.
Andrew, Reeve, I can confirm it is definitely raining down here on circuit. There's some wetsuits being put on in the paddock, and it's cold, it's drizzly, it's a bit miserable down here, but The racing is still hot as ever, unlike the weather. And we're going to grab a word with some of our drivers who succeeded in that race. It seems like everyone's run away. Anyway, let's grab a word. It got a little bit sketchy towards the end of that race, didn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely mad at the end. Well, I thought I'd done like a pack of 4 of them, and then I tried to move on someone. I didn't come off. Then a train of them came through. But it was definitely fun race, really fun race.
Obviously Liverpool B, wasn't it?
Yeah, Liverpool B. Yeah, so good result for us, definitely. So yeah, I'm happy with that.
Happy with that. That's good. And you got any words of advice? Have you got any words of advice for the people about to go out for race 4?
Just send it, you know, just have fun, why not, yeah.
With the track conditions though?
Yeah, no, it was getting a bit slippy mid-race towards the end, but because the carts were already warm, it didn't make too much of a difference. So.
Bit of a different story now, of course, with everything cooling down, the rain falling. Well, I say rain, it's more like sleet really, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it'll probably get a bit more greasy now, and the rain will probably set in for the day now, won't it? But no, yeah, just go out, have fun.
Well, glad you enjoyed it. We'll be looking forward to everyone in the next race, skittering round, because it is, as I can feel underfoot that it's actually very slippery. We've got a queue for the weighbridge now. Of course, every single race has a minimum weight. I believe that will be race number 3. So is it a lightweight race or a heavyweight race, guys? Remind me. Lightweight. Let's go see if we can walk down the field and grab a word with somebody. Let's grab a word with Max once he's got off the scales. And Max, of course, racing for Exeter A, who have had a very, very strong season. Max, another pleasurable race for you there. Just carve your way through the field. Top 3, I think, in the end.
I have no idea where I finished. It was freezing. But yeah, good race. It was very chaotic. I think I was fortunate to take advantage of a lot of people going off, and especially when the rain came. It spiced things up a bit.
It definitely spiced things up. It didn't look like it affected it too much because your tyres and everything was already warm, but now the carts are sat there, it's raining a bit heavier, everyone's holding their hands under their arms because it's going to be a bit tricky for the next race, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, towards the end of the race, I think some people thought it was raining more than it was and started slowing down more than maybe they should have, but next race I think you'll probably see it be looking a bit more full wet.
And Exeter, of course, pretty much it's all in your hands whether you win the championship now. I think Andrew said to me this morning that if you had a third and a third today overall, third this morning, third this afternoon as a team, then that's pretty much it. You've started off the day well. P1 in your first race number 3 this morning.
Did you say P1?
Is it? Oh, sorry, I know, it's started. I didn't get P1. Top 5. Sorry, top 5.
Yeah, I mean, we still have to put on a performance. I think you'll remember a couple of years ago, Coventry won the first 4 rounds, and it came down to the last one. So it's not over till it's over. We still have to keep it clean and put in some good results.
Absolutely, and you're doing that so far. Who's up next?
I think it might be Sam, not sure.
Might be Sam. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. I'm looking forward to watching this one because it's going to be very damp out there. The rain is falling heavier with every moment. Actually, everyone's coming onto the grid, so I think I'm now heading against traffic. I'm going to intercept someone as they walk through. Let's talk to someone that we haven't spoken to before. We've had a good opportunity to speak to a lot of drivers throughout the season, but it's good to hear from some new faces. Young man, come and take a word. You are carrying the trusty number 31, which is which team?
De Montfort A.
De Montfort A. And how's De Montfort been doing? Give us a summary of your season and today.
Season's not been too well. I mean, we've got quite a lot of inexperienced drivers that weren't here from last year, so quite a new team really. But we've just secured a P3 last race, so this round's going well so far. So hopefully should be on for some clubman winning of some sort.
Who have we got out in this race? Which driver should we keep an eye on for your team?
We've got Athos, which is our reserve driver. As a driver, we had to substitute him out, so he's not experienced that.
Super sub though, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a far sub down. So, I mean, I told him just go have fun. Don't try your best. It's your first round of the BUKC, so just have some fun, really.
Have some fun. That's why we're here, isn't it, ultimately? Anyway, De Montfort A, De Montfort anyway, getting on with that. Number 31, keep an eye on them in this race with Athos on circuit. So you can see everyone queuing up for the scales before the race to make sure that they don't come in underweight. I am going to grab a word with Giulio Peroni. Giulio, team captain still for Loughborough?
Still team captain for next year as well.
Wowzers.
Yeah, well, I enjoy it.
I was actually quite impressed with Lucas Ellingham's driving that last one. He had a spin which put him down the order, but then managed to get back up into the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, the pace was definitely there, you know, and like his racecraft's really good. He can really cut through the field. Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate up there because he probably could have got quite easily a top 3, I think, because he was in that lead pack with Manchester A and stuff. So could have been a bit better, but I mean, we'll take a P5. It's still a good result.
When are we seeing your luscious locks on circuit, mate?
Race 5.
Race 5. We'll be keeping an eye out. Julia, good luck.
P35.
P35, and I know how much you love the wet as well. So, right, let's wander down and grab a word with some more new people. You are definitely dressed for the weather, my friend. Come take a word. Does it fill you with confidence that your car is currently caked in mud and grass?
Well, it means if I do it, then
no one will notice.
No one will notice. So it's brilliant. Hopefully, we won't add any more to it. Put it that way.
But you're not going to get your suit muddy, are you? So because you've got it covered up.
You've got to, haven't you? You know, you got to make sure that you're not going to get it and have to do another cycle of laundry, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. You just keep it, just hang it up, ready for the next round. I've got one of these in the car, and if it gets any heavier than this, I'm going to be putting it on underneath my BUKC branded coat. Talk to us. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm Michael. I'm racing for Coventry C. So we've had an all right day so far. First race, race 2 went pretty good. Last race, my driver, he was in a bit of pain, but yeah, he soldiered through it, and so we're just going to go out again and hopefully have another good result.
Is that pain with the hands?
Yeah, he just got massively cold, so yeah, we'll have to have a look into that. A bit more coffee.
A little tip for everyone out there that I've over the years of my racing: if you put latex gloves underneath your racing gloves, honestly, keeps your hands warm and toasty.
Brilliant, isn't it? So it's one of the best.
Have you got that?
Not today. I'm going to brave it.
That is unwise in my opinion. Good luck, Coventry C. Yeah, let's see how you get on indeed. Let's wander down the field. We've had a chat to quite a lot of these people. Someone have a look at. Let's have a look at. Get your B-reel. Go on, get in. Get your B-reel. Quick, get the B-reel.
I've already done it.
Oh, you've done it. Too late. Why are you wearing sunglasses?
I love them. I like sunglasses.
It's definitely not sunny. I think you've picked the wrong day, race, location.
I need to rep the Ray-Bans though.
Are you sponsored?
Oh, my phone. No. Yeah, I'm sponsored by Ray-Ban now.
Ray-Bans, you owe him a bit of some wedge there. The product placement, I love that. And I think we've got time for one, maybe 2 more people. How have you been since the last round?
All right.
What have you been up to?
Quidditch.
Have you? Yeah. Real life Quidditch? Or have you been playing the new Harry Potter game?
No, actually real life Quidditch.
Oh, nice. Okay, so talk to us about how that works. I've seen people play it, but I don't really understand.
It's a bit like, there's a mix of dodgeball, handball and rugby.
Sounds like a good combination, as in the physical part of rugby.
Yeah.
It's full contact?
Yeah.
Much like the BUKC.
We'll see.
Okay, so are you going to be scoring any quaffles? I don't really know.
Not here, but when I go back to Quidditch.
Are you better at karting or Quidditch?
Probably Quidditch, but still good at this.
Sweet, man of many talents. Right, last person. Let's go down. Peter, how's it going?
Finley.
Peter Parker.
Yeah, I'm good. Starting 31st, so we'll see.
I can see. I think I better get off the grid because Jimbo's waving at me. We'll chat to you later. Andrew, Reeve, it's definitely wet down here. I'm looking forward to watching this one. Hopefully you're at home too. Over to you.
And we are back ready to get racing once again. Let's go through the order. It is Oxford Brookes A and Bath A rounding out the first row. Oxford Brookes C on Southampton A on row 2. Coventry A and Cambridge A on row 3. Then we have moving over to row 4. We have Sheffield A and Oxford Brookes E. Row 5, Derby A and Oxford A. And then row 6 is Birmingham B and Coventry B. And then row 7, we have Liverpool A in 13th, UCLan B in 14th, row 8 is Oxford Brookes B in 15th and Manchester A in 16th, and then row 9 we have Southampton B in 17th and UEA A in 18th. Row 10 is UCLan A and Nottingham Trent A, row 11 is Cardiff A and Reading A, and then row 12 is Trent B and Brunel A. Row 13 we have York A and Nottingham A, and then we have row 14 with Loughborough C and Edinburgh A, row 15 is Loughborough A and De Montfort A. Moving on to row 16, it is Coventry C and Leeds A in 32nd. Then we have Cardiff B and Hertfordshire A on row 17, and rounding out the running, it is UCLA in 35th and Birmingham A in 36th on the back row. So then, practice laps underway. Drivers already having a few issues because in the interval between races, of course, the rain has certainly not stopped. That track will be getting less and less grippy by the second. You can even see, just look at the difference now, that nice shiny tarmac heading through turn 1 will be providing those drivers with some issues. They're going to have to be very careful as they run through turn 1. We saw that snap of oversteer catching leads out right at the very end there. Some oversteer for some drivers even on these practice laps. Yeah, we'll be watching out through turn 1 and the spoon curves as well. Obviously, all that elevation making these karts quite uncomfortable. Someone else having a bit of an issue there. We got yellows out.
Round scenario, Southampton A, we've been talking about as putting a nice score together. They've already got 166 on the board out of a possible 180. They have one more race to go, and they start 4th on the grid. So Southampton A looking pretty good at the moment. A bit further down, Bath B and Trent B are doing well in Clubman. This is our category for a subcategory within the mains for developing teams that are in the top 54 in the country, but aren't necessarily going to be fighting for overall title honours. But yeah, Bath B have had an alright morning so far, 119 points on the board for them. They could go up to 147. Trent B similarly, 118, could go up to 150. So very good starts for them. We should note as well, Reading A out in this one again. They will be starting from the middle of the pack. But yeah, 8th place is where they're starting. So a few rows back. They need a good one in this one, I feel, Reeve, if they're going to try and get on top of this round. It's not done yet. They could still win the round overall, but they've got to have a good score here in race 4.
They do. Race 4 is going to be a race of attrition. Just looking at the amount of sliding going on, even on the practice laps. See the rain teeming down. We're nice and warm and dry in the commentary box. We can't quite see the circuit, but we've got what we can see out of a window is plenty of rain, and it looks like we have had a clean. I was about to say we've had a clean run of practice laps, but looks like we're going to have a few more, I think.
Extra race started this race in 11th as well. Good opportunity here for them. Already got a 2nd place on the board. A little bit behind in terms of the points, but that's only because they've only done one race so far. For some teams, this will be their last race of the morning. We have another spinner out on the circuit. I think that was coming out of Sector 2 through Devil's Elbow. B, they're not registered a lap. Rain steadily coming down. Turn 1, I feel, is going to be very dramatic here, Reeve, because that even just that short pause in track action, the rain coming down, the kart's not going around and clearing that water off the circuit. There's going to be a lot of drivers that don't know what turn 1 feels like, either on the inside line or the outside line as we start this race.
Yeah, we've got a few GYG rookies, obviously because of the way the calendars have worked out here anyway. They wouldn't be familiar with turn 1 in the dry. We're doing it in the wet. The karts are cold. Yeah, it's going to get a little bit hectic, I feel, as we get ready to start the race.
Here we go then, 25 more minutes. This is race number 4, and you can see the lack of grip that they've already got. You've got to tiptoe your way through this corner. The field, I've got to say, are doing it very, very well. They've heeded the warnings of the race directors. Through and up to the top of the circuit we go. Very good start for Bath A. And we look to formulate a round score together. There's a spinner in the middle of it all. Oh, a bit of a hit there. Manchester A involved in the number 3. But apart from that, it's looking pretty good as they head down the hill.
Yeah, that was very well managed. That collision could have been a lot worse, especially right in the middle of the pack there. The drivers playing it safe, which is great to see. Bath running the kart about as quick as they did. York has been able to actually keep up relatively well. I feared for York that they were going to end up falling backwards and end up in that mid-pack there, but they've been able to run away just that little bit, and they're running about a 10th down there. See the drivers soaring at the wheel, trying to A, just get the karts around the corner in these grip conditions, but probably B as well, trying to get some temperature in them. Of course, with the rain, it's going to take even longer to get these karts up to a better temperature, as we have a black flag for Loughborough B there for rolling backwards.
Yeah, so that'll be in when they'd spun off. They're meant to get on the brakes, make sure that the kart is react in a controllable manner. They allowed the kart to roll back into oncoming traffic. I think that was the incident that we saw on the first lap heading up to Spoon Curve.
As you can see, there were some karts have gone off the track looking rather muddy. Of course, the more drivers go off, the more kind of debris gets brought on to the circuit and the grip tumbles down. We're currently in the 1:07 sevens. We have only, of course, done one lap, so we'll see what this lap is looking like. But yes, the time's obviously going to be nowhere near like what we saw in race 1. It's going to be a bit of a shock for some teams, obviously, if they've only done a little bit of running early on and they come back later in the day and find it is basically a completely different circuit. As we have contact warnings for Leeds, for Liverpool, there, and that is to be expected with the conditions we've got on track. Most of the pack heading into Sector 3 now, negotiating those double apexes and using all of the lock as they do so. Bath 8 still leading this race as we have a bit of a battle forming up for P3 between Warwick A and Oxford Brooks D as we run down towards turn 3. The driver's got plenty more time to think about it in these conditions, as there's a very slight slide for Cardiff A there, but they're able to negotiate the corner without too many troubles. And they're watching Warwick A doing his best to defend. He's parking the kart quite nice, actually, using or taking up as much space as physically possible with a Club 100 car, and owing to the conditions, Brooks just aren't able to find their way past. A few more contact warnings coming in for some drivers there into the 106 region for Bath A now. About 3 seconds clear of the rest of the pack. It's a good race for them so far. It's going to be a good few laps less than what we've had in the first few races, so you've just got to keep the nose clean for that little bit less distance, but it's going to be a very difficult task indeed, as we have plenty of action going on as we head into Sector 3 here. It is a battle between, who is that there? We're on board with the number 4 car. That is, I can tell you, we're not quite on the time screen with them, unfortunately, but we start another lap then with the number 34 car. That is Reading Gate for P5, up into P5. Great move. The well-executed lap. Now they've got a nice big margin up to P4 there. That is Warwick A as they head into turn 3 to the number 34 car rather of Reading A. They've got a nice big gap where they can just set in the decent lap times now and hopefully break away from the pack. As we have, I think there might have been a bit of an issue on the start-finish straight there. They're able to get underway once again. Well, that's an odd one. Not quite seen any issues there just yet. As there's contact between the number 21 and was that the number 34? No, it wasn't the number 34 car, but number 21 there having some issues as so much lockers have to be put into these cars in order to get them round the track. Still very close running indeed between Oxford Brooks D and Warwick A. Cardiff taking the fastest lap of the race. That gap actually closing up between Bath and Cardiff. Warwick now getting ahead of Oxford. So Cardiff may be playing the long game in this race and trying to pick their opportunity, maybe waiting for a mistake to occur. That's certainly not out of the question in these conditions. Oh, someone is off there. Who is that? It's number 17 kart. They're off. I can't quite make out where that was, unfortunately, but he's going to have to try and get that kart going in a safe manner once again. It's Brighton B all the way down in 29th, joined by Liverpool A down in 30th.
So, Bath A doing a good job at the moment. They've not starred at the front too much so far today. Here's the number 7 looking down the inside. That's Nottingham Trent A going past Reading A, but Reading A will have the cut back here as they come out of the carousel, retake that position. 13 of Birmingham A, not too far behind them as well.
UA has been able to overtake Reading A there and is now in that critical position that Reading found themselves in just a couple of laps ago. If they're able to close up that gap, they are in very good stead in this race indeed. Cardiff absolutely flying at the moment, relatively speaking. 1 minute 4.2 sees them now only about a second behind Bath A.
Yeah, it's still quite a long journey for Cardiff to make their way up to GYG here today, so they're definitely doing the business on their home turf.
I'm sure they had a lovely drive there all the way through the Welsh countryside.
Very nice this morning driving into the circuit from where we were staying overnight. But they tend to do a lot more of their training at Llandau. Glan-Y-Gors and Llandau always alternating on the calendar, or pretty much generally alternating on the calendar year by year. They are going to be very pleased with this performance so far. trying to close in on Bath, but you can see the difference in the lap times now as well. We're long outside the 50s now. We're in the 1 minute 6s, 1 minute 5s. This has completely changed how the racing will go now for at least the next couple of hours. I mean, I know we think that the weather's going to get worse, but you never know. It could change. We could get back to those semi-dry, damp conditions that we had at the start of the day. But this is all about survival now out on circuit.
Yeah, the rain doesn't look like it's coming down too heavily at this point in time. I think there's going to be a little bit of fluctuations in the weather until about 1 p.m. according to the forecast. I've now broken into my weather reporting mode apparently. Yeah, as you mentioned, it's going to be a completely different dynamic to the racing. I think actually we've got rain on different parts of the circuit.
Yeah.
I think. So the driver's going to have to be wary of that. And it is about being so much more cautious. You've got to think about it anyway in the Club 100 car, but you're thinking even more about the dynamics of the car and just how to get it around the track safely. You can't focus too much on the racing. So it's, yeah, as you mentioned, a very different dynamic there. Trent A have made good progress. They're up into P6. I've got a couple of seconds to catch up to UEA. But it's interesting. It's like quite a slow, drawn-out mid-pack battle. It seems to be happening lap by lap instead of corner by corner. This is curb warning for Manchester A. That's very brave of Manchester to be attempting the curbs in these conditions. Clearly, they've found a line that works as we slide our way through the Spoon corner. Oh, and that looked like quite a lot of oversteer for the number 21 car there. Luckily, they were able to negotiate number 25, apologies, without any major worries there. That is Bath, of course, in the lead of this race under pressure from Cardiff. Only half a second separating them. Cardiff have had a great few laps here. Bath responding to that charge from behind, now into the 1 minute 4s themselves. But it's going to be a very interesting battle for the lead. Halfway through, or not even halfway through the race, in damp conditions. They don't want to throw away their race just yet, but of course, Cardiff wants the lead.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Exeter A. We've got a repeat of what we had in the previous race. Reading A in 7th place, Exeter A in 8th. They're doing what they need to do. Fraser Brunton looks down the inside, takes the lead of the race. The reigning Club 100 lightweight sprints champion. These are probably not his best conditions, but his talents are definitely shining through the gloom here at GYG at the moment. Cardiff A to the lead of the race.
Yes, I think number 25 car just cracking under pressure a little bit on exit through the final corner. Tried to get on the loud pedal just that little bit too early. That ran them wide, ran them over the curbs, and that kicked the back end out. And obviously you lose so much momentum, as we talked about earlier. Sector 1 is all about momentum here, and that has cost him big time heading into turn 1. That gap is still very close indeed. It's certainly not insurmountable, but obviously he's going to be getting in his own head now. He's going to be thinking about that mistake that he's just made that's cost him the lead of this race. He's got to overcome that in order to try and overcome Cardiff now in P1.
Contact warning for Coventry C, the number 50. They're in the 15th place at the moment, so they've made some decent progress, but they don't want to be picking up too many of those across the course of the next 15 minutes. In a strange way, I think these races feel even longer than they normally do when the weather conditions are like this. When you're right on the edge, knowing that one tiny mistake will ruin things for you. A 15-minute dash doesn't sound too long, but it will feel like an age for the moment for some of these drivers.
No, especially when in these conditions you've got just those extra few seconds to think about the braking zone that you're heading into. You probably start overthinking certain things in these conditions. I just want to mention then that number 6 car there had a fantastic run through sector 3, made about 0.8 of a second, because at the start of the lap it was still looking rather, or heading into sector 2 rather, it was still looking rather close between the two, but through sector 3 there, Cardiff looking very strong indeed.
Yeah, doing what we've come to expect from young Fraser Brunton. Who else has made good progress through the field, is having a good run? I can see Lancaster A are up in the top 15. New to this level, new to the mains championship this year, seed number 118 from a year ago. There's a good battle going on here coming down from Spoon. This is the number 36 of Swansea A. More Welsh representation here on home turf.
And we have Cardiff setting the fastest lap of the race. They're now into the 1 minute 3, so the track might be getting a little bit more comfortable out there. The driver's probably feeling more comfortable as well, and he's made a very important breakaway from Bath there. That gap now standing at about a second. If you can keep that gap keep building it up, that will be looking more and more comfortable for him by the lap. I want to mention Warwick, looking to be relatively comfortable out there as well, currently running in P3. Don't have too much to worry about in terms of karts behind, about 3 seconds based on where they are on circuit, but about 6 seconds into the kart up in front. So almost in no man's land, but in good position in this race.
Yeah, doing what they need to do to get some points on the board. Not good news for Manchester A though. They got the race win in the last race, but it's going to be an ABC bumper pass penalty. So definitely no 60 points in this one. Anyway, they're down in 12th place at the moment. That's not where they want to be.
No, the Liverpool boys as well not having a brilliant race either, down in 26th for Liverpool A, currently battling it out with Cambridge in 27th. Track limits for Birmingham A, they're running in 10th in a battle at the moment with Brighton. So they want to make sure that they keep the nose clean, don't carry don't take home too many warnings. They want to score some decent points here.
I've got to say, I'm impressed with Bath A's performance at the moment, Reeve, because there was part of me that thought, yeah, Fraser Brunson's going to come through here for Cardiff A and then romp off into the distance. That hasn't been the case at the moment. Bath A are holding themselves in there and keeping Cardiff honest. This is what Bath need if they're going to get on the podium for the round.
No, it's what we talked about before. We were talking about getting the car in front to do all the legwork for you. Bath now have a reference point in the form of Cardiff. They're able to watch the number 6 car maybe make those very small mistakes heading through certain corners, and they're able to echo any of the good lines that they've taken, able to bridge that gap as they have done so now. There's only a 10th separating them at this point, and we could be in for quite the battle for the lead once again.
Less than 12 minutes to go. Properly into the second half of this race now. There's the number 36 of Swansea A. This is with York A behind them and Bristol A.
As we've gone on board with the leaders now as they head through the first corner. The gap a little bit bigger this time around. Actually, have we got
I think that was Birmingham A looking a bit further back into 11th position. Contacts warning for Brighton A, the number 42. Loughborough A have got past, I think it's Brighton A lost 3 positions on that last lap to Loughborough, Manchester and Birmingham, all of their A teams. Down the inside, Fraser Brunson working past the traffic, the number 25.
All that traffic has not helped Bath out at all there, as he's lost a good few tenths as a result of that traffic there.
Yeah, but Bath recovering strongly.
As we head on to the start-finish straight there, it looks to be Bath had actually quite a good run through that final corner where it was all undone a few laps ago. He seems to have made a decent headway into that gap between him and Cardiff once again as we head into turn 3. Can you think about moving? No, he's a little bit too far back and well defended. The inside line there, turn 3 really were. The conditions seem to be at their worst, so they're probably playing it safe, deciding to not throw away P1 and P2 and battle it out there.
And I think if you're in Bath's situation here, there's going to be opportunities. There are going to be more back markers that you catch. You don't necessarily need to throw one down the inside here at the moment. You can just bide your time. 10 minutes to go. There's a lot that can happen between now and the checkered flag. It's again a very mature drive that's being put in by Bath A at the moment.
Oh dear, as a little bit of oversteer for Cardiff there as they tried to find their way past the traffic. They weren't able to do so. The 2 leaders making their way through nicely as we head into Sector 3. In fact, as we head towards the end of the lap, rather. And yes, so still managing the pace very well indeed, these 2 leaders, as we start another lap once again.
Yep, heading up the hill. I do believe it's Axel Slijepcevic driving for Bath at the moment. The reason why I say I believe is normally Bath have one driver with a white helmet, but because it started raining, some drivers get out their wet weather helmets and confuse me greatly. So hopefully it's Axel, but you know, he's doing a really good job at the moment. These are 2 drivers, if that is the case, that know each other very well. I've seen them race each other outside of the BUKC as well many times. 9 minutes in this one to go, comfortably out front ahead of Warwick A, with a bit of traffic for Cardiff A to deal with, and Fraser's getting into that good rhythm now, using that turn. Oh, down the inside, the back marker had a nibble there, and that was a little bit unnecessary. I think it was the number 30 going for a move there. If it was, that was Cardiff B. Let's have a look if it was the number 30. Oh no, sorry, apologies. It was the 39. So Cardiff B's blushes are saved, but yeah, I don't really think that one was ever on for the number 39. And yeah, a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment I can imagine for Fraser Brunton, but he'll have felt that little touch on the rear right.
Yes, the kart
Manchester B nearly taking out the leader of the race there, but managing to get away with it.
Clearly hasn't affected him too much, because now that gap stands at about 1 second. Has Bath's charge to the lead unfortunately come to a bit of an end? Are they no longer able to keep that pace up? It is quite the mental challenge, if not the physical challenge as well, to keep a car on track and to fight for the lead of the race in these conditions.
If you're enjoying the stream, to make sure that you've clicked that like button. I know we've had a couple of technical issues so far in the early part of this morning. Apologies for those.
It wasn't the microphone, I was just shy.
But no, if you are enjoying the coverage, do make sure that you've clicked that like button if you're new around here as well. Why not subscribe to Alpha Live? Hello to John Ratcliffe, who was with us at PFI and at Bookmore Park earlier in the season. He says, do you really think that Cardiff do any sort of training, Andrew? Well, a little bit. Standards to be kept, of course.
It'd be a shame not to if you've got Landau on your doorstep.
Yeah, but no, Fraser Brunton really starting to turn the screw now. He just feels like he's relaxed a bit more. Now he's got that gap to Bathe of about 1.5 seconds. Can be a bit more clinical with these overtakes on the back mark as he is asserting his authority on the race. To Natasha Powell, who's cheering on Reading A. Reading A doing a good job at the moment, 7th place for them, ahead of Exeter A. But Exeter A, I still think it's very much advantaged them in terms of the championship picture here today at GYG and what they're doing in this round. They've got more opportunities to gain points later on as well. Bath A set the new fastest lap of the race. Good response from Bath A there. 63.571 that last lap time. The lead is back down to less than 4/10.
Cardiff not being allowed, not allowed to breathe easy at all at any point in this race. They haven't enjoyed a gap larger than 1 second. One small error in these conditions, and that is the race lead completely undone. So they've got to have their wits about them. Warwick A maintaining the pace very well indeed. 10 seconds off the lead, but quite comfortably, I'd say, clear of the rest of the mid-pack. In fact, some of the mid-pack, as we saw, if we have a look briefly on what we can see on our time screen, they seem to be running quite close indeed,
yeah,
even in these conditions. It's a great drive.
Super fight from 10th downwards almost. Loughborough have just broken away from that gap. But Birmingham A, Brighton A, very close together. Here's Jensen Brown racing for Exeter A, very experienced driver in the BUKC. It sometimes, I think, goes a little bit understated in the Exeter effort, but has been around for a good couple of years now and is very quick, very solid every time I see him race, and he's, again, doing that hard work. It's been a real team effort from Exeter so far this season.
Bath right on the tail of Cardiff A now. Really putting the hammer down at the late stages in the race. Maybe as we approach the final few laps, this is the point in which the drivers start to think, you know what, this race lead might be worth throwing everything away for. It's now or never, really. I'm going to get this overtake done at this point, and it seems to be that Bath have been able to find their way past Cardiff. If we have a look on there.
Yeah, the predictor is saying that they're going to be at least been very, very close. Can Fraser Brunton soak up this pressure? We've seen him do it many times before. You can see the number 13 there of Birmingham A in that battle that we were talking about. I think this is back towards the front of the order, side by side between Brunton and Slijepcevic as they go up the straight towards Spoon Curve, and Brunton has just about got ahead but has drifted out wide there. Yeah, this could be the opportunity for Bath A to go down the inside and get things done as they come back down the hill, and they have done. So Bath A back ahead, but here come Cardiff once again fighting back. A little bit of contact between the two of them.
Oh, bouncing over the curb there. I'm surprised that the kart was able to stay facing the correct direction, but it was able to keep it. There it goes, unfortunately, for Cardiff. Bath up into the lead of this race. I think what cost him there was the defence heading into turn 3. It made the car a little bit uneasy, and it cost him up the inside. Fantastic move.
Somehow Fraser Brunson found a bit of grip and just drifted round the outside of Bath A there. So, well, the lap chart will show that absolutely nothing happened on that lap. But Fraser Brunson fighting back 3¼ minutes. What do we reckon? I think there's going to be 3 more laps, isn't there? Yeah, there's going to be 3 more laps for the drivers. And we've got a brilliant duel at the front of this order between Cardiff A and Bath A. Bath A looking down the inside once again into Spoon. Cardiff A closing it off. Cone penalty to report for Loughborough A. They're currently in 10th position. Down the hill once again. So easy to get your braking wrong as you go through the carousel. Brunson running in maybe a touch wide. Bath A trying to get alongside. Brunson will have the advantage for Cardiff A on the next corner. This is a super race here in race 4.
They are trading paint as they head through those double apexes there, finding grip where there is none to be found really on this circuit. But Cardiff just about holding on to the lead of this race. They are, as we switch through the S's there, they are trading positions through every corner. Fantastic drive.
At least 1 contact. Well, no, I think it's 2. So, right, Bath A now need to be careful now, because that's 2 of your 3 warnings before a penalty that Bath have used now. 2 minutes to go here at GYG. Fraser Brunson trying to close out another victory here in a Club 100 kart, this time for Cardiff A in the BUKC. But Axel Slijepcevic is giving it everything here for Bath A, the number 25, to get 60 points on the board for them. New fastest lap of the race has just come in from Nottingham Trent A, 63.521, but they're not part of the picture at the front of the field. They're currently in 6th place, a bit of a lonely 6th place. This is where the part of the course reef where Brunton is strong, down through these tight and twisty parts of the circuit, but he's run a little bit deep there, could be compromised. Is this going to be an opportunity for Bath A to get through? No, well recovered by Cardiff A.
I think it's going to be make or break on the exit of the final corner here. Really, there's a small look up at the inside there for the number 25 car. Is this the final move between them? I doubt it, but that is a fantastic effort from Bath.
And we might get another lap here, because they came over with 65 seconds on the clock. The time has dropped down again to like 63, 64 second lap times. How do you play this if you are Bath A? There was a bit of a touch there, but I think Cardiff made the gesture to say, no, carry on. I'm not going to go through there, because that could have been judged as an ABC. Do you try and absolutely park it if you're Bath A to run out the rest of this time? It's going to be very close as to whether we get a 23rd lap in this race or not.
It will be indeed. It's all about switchbacks at this stage. They are pretty much side by side through every tight bend. But it just went that a little bit better on the exit, that final corner. I think it's going to be very close indeed. Once again, as was the contact between the leader and some traffic there.
Yeah, and it's the Cardiff B kart. It's the Cardiff B number 30. Is Cardiff A going to go down the inside? Yes, they are. They're going to park it on the apex. Is the time going to run out? 3, 2, 1. No, we keep going. We keep going, but the Cardiff B kart getting involved there and enables their A kart to retake the position. Gamesmanship, Reeve, but I think that was probably borderline okay.
Yes, that might be cause to phone up Gunter Steiner. I think that will not be a happy paddock to be in if you're on the Cardiff team at this point in time. I'm sure. I'm sorry, if you're on the Bath team at this point. No, Cardiff team. Pardon me. I'm getting all messed up in all of the excitement here. But yeah, it's been great. That traffic really not helping out there.
So here we go into the last couple of corners again. There is another back marker in there that they might catch before the end of this lap. This definitely is the last lap this time. The traffic is going to get in the way of Cardiff A. Is these drivers going to repay the favour back to Bath, climbing over the curbs down the inside? It's going to be into the last corner. Are Cardiff A going to take a victory in Wales? They're squirming over the line. They get it by 0.1 of a second, which in these conditions was less than a kart length. What a race. Cardiff A take the win, Bath A second, Warwick A third. Good result for them. UEA A in fourth, but I think they're ineligible in this particular race. Brooks D fifth. This was the crucial moment, though. Cardiff B, they are allowed to do this. Getting in the way. There was a gap down the inside there for Cardiff A. They went for it and they got the win.
Yeah, that was very close to the wire indeed, but fantastic effort from both of those leaders to bring it home in the position that they did and bring it home safely as well, given that they were so close for so long in this race. So it is, of course, Cardiff who takes the win. Bath will be P2, Warwick A P3, UEA P4, Oxford Brooks D in P5. Then we have Nottingham Trent A P6, Reading in P7, Exeter P8, Manchester P9. Loughborough P10, Coventry P11, Birmingham P12, Coventry A P13 and Brighton A P14.
Good stuff. I think we are good to head down to Piers Pryor, who's on the grid.
A slightly different looking race that time with the first wet race of the day. An excellent drive from Cardiff and Fraser Brunton taking the win on the second last lap. A great race throughout. Also, an interesting storyline there as Exeter not having the strongest race. Let's see if we can grab a word with our race winners. Fraser for Cardiff, and also we have Axel, I believe, racing. Yeah, Axel for Bath. That was an excellent race. Came down literally to the last couple of laps, didn't it? Do you want to talk to us about the conditions of the race? You've had a good race through?
Yeah, it was really wet. I was starting 12th, and I think Axel, were you on pole? Yeah, so I think he got an early gap, and I just had to catch it. And I think once I got in front, he kind of followed my lines and knew what was going on. So, and then he did put up a challenge.
Yeah, let's just get out of the way of the guys fueling the car so they can get on with their job. Axel, that was an excellent start you had there. By about there, you had about a 10 kart length gap. How'd you do that?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people didn't really know how much grip there was, so you just kind of, when you're in the lead, you can kind of pick your line and you can just take the one, and everyone else has to kind of squabble, so you just end up driving away. And
the decisive move on the second last lap into the last corner came from a long way back, but managed to get it done.
Yeah, I didn't even realise it was that close to the end. Did you see the last lap board?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I didn't really see it, so I was so focused on defending and trying to overtake him and everything. And the back markers came right at the end as well.
Yeah,
which,
the back markers played a massive role. So the back markers are holding people up. So someone pulled the gap and then it got back together again, and everyone still had a chance. So.
Part of the fun of the big grid of the BUKC. Fraser, of course, another win after your terrible race at PFI, finishing only in, was it 5th or 6th?
Third.
Third. Oh, it was third in the end.
Yeah.
Wrong. Anyway, I'm going to move on. Great to chat to you. Well done, Fraser. So top 3 in every single race this season. Of course, one of the best drivers in the BUKC, which is why also Cardiff are doing so well this year, along with his teammates. Let's grab a word with Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex.
Hello.
Mr. Alex, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah.
You're about to go out in this one, correct?
I am, yes.
It's a little damp out here.
It is a little bit. I've never raced these karts in, obviously in the wet, full stop, let alone with slick tyres on, but we'll see. We did all right in the Buckmore Park event, so yeah.
Remind us who you drive for and what number you are.
I'm Cardiff A and 06.
Oh, of course, because you're literally following on from Fraser in that last one. Fraser, of course, taking the win, so pretty good. You've had a pretty strong season this year. What about your chances in this race? You got experience here or no?
I've raced here a couple of times. I've had a few events here. I've had some good results, some not so good results. But looking at the rest of the fleet, I think as long as we keep on the black stuff, we should be fine.
Keeping on the black stuff will be the order of the day, and that's probably going to be quite tricky, I would imagine. So good luck with that. Managed to grab 2 Cardiff drivers by accident, so let's see if we can grab a different team. I'm going to wander backwards down through the grid. GYG, the circuit is actually very slippery in the wet. Some circuits naturally have more grip when it rains, others are notoriously slippery, like PFI is very slippery, but more slippery, but as you get to some places, you've got a lot more grip. Clay Pigeon always springs to mind. Let's grab a word with someone. Let's grab a word with a fan. Hello.
Hi.
Who are you here supporting?
My boyfriend, Rich.
Is this Rich?
Yeah.
Rich, good to have the support with you today.
Yeah, it's very good.
And do they, having all the fans, of course, cheering your name, does that help you, spur you on?
Yeah, it gives me the driving spirit to carry on. So.
Of course, the massive crowd we have here at the BUKC, it's pretty intense with all the pressure. How do you deal with the pressure leading up to the races?
I just ignore it and just drive my own race and
come out on top, hopefully.
Come out on top, well, you hopefully will do. Number 8, who are you racing for?
Oxford Brooks.
Which team?
B.
Oxford Brooks B. Obviously, Angus had a good race for you earlier on. Is he an eligible driver this round?
No, he's a grad.
Okay, so he's a grad, so that means that you've only got 3 scoring drivers this race?
I think so. Don't know.
You don't know, you're just going to go out and drive?
I'm just driving.
And you've driven here before, I believe?
Yeah, quite a few times.
Quite a few times, so yeah, getting to the front will be easy, surely.
Hopefully.
We'll see. We'll see how Oxford Brooks B get on in this race. Okay, moving on down the grid. It's still very much raining. It's still very much cold. Oh, what is? Let's have a look. Let's have a word. I'm intrigued with the suit. Let's just give us a 180 degrees. What is this? What's that for?
So it folds in on itself. As a uni student, it needs to be portable and easy, so it folds in on itself, and then I carry it around. So that's like a little handle as well.
I wondered if it was a like a lead pocket or something.
No. I don't need any. Got everything down here.
Plenty of power underneath that weight suit.
I hope so.
Anyway, good luck. We might need it in this one. It's going to be Sketcheroony. Let's head towards the back of the grid again. We've had some good conversations at the back of the grid today. Do you want to, Ben, your mates are telling me to have a word with you. Ben Boros, of course, racing number 13. Which team are you? Remind us. Birmingham A. Let's get out of the way of the fuel guys so they can get on with their job. Ben, you've driven Club 100 karts here before. You must have done.
It was like first year, so 3 years ago.
Yeah, that was it was much nicer weather then.
I think so. I don't think I've driven here in the wet yet, but...
No, I don't actually know. Is there a wet line around here? I don't know.
Don't know. We'll find out in the first 3 laps of practice.
You will, I'm sure. Hasn't been going for you this season. You've had some ups and downs races.
I think as a team we're okay. We're 7th in the championship and 10 points off 3rd, so we're still in it, but we've had a few bad results here and there, so just got to try stay consistent, get some good results.
Staying consistent is of course the order of the day, and you are starting fairly far down. You must be about 25th place. Have you got an action plan?
Keep it on the track.
That seems to be what everyone is saying, keep it on the track. And this is your kart? No, that's your kart. Yeah, there's a lot of muddy karts kicking around. It seems like it's a long way back onto the circuit, so hopefully we will keep it on the track.
Hopefully, yeah, that's the plan.
Hopefully, right. Good luck, Ben. Hopefully that goes well for you. Let's go and have a chat with. Before you take a seat, my friend, let's have a word. I've got a very, very colourful helmet. I'm liking it. Talk to us. Who are you? Who are you racing for? What's your plan for the race? And what did you have for breakfast?
Ryan, Brighton A, Mackie's breakfast.
No, whoa, go on. Talk to us through your choice, your selection.
Oh, breakfast roll with a hash brown and a toffee latte.
And a
toffee latte.
Toffee latte.
Yeah, currently there.
Getting the sugar levels up early in the morning.
So yeah,
of course. And what do you reckon on the menu for lunch? What are you feeling?
Probably breakfast deal at the cafe.
Breakfast deal again, so double breakfast.
Obviously, gotta have it.
And then, if you win this race, how would you celebrate this evening? What are we having for dinner?
Probably rattler and a curry.
A rattler?
Yeah.
What's a rattler?
Cornish cider.
Oh, a rattler beer. Sorry,
yeah.
and a curry. Nice.
Obviously.
Anyway, let's hope that you can get that rattlers down you later on. Of course, no drinking and driving after the race only. Oh yeah, we forgot to ask. Who are you racing for? 42. Sorry, we forgot to ask. Who are you racing for?
Brighton A.
Brighton A in this one. So keep an eye out for Brighton A. There'll be rattlers all round if that goes well. And then let's slide on in here. Let's go a word with you and your friend. So, have you been out yet, or are you going out later?
I was out in the 2 races back.
2 races back. Did it go well for you? That face says. That face. Yeah.
First start was amazing, but the false start, I got on the outside on a bit of grease and span. So, but pulled back.
Sometimes we learn from our mistakes more than we do from our successes.
True.
And what mistakes have you made this year that you're going to learn from and hopefully put to good use in this race?
Too many, to be honest. Just keeping it clean. That's what I've been doing so far, and looking forward to being out in the wet. It's quite fun. Looking forward to driving around this track for the first time, and got my teammate behind me as well. So
to spur you on.
Yeah. So hopefully he can push me forward, and 1-2's on the board, I'm sure.
Sorry, say that again.
1-2 is on the board, I'm sure.
Because it looks like we've got X to B. Your X to B. That X to A behind you.
Yeah. No. Exactly. So we're hoping for another successful day. It's going okay so far, but. Yeah, no, just excited to get out there. Hi to my dad who's watching as well.
Hi to your dad. What's your name and what's your dad's name?
My name's George and my dad's Jeremy. So he's
Jeremy, hope you're enjoying the stream. Give us a like, yeah? And while you're down there, just make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live channel because we have loads of motorsport events that we, of course, live stream. George, Exeter have been doing very well this season. Do you get any coaching from the A team?
Oh, they're brilliant, yeah. I mean, we've got obviously one of the best teams on the grid. You know, we've got Max, Jensen, Sam, Ethan, they're all insane drivers. And having not driven here before, the track guide this morning was quite helpful.
Let's give the listeners at home a bit of a, put them in your shoes. What are they saying to you? Like, brake here, turn here, or are they just giving you an overall idea?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going around the track. They point out the different, you show the braking zones, you show, often the curbs are quite different on different corners. You get tall curves, you get smaller curbs. It's just deciding whether to run them or not. And yeah, they've been really helpful for getting the advice. So.
Well, that's great. I think you better put your fuel cap on, otherwise you might get some wet legs. Ethan, we're going to have to chat to you very quickly because we're going in a sec. Yep. Where are you going to finish in this race, mate?
Absolutely no idea. I've never driven the track.
Give me a number.
13th.
13th. We'll see if that comes true. 13th will be pretty good for you, right?
I'll take it.
He'll take it. He'll take it. Andrew Reeve, over to you in the comms box. We've got 2 extra drivers at the back for everything to go.
Thank you very much, Piers. Welcome back to live commentary here at GYG. Let's have a look at the grid for the 5th and penultimate race of mains round 5. Swansea A have pole position on home soil. Leicester A alongside them on the front row. UClan B and Southampton A on row 2. Leeds A and Cardiff A on row 3. Then we find Coventry B and UCL on the 4th row of the grid. Surrey A and Cambridge A complete the top 10. Bath B and Manchester A on row number 6. Brooks E and Brooks A on the 7th row of the grid. Remember, Brooks E are ineligible throughout today. Loughborough D and Edinburgh A on row 8. Brooks D, also ineligible, are alongside Reading A on row 9. Brooks B and Loughborough C are on row 10. Sheffield A and Derby A on row 11. Liverpool A and Birmingham A on row 12. And then we find Cardiff B and Coventry A, former champions there, on row 13. Brunel A and Brighton A on row 14. Loughborough A and Manchester B on row 15. Exeter B and Trent A on row 16. Exeter A, this is there from the back race, on row 17 alongside Loughborough B, and Brooks C complete the 35 karts field. Persistent rain out there, Reeve. This could be in for the day now. It's not heavy, but as I say, it is persistent, and it's going to keep this track very slippery, very tricky for the drivers.
Yes, of course. Those breaks we have between the races make the track take it straight back to slippy conditions that the drivers are going to have to negotiate with. And of course, the karts cooling down in the interval as well. So drivers will be looking to try and keep the nose clean the first few laps. We're seeing less spins on the practice laps than what we saw in the previous race, which is good to see. So we should have the order staying relatively as we expected to heading into the race.
I have a bit of news actually. These are provisional, but I've just been putting some of Reading A's results into
the spreadsheet
of doom. To which I'm declaring Reading A cannot win this round. That means it has got very straightforward for Exeter A now. It doesn't matter what anybody else does. If they finish 3rd in the round here in round 5 and 3rd again at least in round 6, they are champions. So once again, unfortunately for their competitors, they've dropped points. The door is really open now for Exeter A to try and wrap up this championship here today.
We have some issues there for, I can't quite see what car that is yet, but they'll be tumbling down the order. Looks to be our first spin of practice in Louet for this race, which is good to see. But yes, Reading in a very good position indeed.
So if you're just joining us, don't worry, you're not missing any racing action at the moment. These are the free practice laps that the drivers have. Because for all of these drivers, this will be their first run out on circuit here today. They won't have this
Look
later
at that
on.
tyre warm up down the start finish straight. That was exuberant.
They won't have this in round 6, which will be a repeat of the same racing schedule of 25-minute races. One driver taking each race, each team racing in 4 of these 6 races within the round. The grid now forming up. Ahead of this penultimate race, teams will be looking to get some more points on the board. move themselves up through the order and give themselves an opportunity to, whether it be an overall win or a class win, get themselves in a position where they can attack the last race when they're competing in it in around half an hour's time. But before we get to that stage, we've got this 5th race of round 5 up ahead of us, and should be a good one, Reeve.
Yes, the drivers now will be a little bit more familiar with the conditions that they are negotiating, but still I imagine it will be action-packed, as there's actually some contact there, someone spinning around there. It goes to show just how tricky the conditions are. I think that was just that small bit of contact upset the back end of the kart, and unfortunately for him, he is tumbling back down the order as we are still, of course, getting ready to start the race behind the pace kart. Drivers very eager indeed, as they are doing anything and everything to try and get some temperature into those tyres. Slicks in the wet are always going to be a challenge, and it takes them a little bit longer to warm up, especially when you've got a cold, wet track.
Yeah, and the problem as well, when you spin, you don't just lose a lot of time, but you lose that temperature as well, so you're back to square one, almost. The grid pretty much formed up now. Hopefully we'll be good to go. See Ami Jurga there, and number 16 for Sheffield A just getting into position. A couple of the drivers towards the back, and very much see that rain suits are the order of the day now, but I was hearing from yourself, Reeve, there's been a bit of a problem for Liverpool on that front.
Yes, quite simply, they don't have them, according to a member of our team. So they've got some nice, lovely new suits as well. They will be in less than ideal condition.
I hope they're machine washable. Anyway, let's get ready for race number 5. Away we go. Good start for the front of the field. Swansea A take advantage from pole position. Leicester A have had some good results so far this season. We'll be looking for another one here with the advantage of the front row start. Good speed at the front of the field, quite strung out at the front of the order. That will be good for those in the middle, because it should mean it's a bit easier as they go through Spoon Curve. And I think for the first time today we can say no spinners as spoke too soon. It wasn't on the entry to Spoon Curve this time, it was on the exit. So a couple of spinners there which will identify the end of lap 1. But that was a good start once again for one of our Welsh universities. Swansea A lead.
Yes, and by quite a comfortable margin as well. Leicester and Southampton kind of fronting up that mid-pack battle going on between Leicester, Southampton, Cardiff and UCLan. They are effectively in a 4-way battle for P2, so that's going to be very interesting to watch indeed, and Swansea is thanking them for that, because they're able to just walk away at a nice comfortable pace and don't have to stress themselves out too much about trying to set ultimate lap times in these conditions. There's actually a bit of bumper cars going on there, as kart number 6 Cardiff A did very well to keep a hold of it there, keep the car facing in the right direction. Has lost positions as a result, but is quite happy to be carrying on. I am sure that was looking a bit hairy at one point as we head into turn 3. Number 33 there, Surrey A, looking a little bit uncomfortable. The front end not quite behaving as he would have expected, and did a very good job to keep hold of it there.
Yeah, Cardiff own a proper adventure out there so far today. Did very well to keep hold of that one. Imagine it's Surrey A going to have to come to the pits. I'm seeing a message on my screen.
Yeah, it just says black flag and then says that they've done a lot of things wrong.
A lot of bad things, so they're going to have to come in.
Some re-education will be occurring.
Yeah. Spinner towards the back, I think, was Manchester B. They've come back round, but they're 30 seconds off the overall lead, so that's not good news at all for Manchester B and team number 39.
Swansea have had a very encouraging start to this race. 2.8 seconds already. They are effectively a couple of corners ahead of everyone else. UCLA getting past Leicester. Leicester having some issues. Leicester tumbling down the order on that previous lap. UCLA now catching up to Southampton, leaving the mid-pack behind somewhat. And it will be a battle between Southampton and UCL for P2 then. That gap between Swansea and Southampton now 4 seconds. Who is in that Swansea car? Because they clearly are a bit of a wet weather maestro. They are running rather nicely into the 1:05. Someone is off there. Who is that?
It's a Clubman kart. It may be Manchester B again, because the number 39 hasn't come around to complete its second lap now.
A race to forget for Manchester B this time out. Meanwhile, between number 20, there is Manchester getting back on track, trying to rejoin in a safe manner. They did roll back ever so slightly, so let's see if they get picked up on that one. Contact warning for Oxford Brooks there. Oxford Brooks 8, the number 1 kart, embroiled in a bit of a battle for P4 there, so perhaps no surprise there. Oxford now into P4 actually as they start the next lap. 5 seconds now between UCLA and Swansea out in front as we have a penalty for Manchester A coming in. That is 3 contact penalties for Manchester A now.
Yeah, and that's pretty quick to be gathering those. Less than 5 minutes of the clock gone by on this one, so that's not good news for Manchester. Bit of a blow to their hopes of trying to win this round now, and they've also just picked up a cone penalty, so the Manchester A driver needing to just calm it down at the moment. Being a bit too aggressive out there.
A race to forget for the Manchester team, that is for sure. If you are the BUKC captain of the Loughborough team, you are probably biting your nails at this point in time. They are very close together indeed. Be great for some promo shots though, if the marketing guys want to get some pictures for the social media, that'd be cracking. As we have another contact warning for Oxford Brooks A then in a battle at the moment for third with Southampton A, as UCL has been able to break away somewhat in a bit of no man's land at the moment. Catching up to Swansea A though with a fantastic lap that time round. He's taking the fastest lap of the race. And that was a 1:04.2 for UCLA by quite some margin, the fastest lap we've seen so far. Swansea currently lapping in the 1:05 region. So good pace at the moment. And then it's a black flag for Manchester B. In fact, is that another black flag for Manchester B? That is
no, that's the separate team. So as a squad, the Manchester team are falling apart here at the moment.
As we see then, there's a bit of a battle forming up between Leicester A and Loughborough C for P8 at the moment. They're running together very closely indeed. Likewise as well, down in 24th and 25th, Bath B and Exeter B, just a couple of tenths apart. So everyone seems to be pairing up in this race, it seems. That seems to be the mode of operation for this penultimate race in round 5. It's find a partner and enjoy some battling with them in the wet as the track limit warning comes in for one of those counts that we've just been talking about.
It's a very hard circuit, this, to traverse it on your own, I find. So yeah, it's good play by a lot of drivers here, playing the long game, I think, at the moment in this race, because there is a lot of time on the clock.
Number 1, Oxford Brooks A, looking a little bit
another black flag for Manchester B, this time being an unsafe re-entry to the circuit. Yeah, this is not... sorry, no, that was a repeat showing of the original black flag, but yeah, I think there's going to be some words going in towards the Manchester squad for some of their conduct at the moment out there on circuit.
Oxford Brooks working their way through this race nicely now. The number 1 car, Oxford Brooks A, in P3 with a spot on podium as things stand at the moment. They're hoping to close up that gap to UCL. UCL very much preoccupied with closing that gap to Swansea, as Loughborough C get an advantage by contact penalty, which is not ideal. They're currently running in 8th, so they'll be tumbling down the order as a result of that. That helps out the Coventry team quite nicely. They're running in 9th and 10th and will find themselves promoted if they stay where they are at the moment.
Let's talk about Southampton again. Southampton at the moment have the most points already acquired. They've scored 166. They could score max possible 172. What they are trying to do at the moment, we're looking out for the number 23 in this battle right now that could be as good as 4th, is knock out their 7th place that they got in the second race of the day. So if they can finish 6th or higher, which is where they are now, they will further improve their score. And I'm looking at the number of teams that could beat it as well. Manchester A are one of those, but they're really not doing their chances any good in this particular scenario. Good battle going on here. I think is that Trent A looking for a move. It's the number 23 on the outside of Southampton A, so they've lost a spot there to Brooks E. Not a complete disaster. Still a long way to go in this one. Should mention though, Brooks E, of course, are ineligible, so scratch them from the records. That's actually quite a good kart, I think, to be behind if you're Southampton A, because you can, again, let the Brooks E kart do a lot of the hard work. in this scenario. Let's have a look at some of the others. So Liverpool B theoretically could beat Southampton Score, but they're not in this race. Likewise for Warwick A and Coventry C. Brooks A obviously running up in third place. They're putting in a good score here, so they could take the clubhouse lead. This is their last race as well, so let's keep an eye out for Brooks A. There's the number 7 of Dante Dillon, and Nottingham Trent A.
We did have a battle for fourth over the past previous laps, however. Birmingham has put a stop to that. They found their way up into fourth and have broken away from Cardiff now. They've been about a second lap quicker over the past couple of laps, so they're running rather nicely in this race. Let's see if they can catch up to Oxford and UCL further ahead.
Looking further down the spreadsheet, we all love, there's actually a whole plethora of teams that mathematically could beat Southampton Score. Really, we tend to see anything in the 170s out of a possible 180 is what gets you onto the overall podium.
We're starting to see now, as the karts finally come up to temperature and the drivers get that confidence back on track, they're starting to see the times tumbling down. Now Oxford Brooks A into the 1:03 region. We were high 1:01s, low 1:02s at our best point in the previous race. So let's see what Oxford can do in their attempt to catch up to UCL, of course, previous fastest lap holders. Oxford Brooks were on board now in that number 1 car. Very, very vibrant wetsuit there for Oxford. Very easy to spot them out on track.
This has been the kind of day that I think lends itself towards Oxford Brooks A. This is where experience is really, really crucial, of knowing how to deal with these conditions, because it's not like a lot of other karting events when it's not like a lot of owner racing, for example, where you've got a treaded tyre that you can stick on the kart, and if you burn it up, you burn it up. That's not a thing here. It is all about knowing how these tyres and how these karts react, which if you've done this for a few seasons, you'll have that in your locker. And that's what we're seeing today from Oxford Brooks, closing in, or trying to close in now on UCLA. Bumping past penalty for Coventry B.
We have also just seen Offert's visor penalty, so clearly a few, whether that be visor left up or that could be an incorrect visor for the conditions. They're not, the marshals feel like they are not, they're not getting enough.
More likely, I think, to be a visor open at this stage, but probably because the driver hasn't got the right visor on and they've gone, well, I'll just open it so I can see. That is not a wise thing to do.
Contact warning for the non-existent kart there.
Yes. But no, this has been a super drive so far from Oxford Brooks A. They've closed in that gap now of, what was it, around 1.5 seconds to UCLA. At this current rate, you can see this second place changing pretty soon. New fastest lap of the race, as expected from Oxford Brooks A. 1 minute 3.694.
Indeed, let's see how UCL responds, how they respond to that charge from behind, of course. Oh, a little bit uncomfortable for both drivers, actually, as we head through turn 3 there, but it seems to have been able to keep a hold of it. It's one thing to catch up, it's another thing to pass, and especially in these conditions, you want to make sure that you're making a nice, confident and safe pass here, otherwise you'll both find yourself shortly tumbling down the order. A little bit of oversteer creeping in for Oxford Brooks there, and they've dropped back ever so slightly. So UCL defending well at this stage.
Yeah, doing a good job using the track to their advantage. One of the often interesting things in these conditions is seeing how drivers use those different lines, experiment a bit more to try and find the grip out there. And these do need to keep working together though, because there's 13 minutes on the clock. The gap to Swansea ahead is around 4 seconds, and 1 minute 5. Yeah, they've just all dropped down into the 1 minute 5s now. That could be track conditions. At the same time, UCL and Brooks A shouldn't have given up on it. It's not to say that they have given up on the race win at this stage, but they can close that gap down. Off down at the carousel corner.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, that's one way of getting the kart back on circuit.
Yes, and as you were saying, it's obviously this battling will be slowing them down, though, so it's like it begs into question if they do decide to just work together, they will have a pace advantage over Swansea.
I think that was Cardiff A who were off there, because Cardiff A are tumbling down the order a long, long way. The number 6, they were up in the top 10 and have still not come over the line, so yeah, not good news once again. Another example of teams that are not called X to A,
they win a race and then have an absolute disaster the very following race. And now Cardiff A come over the line. They lost 36 seconds there, did Cardiff A, and they're down into 28th position now at the inside. Brooks A going for second place, and are going to have a good run here.
Traffic to negotiate for UCL as well, so this is working to his favour, or is it? Actually, the Traffic able to break away somewhat, has the inside line there, but gets a little bit messy. They are still side by side as we exit the corner.
Yeah, should have the inside though for Spoon, and Brooks A do indeed pop it up into second place. This is a very, very good round for Brooks A. They are constructing a score here that is going to be very hard to beat, even though they've had a 32nd. Matthew Taylor had a lot of bad luck in race number 2. They've got second, third, and a potential second here on the cards. That would be a pretty good score. I think that would guarantee you a spot in the top 3, and maybe enough as well, because we haven't seen an absolutely dominant team yet in terms of there's a race win, there's another race win, there's a 5th place. We haven't seen that from anyone today. We won't be able to call it, I think, in this race, but this could be Oxford Brooks A heading back to the top of the round score charts in the BUKC.
Yes, I think that's down to a couple of factors. I think maybe people not quite, maybe field isn't fully confident. Ooh, who is that off there?
That's going to be a Clubman kart with a red plate. Can't see the number of the red plate. But yeah, it's Carousel that seems to be the corner that's catching a lot of drivers out now as they cascade down the hill.
Yeah, they've learned the lesson at Spoon, and now Carousel is the next to catch them out. But whether it be people not entirely confident with GYG just yet, or it's just the changing conditions as well, the track being ever so slightly different each time the all 4 wheels hit the tarmac. It's certainly not easy out there today.
Nope, not at all. Let's check in with some of our key championship teams, because there's more things going on that we need to report. Reading A, it is just slipping away. The chances for them to overhaul Exeter, they're in 21st position in this race, and we've talked about how they've already used up one of their kind of get out of jail free card within this round. So even though I don't think Exeter are necessarily hitting that 3rd place in the round target that we gave them at the start of the day, I don't think they even need to. I think they're going to extend their championship lead again here with the performances across the field. Good move there by Loughborough C down the inside of Southampton A. That was for 8th place through turn number 1. Talking about Exeter A, I'd say they're not winning races. They're not being as exemplary, shall we say, in an individual race performance that we saw early in the season, but they don't need to be. They are constantly in the top 10, as off there is the number 10 going for another spin. That's one of our Prem karts. I'm going to be looking down towards the bottom of the order to confirm that it is indeed Oxford Brooks C who've had that spin. But there they are, the number 2. Josh Craft at the wheel for them at the moment. They're just, it's been this consistency that they've had throughout 2023 that once again is serving them well here today at GYG.
Yes, they've really shone in the ways that they've been able to work their way through the field. Likewise in this race, Nottingham Trent A actually currently holding the fastest lap of the race. They've broken away from the mid-pack somewhat. They're looking to close up. Who is that off there?
Another one of the Prem karts. Apologies, it's not
Southampton.
I had a bit of a rollback previous years. It's Ethan Brooks in for Exeter at the moment. If it is Southampton, I don't think.
I saw them dropping down the order briefly. That might just have been.
They've held in 10th place. So they lost a couple of positions on that last lap. There go Oxford Brooks C, so it's not them again. It was up at Spoon Corner. They're all having problems with Spoon Corner again. Might be. Oh, now might it be Reading A? Reading A have fallen down 3 positions. I think it was Reading A.
Oh dear.
And that really is. This is
nail in the coffin.
This is getting to that point now with Reading A, that the job for Exeter gets easier and easier as these mistakes from their rivals creep in. Still need to do a job themselves, of course. They can't win it here in round 5. There won't be enough points secured and on the board once we hit the lunch break after race number 6. But it's putting them in a position where when they go into round 6, they don't need to accrue as many as perhaps they might have needed had there been stronger performances from other teams.
Yeah, meanwhile all this is happening, Swansea, after breaking away on the start of the race, have had a brilliant drive, and I'm sure they're almost making it a little bit boring for themselves. They just seem to be doing a very good job indeed in these conditions, and 4.5 seconds to P2 there.
Sheffield A moving up through the order there. Just saw Amajoga making an overtake through turn 1. So that is Sheffield A up to, I believe, 12th position now. The number 34 that is off the lead lap. Reading A further back. And then the Loughborough karts have worked quite nicely together here, Reeve. We mentioned them earlier because there was 3 of them together, all in the 20-somethings. The A and B karts have worked their way up to 13th and 14th place now, and right as we say that, off go Loughborough B. Off go Loughborough B. Now they'll argue that they haven't stopped, but that's not going to get going, and they're going to have a long, long drive and push.
The push of shame.
The push of shame. To get back out. Well, here's a commentary box curse, comms box curse if I ever saw one. They've made some nice progress. And there they've undone all of that progress that they've done in the last, what was it, 15 minutes.
Sorry, Loughborough. But Loughborough C, if we can possibly do that without sending them into the stratosphere, Loughborough C having a great race, now up into 8th.
Yes.
They've shone through in this race.
There we go, 5 minutes. Or just over 5 minutes of the race to go. Hello to Peter Prince. He's cheering on Alfie Prince, driving for Oxford Brookes A. He's doing a very good job indeed. And as I say, could be putting Oxford Brookes A in a round-winning position. And we haven't been able to say that many times so far in 2023. They finished second in the sprints round at PFI. This has been more like it. As I say, it'll be a disappointment how their season's gone as a whole, being the reigning champions. But again, what we're seeing here is that for the future, Oxford Brookes is still there. I'm sure when it comes to next season and everyone's back on 0 points, they'll be back in amongst the title contenders.
They are a BUKC mainstay. I think they'll always be in the mix somewhere. Just having a quick look at Nottingham Trent. They are now only about 1.5 seconds away from UCLA. So with 5 minutes to go in this race, plenty of laps for them to try and have a quick shout at the podium. So let's see how they do that. The number 6 car there looking a little bit uncomfortable as they headed through turn 3. Some drivers still going for those apexes, going for those curbs, and they're just about making it work.
So lap times at the moment, fastest team out there I think is Exeter A. They're in 6th place at the moment. They're the only team in the 1 minute 3s. But they are 6.7 seconds behind Birmingham A, who've had a fairly quiet day of Birmingham. It's a better result for them now. They're in 5th place. And number 34 of Reading A. Oh, this will be tough for Reading A, because I think they'll know now that it is just slipping away from them. Oh, so there's a spinner there. Well, the number 3 of Manchester A was having a go at Loughborough A, the number 4. But they had to pull out of that one because there was a spinner already in the midst of it there. Number 48 now down the inside. This is Leicester A. Good scrap this. This is all around 15th spot. And in fact, another penalty for Manchester for contact. So, and this is the thing, because they've used up their contact warnings, every time they touch a pod with somebody, they're going to get another penalty. This is a costly race for Manchester A.
Yes, a few teams having a bit of a costly morning, as you're mentioning Reading. Then it must be so disheartening for the whole crew. They must have known going into the weekend it was going to be tough.
Yeah.
But obviously, when it all comes undone so early on in the day, it must be a shame.
So Swansea A still leading. 3.8 seconds is their lead. They did the hard work in the early stages of this race. They've got 3 more minutes to keep this lead. It is coming down, but we're talking a 10th here, a 10th there. Nothing that will worry Swansea A at the moment.
No, the 4 front runners there have very easily found their rhythm and found their groove. Oh, it's a little bit close for comfort heading into turn 1 there. But yeah, the front runners there have settled in to this race and seem to be lapping quite nicely without any major kind of setbacks. As we have a track limit warning for Loughborough C in these conditions, one small mistake will push you wide, and they're quite easy to accrue in these conditions.
Nottingham Trent A having another good run. There's still a little bit of debate out there whether Trent A should be classified as a Prem team or not, but their clubman classification came from the qualified performance at Wilton Mill back in October. We've got another spinner up at the entry to Spoon. I think, is that the number 33? Yes, it is. The number 33 that's gone round now. That's going to be one of our Prem entries, and it is Surrey A. Surrey A have had a tough one in this one. They've already been into the pits for a black flag once in this race. They're currently down in 32nd place as Manchester A diving it down the inside. And that time getting the move done on the inside there of the number 8 of Brooks B. They have picked up another cone penalty. Oh dear. I think this is going to be a calling to race control for Manchester A's. Just
Coffee and a quick
penalties.
chat. Yeah. In all of this, Swansea A seem to be managing the pace at this point in time. They're not setting electric laps, and the cars behind are slowly but surely closing up. But I think the emphasis on gaps closing up will be between Oxford Brookes and UCLA, which at one point only stood at about 7 tenths of a second. However, I've gone to talk about it, and now it stands at about 1.5
Yeah, that was a big lap from Brooks A. Alfie Prince on the move now. Just took 8 tenths of a second out of Swansea A's lead.
Unfortunately, at that, as impressive as that pace is, at this point in time, it's not looking like we could get a battle between Swansea and Oxford. Although you never count anything out.
Bit of traffic ahead of them though, so Swansea A will need to tread carefully, and I think they will get another lap.
Advantage by contact for UCLA.
Ooh.
That is a disaster for them in this race. Nottingham will be very happy.
And so will Birmingham, and so will Exeter, because they all will gain out of that one. 20 seconds on the clock. Where is the leader on our predictor tracker? Who's coming down through the S's and into the final corner now. So yes, I think we'll have another one of these cases where the leader just gets over the line with a bit of time on the clock. There they go. There are Swansea A. And they've done the job in this one. They had pole position. We've talked about already how difficult the starts here are, particularly in the wet, when you're on the inside, off the racing line. Swansea A got a great start, and they did the hard work in the early stages of this race, Reeve, that set up this position that they're in now. That they've got a bit of traffic around them, but they've got a lead, then they can manage that.
Yes, this has by far and away been the most comfortable lead that I think we've seen all day so far. Swansea have done a fantastic job. They've made it look easy. I'm sure when Piers has a chat with him on the grid, it certainly won't seem that way to the guys in the karts, but he's done a fantastic job. And I'm sure he's looking forward to bringing it home and celebrating.
Cardiff A in the number 6 are desperately trying not to go a lap down versus their South Wales rivals. Not that I think Swansea will care too much about that. They're in control. They're going to take a very well-deserved victory here, and it's a victory for a Welsh university in Wales. Swansea A win at GYG, and they take the win by 0.8 of a second over Oxford Brookes A. Very close at the end. Crucially for Oxford Brookes A, that is a very strong performance from the reigning champions on the day where they could be handing over that title to Exeter A, at least in this round, second, third and second. Pending any post-race changes, that's 176 points from a possible 180 for Oxford Brookes A. That, in BUKC 2023 form, for all teams, is going to be very, very hard to beat indeed. Nottingham Trent A deliver home another podium and a club win in class in third. UCLA fourth, but have penalties. Birmingham A will be beneficiaries of that, as will Exeter A. Brooks are ineligible, so discount them. Coventry A were next in 8th. Southampton A complete. I think they can be pretty pleased with their morning. 166 points out of 180 possible for Southampton A, and all 4 of their drivers in the top 10. Very good stuff from the team who've had a roller coaster of a season. They can be happy about their performances here this morning in the early afternoon at GYG. Coventry B in 10th, Sheffield A are battling 11th, Edinburgh A in 12th, Loughborough C 13th, Brooks D in 14th ahead of Loughborough A, an adventurous Manchester A drive. Leicester A, Brooks B, Leeds A and Liverpool A completing the top 20. And with that, we've got one more race to go in the morning and early afternoon round 5. Before it, though, let's head down to Piers Pryor in the paddock.
The circuit getting even more treacherous as the rain continues to fall. It feels colder now than it did at the start of the day. So let's grab a word, without getting run over, let's grab a word with the drivers from race number 5 and see if we can grab a word with our eventual top 5 race drivers. Let's grab a word. How was that for you, number 36?
I mean, I got a good start, and then I didn't try and look behind. I was just going forwards and trying not to, you know, fluff it.
You've got a smile on your face, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's the first mains win, so you've got to be happy.
Got to be happy. Well done. Congratulations. We'll grab a word with Oxford Brookes A. Alfie, that was pretty strong, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good fun, that. I haven't been here in a while, but just as good as I remember it around here.
It's a great circuit, great circuit. Oxford Brookes putting in a bit of a resurgence in recent times.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're short of drivers. We've had to sell 10 plus seats today. So not many of us here, but we're doing what we can while we're here.
Why are people slacking? Can't be bothered?
Well, someone didn't wake up this morning, so we forgot them. Loads of people pulled out, and we've got one driver stuck in France.
Stuck in France?
Yeah, flight cancelled.
Unfortunate.
Don't go skiing mid-semester, that's my... Don't go skiing mid-semester, otherwise you miss out on Glan-Y-Gors.
You'd miss out on Glan-Y-Gors? I mean, where would you rather be? Glan-Y-Gors, of course. I mean, less snow, but actually, maybe not later on, but we'll see. Anyway, congratulations, Alfie. Good race. Let's move down and grab some words with some of the upcoming victims for the GYG circuit. Come on in, my friend. Who are you? Who are you racing for? What's going down? What do you have for breakfast?
Oxford Brookes B. I went to McDonald's, as per usual. I felt quite sick after, so good thing I was race 6, because I wouldn't have made it in race 1.
Race 1 would have been uncomfortable.
Yeah, I landed out last year. I tried thing 2 down me, 2 double sausage, but I wasn't race 1 that day. And I came 3rd, so maybe who knows?
Maybe more sausage is the answer.
Exactly, maybe more sausage is the answer.
We'll clip that one.
Let's not do that.
Right, good luck, Oxford Brookes. Having a good day today. We've accidentally grabbed 2 Oxford Brookes drivers again. Let's come on down here. I don't think, have we spoken this year? We have. I don't really want to sit on the cart now. They're kind of wet, so I'm going to crouch. We spoke about more.
Yes, we did.
Was I a good luck charm or a bad luck charm?
I'd say you're okay.
Okay, so you're starting 1, 2, 3. Where are you starting?
11th.
11th. Are you going forwards or are you going backwards?
I think backwards, because I've never done it before, but we'll see.
GYG, your first time here then?
Yes.
So far, what are you thinking? Are you apprehensive?
A little bit nervous, yeah. So I'll see how it goes.
Remind us of who you are and who you're racing for.
So I'm Ryan and I'm racing for York.
Anyone we should wave hello to at home?
My mum and dad.
Who are mum and dad? What are their names?
John and Jill.
John and Jill. And your name is Jack?
Ryan.
Oh, nearly. Okay, well, good luck, Ryan. John and Jill, thanks for tuning in. Again, like, subscribe, you know what to do. You know the deal. YouTube's been around for a long time these days. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, guys. Carry on. Go on. In fact, you know what, carry on. Tell us what you were telling him.
No,
talk to him.
In my race earlier, we could brake quite late, just going into the hairpin. It's obviously a bit damp, bit more rain now, so as long as he doesn't bin it, he should be good.
Did you get that?
Apart from the binning bit, which I will do, we'll see how it happens.
And you are number 49. Which team does that make you?
Coventry B. We're not having a fantastic day, so this is going to be a drop round, so I'm just going to have fun in this one and see what happens.
Have fun indeed. You've got the camera on, so we can watch you slamming everyone off the circuit on YouTube tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yes. I'll go for Bandit of the Year with this one.
Go, plug your YouTube channel then, go on.
It'll probably go up on David's channel, KSM 19. 13, yeah.
Like for like, yeah?
Yeah.
Great.
Cheers.
Right, moving on. In fact, talk to us about your YouTube channel. What have you been putting up this year? Have you got any videos?
Yeah, just a load of BUKC stuff. I think I'm on 25 subscribers, so on the way to 100k.
Jeez.
Yeah, not too far off, yeah.
Anyway, go subscribe. Plug it again.
CSM 13. Like and follow, comment.
Yeah, exactly. So we like seeing all the onboards. Of course, we're allowed to put the GoPros on the front of the carts. Have you been out yet today?
Yes. Not the best.
Oh, it was that sad.
No, I mean, I got taken out, was last, but got back up to 15th, I think, so yeah, it's okay. Cool track.
Very cool track, very cool track. I'm jealous today that I'm not driving.
Yeah, it's a good track. Yeah, I'm going to be race 2 in the afternoon, so yeah, can try my best.
Were you in the dry or the wet earlier?
It was dry. It was dry.
So you're going to get best of both worlds?
Yeah, it's going to be soggy for the second one.
It's soggy now. That is a good description. Thanks very much. Again, remember, subscribe. But also, if you subscribe to was it RGM 13?
CSM 13.
CSM 13, then you have to subscribe to Alpha Live as well. No affiliate links in these parts. Matthew Taylor, this is your second time out today, mate.
It is, yeah.
First time, didn't go to plan.
No, got a nice bent axle. But I was flying, but yeah, they called me in. I was quicker than Pooh.
Going like this?
Yeah, literally, yeah. I think they saw it through there because that's where it's slower, but...
How did you bend the axle? These have got iron girders in.
Someone spun up off the hill. It's like Billy Munger's accident where I couldn't see it. It's pulled out, just moved, caught it, did a 360, kept going.
360 no scope to the axle?
Yeah, literally. And I was rapid, I was flying, I had a good kart, but even with the bent axle, I was quickest on track.
I assume you're going to be ineligible in this one?
Yeah.
So we'll see you flying to the field.
Hopefully just get used to the track and then we'll see, get used to the wet conditions.
We will see. Good luck. Good luck. Let's see if we'll grab one quick word with someone else. Where are you going to finish in this one?
Hopefully ahead of where I am now.
Number 29, keep an eye out. Reeve, Andrew, if you're ready for me, if you're ready for us, over to you.
Thank you, Piers. Last race of the round ahead of us here for round 5. Let's have a look at the grid in race 6. Loughborough B on pole position. Brooks E ineligible alongside. Ignore them. Don't even regard them. They're not in the race. Brighton B and Lancaster A on row 2. Exeter A and Derby A on row 3. We find Loughborough D and Loughborough C, a Loughborough Derby there on row number 4. Brooks B and UClan A on row 5. York A and Coventry D on row number 6. Coventry C and Leicester A on row 7. De Montfort A and Coventry B on row 8. Brunel A and Sheffield A on row 9. Southampton B and Surrey A on row 10. UCL A and Brooks D on row 11. Cardiff A and Trent B on row 12. Brighton A and Bath A on row 13, Warwick A and Edinburgh A on row 14, Birmingham A and Oxford A on row 15, Bristol A and Nottingham A with work to do from row 16, Liverpool B and Leeds A on row 17, Swansea A won the last race, going to be a bit harder for them though in this one. They start on row 18 alongside Warwick B to form out the 36 kart field. Right, round situation. As ever, we always state this is very provisional. Please don't shout at us if you've got it wrong. But Oxford Brooks A are in the clubhouse. We've confirmed that race 5 result. Second, third and second is what they've got. 176 points for them. We reckon that is going to be more than enough to win the round. There's several teams that could still get on the overall podium. Exeter A are one of them. Brooks B are one of them. Warwick A are one of them as well. Who've had some good results so far today. The situation is far more wide open in Clubman, our subclass with the red plates. Nottingham Trent A are in the clubhouse in Clubman class on 170 points. That is a mammoth score in Clubman. But there are some teams who could beat it. UCL A are one of them. Coventry C are another one. I've just remembered I need to do the scores for race number 5, so take some of these with a pinch of salt. And then there's a whole number of teams who could still push themselves up onto the club podium with, we're talking a good result, especially if any of those Clubman teams have left their fastest driver Reeve to this last race. So as ever, Clubman wide open.
Indeed, and those I think the drivers are much more comfortable now with the conditions than what we saw a few races ago. Still obviously got the rain hammering down, but it could be quite an interesting race. We've got, yeah, as you say, quite a few Clubmans high up in the order. It could be very interesting indeed. As I say, the rain is persistent. That is a very ominous grey cloud there. It looks to be. I fell back into weather reporting. That's what I've done while we're on the practice laps. But yeah, it'd be very interesting indeed.
Yeah, just confirmed. UCL fell down to 8th in that last race. I think that takes them out of the contention for the club round win, but still on for a pretty good score if they can convert their 21st position on this grid to something positive. I'd say maybe top 12. That would leave them in a nice spot. Having got 6th earlier on in the day and another top 10 in the last race. Be interesting to see how Exeter A play this race. They don't need to win it. They can't win the round. We know that, but they can still get on the podium for the round. And that is what they need to move a step closer to winning this championship.
Looks to be we'll be racing in just a few moments. Actually, these practice laps going quite well. We haven't had Commentators curse is going to come into full effect here. We haven't had any rallycross excursions, no joke laps being taken. So it seems to be like we'll be getting underway in relatively quick time here. Of course, these practice laps are crucial for the drivers to get a feel for the conditions and try and get a bit of temperature into the kart as well, in order to have a usable amount of grip for the start of the race. We've got the full field heading into the first couple of corners. We've seen it catch a few drivers out already, although it hasn't been too much of a bloodbath. I was expecting on certain occasions to have a very narrow circuit and low grip conditions. I was expecting some major antics on track, but everyone being rather well behaved so far.
Yeah, it's sometimes the wet conditions can just rein the drivers in a little bit and make them think and play the long game.
Oh, good. That was a good pun. Yeah, that was a very good pun.
I don't even realise what I just did there.
Rein them in.
Rein them in.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. And saying that was somebody who's gone off.
Yep.
In fact, where have they? They've almost gone down towards the digger to bring that one. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's in. I know that pain because I've been in that realm of Wales before. I think we are ready for a race start here then. Last race of round number 5. Could be a key one for championship. Away we go then. Loughborough B looking to get the advantage from pole position. They've done pretty well. Everyone's skating their way through turn number 1. There's a bit of a gap behind, what would you say, around 12th place there. Very strung out race start. I think a number of the drivers in the second half of the field weren't expecting that one to go, but it has gone. BUKC, remember, are ineligible in this race, so a true... Oh, someone's gone there, spearing off. Yeah. Drivers left there a long, long way. So far off, the camera can't even see them. There they are. There's a lovely bit of Welsh vista for you, and a driver needing to recover their kart. That's going to be a race ruiner straight away, but only one kart off. That means the race is still running. It's only if there's an excessive number of karts that the false start flag comes out. But this is good for Loughborough B. As I say, they've had a bit of a tumultuous season. Very up and down for another team that is a former champion. It's not going to add to their tally of titles this year.
Oh, getting very close indeed between who is that? That is the number...
Exeter A, and I think Loughborough D in there as well.
Yes, Exeter sliding about somewhat through the later part of the lap, but we're seeing there as Loughborough is enjoying a bit of a battle with Oxford Brookes, either of course ineligible, but the start of the race here in these conditions really can make it or break it. We saw it for Swansea last time round as Loughborough actually goes off ever so slightly, is able to get back on the tarmac. I think no, they are off. They are off, and that is a disaster for their race host.
And I was just going to say, why have they stopped there? Because they could have just driven that back onto circuit. They hadn't come to a complete stop. But look at all the positions that they're going to lose now from the lead of the race. They've had a track limit warning for their troubles as well. That is them out of this one. So, out the front of the field is a ghost kart. Ignore them. They're not going to score 60 points. There is your effective leader of the race in terms of awarded points. Brighton B. First time we've seen Brighton to the front here today.
Yes, they've made a long journey to get here, and it's looking like it's worth it so far. They've got a bit of pressure from behind from Loughborough C, although Loughborough actually far too busy battling out with Exeter A, and that is getting very close indeed. They're actually trading paint as they head through the first corner, sliding away on the exit of the final corner of that last lap there. They are fighting tooth and nail. They're going to be side by side as we head into turn 3 on the brakes, and number 2 gets a little bit squirrely but still stays out in front, taking that inside line there. Great move from Exeter, currently up in P3, but Loughborough certainly fighting for it. Now all this battling is allowing Brighton to walk away quite comfortably. They're in good position at the moment.
And they are indeed. Cone penalty for Nottingham A.
see the drivers feathering the throttle through the double apex there, just to make sure that the kart isn't getting too messy there. The number 51 of Loughborough C trying to keep up with Exeter there, as is an advantage by contact to Bristol A. Where are Bristol A? Bristol A aren't in this front pack.
A bit of news coming in to report. What a disaster of a race it was for the Manchester teams in race number 5. I don't think I've ever said this before on one of these streams. 14 positions worth of penalties.
Oh dear.
For Manchester A, and then a disqualification for Manchester B. That's not one to write home about.
No, I won't be remembering that race.
Having said that, their M62 rivals have just got one. Leeds got a cone penalty, and there's also been a BAP one for Oxford Brookes B. And I know it does seem that there's a lot of penalties today. I think that's the conditions playing into it, and the level of experience not quite being. There's not been a lot of wet running in the BUKC this year, so drivers still tuning themselves into going for moves that would be absolutely fine in the wet, but then they get it a little bit wrong and it results in contact, and penalties then have to be applied. Big slide there from Coventry C in the number 50.
Yes, and all of this is allowing other people to capitalise on other people's mistakes and misfortunes, and therefore we're getting some surprise heroes later on into the races.
I like that from Edinburgh A.
Yes.
Whilst Leicester A in the 48 and Bath A in the number 25 were having a good old little rubber-dub-dub in the tub through the S's there, Edinburgh A just drove straight round the outside of them. Brilliant move from Edinburgh A, getting them up to 14th place.
Seeing more advantage by contact. I think what's happening is obviously cars are getting a little bit perhaps upset heading into certain corners or the like, and the only option in order to stay on track is to use the other car around them. So I think that might be why we're seeing so much advantage by contact. We're having some collisions just in order to stay on the tarmac.
Yeah. 20 minutes to go. Exeter A looking in a good position here. They're in 3rd place, so I think they would be on for achieving their targets at the start of the day, which is end in the top 3 of these rounds. Give themselves at least 58 points in the championship. We know now that if they do that in round 5 and they do it again in round 6, that they will be champions due to the demise of Reading A's effort, at least in this round. Reading A could still come back and win round 6 and then take a clean sweep at round 7 and round 8, but even that would not be enough if Exeter A keep up this form and keep up these performances that get them into the top 3. Penalty for contact this time for Cardiff A. A very up and down day so far today. Looks like it's going to end on a bit of a down, at least in round number 5. Currently in 16th place.
Yes, Exeter A, as we were saying, that form still showing through. They are effective P2 at the moment, and they're about 1 second off the lead of this race on that previous lap. 104.4 for Exeter compared to 105.2 for Brighton B, so good pace underneath the number 2 kart at the moment. Just want to give mention to Oxford Brookes D, flying along at the moment. Saw earlier on in the race a huge swarm of go-karts in the mid-pack there. That was being led by number 15 because they worked their way through the pack rather nicely.
Just looking out for Warwick A as well, because we talked about them being a potential team to pop it up into the top 3. I don't think that's going to be the case, because at the moment they are in 29th position in this race, and they need to improve on 17th as their current worst race result so far today. The number 63 going round.
I think that was the number 62 of Oxford A there, already not having a brilliant race, and it's just been made that little bit worse.
Again, it's happened again. Swansea A. What is it with race winners today? They take a team race win, and then they have an absolute disaster in the next race. Swansea A have just done a 1 minute 24, so they've lost about nearly 20 seconds there on the field, and they're down in 34th place. That's going to be a bit of a blow to their hopes of getting up into the top 10 in this round. Speeding under yellow there for Oxford A, the number 62. Sam
into the lead.
Yes, indeed. So once we take Brookes E out of the equation, Sam Hampshire and Exeter A are scoring a tally of 60 points for this race. They can't overhaul Brooks A's tally. That's a little bit too far out ahead of them. But Exeter A could be securing second place, so they could actually be going further than what the target was at the start of the day, which was third. They could be finishing this round second. That means that they don't even need to finish third in round 6. They could be fourth, probably fifth once we recalculate the points. As I say, with Reading A not performing this morning.
Just another advantage by contact for Loughborough C. So we've got De Montfort A in the top 10 and Loughborough as well. They will be relegated further down, and a contact warning to boot as well. The racing getting rather close for some karts now. Exeter, though, already making good progress, heading towards Oxford Brooks E out in front, leaving Brighton behind. Oxford Brooks D certainly not out of it just yet. Fastest lap, and potentially hunting down Brighton B at this stage. So plenty of time left in this race.
Yeah, Brooks D probably about 3 or 4 tenths quicker than anybody else on circuit at the moment, and in relation to Brighton B, took 1.1 seconds out of that gap that Brighton B have currently got in third. Warwick B have just gained a position I can see out ahead of UCLA, and
black flag for A.
Another black flag, this time for Warwick A. Yep, that is their round done and dusted. They won't be improving from their current position of 17th, 9th and 3rd. The 59 is now off. And we'll use the S word again, survival. That is what it's about today. That was York A, the number 59. Currently in 36th position now. Off the road again.
As on the fastest lap there for Brooks as they cross the line, find themselves in second position now effectively. So a great charge from the Brooks D team, and it's rather worrying for the Brighton B team. At one point, obviously leading this race, however, if we compare them to the competitors around, the pace not looking quite as strong. We could see a bit of a drop-off. They've got a bit of breathing room now to Coventry. They're about 5 seconds behind down the road, and they've also got that good reference up in front of Brooks D. Obviously has found a good line to navigate the circuit with, has got some good pace. They can use the car in front as a reference.
We've not talked about DDMM Commons Box Cam today. Apologies, we had a bit of a shaky start with it, but we have got it running. Hello to Alex Mitchell, who's tuned in, one of Brighton's drivers, and Smithy as well from Swansea, cheering on Bryn, who took the win for Swansea in the last race. Apologies that I've not been keeping up with those comments, folks. 14 minutes to go of this one. The number 6 looking up for a fight here. This is Cardiff A trying to fight through the order. Where are Cardiff A at the moment in terms of the round? They're looking down in 20th place at the moment. As I say, it's been Cardiff A's round this morning almost typifies the standard round for a team that's not Exeter A. 19th, 1st, 24th, and now riding up through the order into 14th. The speed and the shows of pace have been there, but just not consistently across the course of the whole round.
Yes, it's interesting to see the perhaps the different strengths of the drivers, or maybe just kind of confidence levels going in, because clearly there's good pace in that team, but unfortunately sometimes race weekends or race sessions just not stringing together the way that they would want, as there's getting to be a little bit of a close battle here, as Cardiff are using all of that steering lock as much as possible, try and get some heat into those tyres to make it around the corner.
Yeah, and you'll see the drivers do that a lot. I know a few folks at home and perhaps new to the BUC might be asking that question of why are the drivers turning in so hard? You know, normally you want to be nice and smooth when you're at the wheel of a racing machine. From your experience, Reeve, what are the drivers doing there when they chuck the front tyres in?
You're effectively scrubbing the tyre against the surface of the tarmac, because obviously these slick tyres are not going to grip in these conditions. These slick tyres require heat as well. They require that a little bit of extra adhesion, and the only way to get that in these conditions is to basically drag them along the surface like you would a rubber. And you've just got to do that so aggressively in these conditions in order to make them stick.
Halfway through the race then, 12.5 minutes to go. Oxford Brooks E, an ineligible kart, ignore them, we don't like them, are in the lead of this race. But Exeter A just looking supreme. At least in the era of us streaming the BUKC, even back to the days of doing the radio broadcasts, no team has ever wrapped up the BUKC a meeting early. There's been teams that have had the opportunity of doing so, but nobody has ever actually been able to achieve it. With this performance so far in round 5, Exeter A are taking a big step towards being the team that breaks that run, and fully deserving, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's a very impressive effort throughout the season, because it is a competitive field. So it's great to see as the karts looking not entirely comfortable riding over those curbs, and that didn't look like the most comfortable way to head down, start, finish straight. But it's certainly quick, because he's been able to break away from the 2 battling karts behind.
We will have coverage, by the way, of the 7th and 8th rounds, the final mains meeting of the year. We go down to Clay Pigeon, fantastic circuit.
Yeah, I love that circuit.
A circuit that also can be a little bit inclement in terms of its weather at times. It'll either be baking hot, or it'll be very, very wet and cold, and maybe a bit foggy as well. 11 minutes of this race to go. Cardiff A still making some nice progress here, Eve. They've got the number 19 tucked up behind them now.
Brooks have found their way past Exeter A for the lead of the race.
They have, yes. So, they have and they haven't. We've now got 2 ineligible karts at the front of the field.
Of course.
So that's fine for Exeter. They can let that Brooks D kart run off ahead, because it's not actually taking any round points off of them. Unsafe release for York A, that's the number 59. It's been a torrid race for York here in this one.
Exeter then looking in very good stead indeed. They've got 6 whole seconds to the car behind that they are fighting in this race. We were saying just how in the previous race it was the most convincing win we've seen so far, and we might be getting a repeat of that.
Yep.
Obviously there's 2 karts out in front on track, and we do have to commend them. They've had a great drive, have Oxford.
Yep.
They might not be taking any points for it, but I'm sure they're kicking themselves now that these are the ineligible drivers in this race.
Well, yeah, I mean, in the example of Oxford Brooks D ahead, it's Matthew Taylor. We've already seen Matthew Taylor out for Oxford Brooks A earlier in this round. That's why he's not eligible for points in this race for Oxford Brooks D. And again, in a strange way, it's almost a comfort for Exeter A being in this spot, knowing that these drivers ahead of them are not affecting their championship battle, but still wanted to go out and try and do a race win to say, I was ineligible, but I won the race. Again, just the best place to be if I'm Sam Hampshire right now, just sit behind Matthew Taylor. You know Matthew Taylor's going to go for those moves and try and win this race for a bit of interior Oxford Brooks pride almost, and it just makes your job as the second leader of the pack coming along that tiny bit easier. It's when the back markers aren't aware per se that the fast drivers are approaching. That's why it's always a little bit more apprehensive if you're that lead driver. Not as much in this case because it's an ineligible doing the hard work, but again, it's all playing into the hands of Exeter A.
And there has been actually a swap around in the order between the 2 Brooks cards there, so some team orders coming into play potentially. Just want to see what the D card can do.
To be honest, I think it's just pure pace of Matt Taylor.
1 minute 3.7 on that previous lap was
absolutely flying along at the moment, and looks good for later on this afternoon. As I say, didn't have a good time in the Oxford Brooks' second race. Not that it mattered. That's been their drop as a team. I want to continue this form into the afternoon when we run the same format again. Eight minutes of this one to go then. Sheffield A having a good run here. They're up to 5th place, I can see, Reeve. They're 1.1 seconds behind Brighton B.
Yeah, it's been a shame to see Brighton, unfortunately, obviously at one point leading the race, just not able to keep the pace going. I think they had a really good start, but unfortunately they weren't able to make it last the 25 minutes, currently 18 minutes away from the start of the race. And yeah, it's still running nicely, but they have been overtaken by Sheffield A at this point in time.
Just looking through the clubman ranks, I think Nottingham Trent A can just start to relax now. They are in the clubhouse. They've got 170 points. Teams that could beat them, Coventry Seal, one of them, but Coventry Seal currently down in 17th place and would need to have won the race. York A we've talked about a lot in this race, and not for the best of reasons.
Number 27.
Off there is the number 27, and I'm trying to figure out, it's down into Carousel. So down into Carousel, there's been trouble there for Nottingham A.
One to watch out here as well is Brighton B and De Montfort A. Obviously, De Montfort seems to be getting closer and closer to Brighton, but we do have to counter in the fact that De Montfort have a post-race penalty impending.
Yep.
So Brighton haven't got too much cause for concern at this point in time. Still, will be coming home with some good points.
Clan A liking the conditions at the moment. Not talked about them a lot today. They're in 8th place in this race at the moment. And as I say, anyone who's behind the ineligibles will be picking up points relative here. There's Alex Bomberg driving for them at the moment. They're currently running 3rd of the point scoring Premier teams. Clan A entered this race 26th on my little points chart here. 25th, 9th and 15th on the board for them so far to this. It would be a big improvement for Clan A.
As the rain still tumbling down, and Exeter A actually showing some good pace at the moment. 1 minute 3.8 on that previous lap. That is their best lap of the race so far. Not the overall best lap, but they are closing in on those fastest lap holders, that is for sure. Leaving Sheffield somewhat behind. Is about make that. I was about to say 9 seconds. Make that 7 seconds between Sheffield and Exeter. Sheffield had a good previous lap as well. Exeter a little bit worse for wear on the lap. They've just crossed the line once again.
Indeed. So probably 4 more laps to go with the time that's remaining on the clock.
Not a great race for the Liverpool B team. They are a lap down. I presume that is all of the weight that is currently in water that's been held in those very damp and nice new race suits. I didn't get one of the new race suits actually, so I'm quite glad, because I don't think it would have survived today by the looks of things.
And there's a spinner, I think that was Oxford A, the number 62, going off the road. Good scrap going on here, just coming out of the carousel and then into this very different portion of the circuit. It's the number 32 at the front of it all. Also in there, the number 17. So this is Brighton B actually trying to make their way past some traffic. Yeah, doing quite nicely there with the traffic. To Montfort A pushing them behind. Oh, the traffic trying to fight back. And this is the thing, especially on a day like today, when the pace spread across the field is a bit bigger, Reeve, but you've also got that thought of, if you're in the position of the back marker here, you don't know whether it's someone who's lapping you. You don't know if it's someone who's quick but span off before, i.e. it could be for position. And I think that's why we're probably seeing some of the back markers within their own rights fighting for these track positions a little bit harder than the leaders would want them to.
Yes, these back markers do of course have their own race to run. Points potentially still in the cards based on where they are. So yeah, absolutely no reason for them to have to completely, dive off the racing line, but at the same time, the lead is probably not best pleased that sometimes the blue flags on with us today.
Yeah, Nottingham Trent B being the number 32. 3.5 minutes to go then. Matthew Taylor looking comfortable now at the head of this field, but won't be taking any round points for this because he's already competed for the Oxford Brooks A team today. Definitely showing that the Oxford Brook team have got a good bit of performance here today that they'll look to replicate when we start round 6 later on this afternoon. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. If you enjoyed the stream this morning, do give it a like and a share as well. Really does help us out. And DDMM Comms Cam in action as well. Plenty more content coming up for you. As I say, we've got the final round later in April. Also got some more Club 100 sprints coverage coming up as well. And from a DDMM perspective, we're back here at GYG in a few weeks' time for Super One. All can be watched free of charge here on Alpha Live. Do make sure you're subscribed. coming down through the S's now. The number 17 of Brighton B, and UCLan starting to get involved in this one as well. I do like this drive from UCLan, the team based in Preston.
They're used to these conditions, so it's a lovely summer's day to them actually. So
it's normally when I go to Preston to see the family. It's like the Yorkshireman has entered the Lancastrian county. The rain begins.
Yes, war is imminent. Yes.
2 minutes on the clock. We should note as well, De Montfort A have got past Brighton B. There's been a swap of the carts in Loughborough as well, so the B team now ahead of the C team.
Great pace from the top three as well. They're comfortably in the, well, as I say that, Oxford Brookes just posted 1:04, but last time the past few laps have been in the 1:03 and have broken away and have formed a nice gap. Extra 8 hunting down Oxford Brookes E though, by the looks of things. We could still have it. It won't matter at all, but you never know. You might just want to seal things with an overtake on Oxford Brookes E.
Other position changes to let you know about. Looks like Brunel A have got ahead of Warwick B. Leaders coming over the line, so we'll have 2 more laps. There will be some time remaining when they next come round. And side by side once again, here goes Sam Hampshire. Doesn't care about the eligibility and the situation, he just wants to put those overtakes in. Gets by past Brookes E there, up into second place on the road. The number 66 just ahead there, that's UCL A. Those distinctive helmets that UCL run in all of their student motorsport activities.
Yeah, it was a nice comfortable move there.
Oh, Brookes E got it all wrong there. Lost the rear axle for a moment. Collected into the side of UCL, but everybody just about kept it in the right direction. Got a contact warning for Exeter A though. Need to be careful. Don't want to get any late penalties by accruing too many of those.
Yeah, the move to turn 3 was nice and comfortable for him. I thought might have gone too deep, too late into the corner, and that could have compromised his exit, but it was well executed there. He's still got to work for it though as we head through the final corner once again. This has been the undoing of a couple of drivers so far today. Will it be the same case? No, it seems to be a little bit easier this time around for Exeter A as we head down towards turn 3 once again. Not side by side this time round, but diving his head down to try and get any advantage that he can. And there's a contact warning there for Brookes E as well, both being told to sit on the naughty second about what they've done for their battle there.
Last lap, whoa, was off there with the number 13, and that's going to keep going and going and going because you're on the grass now. That was Birmingham A. Oh, it's been a very
roller coaster of a day for Birmingham.
Yeah, it's just not fallen right for Birmingham A so far in this particular round. Time has expired though. Matthew Taylor leads the race for Oxford Brookes D and is mere corners away from taking a race victory, but virtue of having raced already for Oxford Brookes A today is this driver here, Sam Hampshire, for Exeter A. What a season Exeter A are having here in the BUKC. They're not going to win the round by our calculations, but they're going to take a huge, huge step to winning their first ever BUKC championship title. Brookes D take the race win on the road. Exeter A will take the full complement of points, virtue of eligibility. Brookes E third. Great drive for Sheffield A. Very strong finish to their round. I think they'll have made the top 10 with that. Good haul of points for the kart. Number 16, UCLan A in 5th on the road to Montfort A 6th. Good effort from Brighton B in 7th. Brookes B 8th. Coventry B 9th. Cardiff A finished their round in 10th. Edinburgh A 11th. Loughborough B and C home in 12th and 13th places respectively. Brighton A finish in 14th place. Good race overall there for Brighton. 2 karts in the top 15. Bath A 15th, Brunel A 16th, Leicester A 17th ahead of Leeds, Warwick and Derby. Derby have had a good effort so far today as well. They've consistently been getting in and around the top 20 for a team still getting used to the mains championship, having stepped up from Inters previously. Coventry C are 21st, 22nd for Surrey A, who at least made some recoveries towards the end there. There's the rest of the order. A lot of attrition in that one, and a lot of thoughts of the drivers to be collected by Piers Pryor, who we can join down in the paddock right now.
Another action-packed and chaotic race here at GYG for the 5th race of the day and of the BUKC here, round 5. We've got the final race of the morning coming up. We're going to grab a word with some of the drivers, as always, after their race just now and also ahead of the final race of the morning. So let's wander in now. The carts have stopped and we're not going to get our ankles broken. So, Matthew. Not bad, mate. Not bad.
Not too bad. No, I'll take that. I thought I didn't know I won. I couldn't. I knew Callum was side at the front, so I assumed it was somewhere near the front. I wasn't sure if someone checked out, but it was quick, so I'll take that. It's good for the afternoon.
Good fun, good practice. I see that this helmet's got a bit of a road rash on it.
Yeah. No, this was when I rolled it back in 2018. So yeah, that was fun.
That helmet's seen some things then.
Yeah, seen a few things through the time. It's quite a small. It's my wet one, and it kills. But yeah.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Right, we'll see you again this afternoon. Right, let's walk on down the grid. I think most people are heading off because they're getting out of the cold, which is probably quite wise because it is really, really cold today. It's still raining, sleet in the air. That person's got a lot of lead on. Wow, they are struggling to carry that. Right, let's grab a word with... Do you want to come grab a word? Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Athens State, Leicester A.
Leicester A, and that was a good race or not such a good race for you?
It was, the pace was there, but just the car couldn't get quite the grit of like San, who just blew through the field a couple of times, so it is what it is. It was a good race.
Good fun?
Yeah, of course, always good fun with the UKC.
And what about Leicester's race overall today? How are they getting on?
It's not been too great. We had a bad race in the second one with the DNS, that not as good as PSI, but we'll see if we can make it up to the second one.
We'll see if we can make it up in the second one. Lunchtime now?
Perfect, yeah.
And what are you going to go for? There's quite a lot of options here at GYG Cafe.
Ooh, so maybe ham and cheese panini or cheeseburger. See what I'm feeling.
We'll catch up with you later and find out what you go for. Of course, the Club 100 staff now refueling, rebatterying, making sure that all the cars start as always. We're just waiting for the final few drivers to leave the grid before we then head over. The new drivers head over for the final race of the morning, race number 6, which should be a heavyweight race. So again, 2 weight classes, 75 kilograms for the lightweight classes for 1, 3 and 5, and then I believe the heavyweights is race 2, 4 and 6, which is 83 kilos, I'm going to say. It might be 82. Let's grab a word with this lot here, shall we, while we're waiting. Should we grab a word? Come on in. Come on. No. This is
speak to Tom. You love Tom.
Who's there? Come in. Doesn't fact.
I can't be asked.
You can't. And I quote, I can't be asked. So PR is better with some people than others. It seems like everyone's pausing. Maybe that was... I've got the races wrong. There's not one more race. That is it. We are done for today. No wonder no one's coming back on the grid. I've got my major races completely mixed up. So everyone's left the grid, in which case I might as well send over to lunch. Sorry about the confusion, everyone. I completely got the races mixed up. We're back, I believe, at about 10 to 2, so 1:50, if everything goes to schedule. Hopefully you've enjoyed the morning. The presentation's going on now, and we've got another set of sprint races this afternoon. Same format as this morning. Just as much chaos, just as much great racing, just as much fun. We'll catch you then. So have a good lunch. See you later.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
welcome back to the BUKC this afternoon for round 6 of the championship. Of course, we are here at GYG in North Wales. It's very North Wales weather at the moment. It started raining once again. The track is still wet from this morning. We've had some chaotic races this morning, race 1 being dry, and then it moved on to some slightly wetter weather this afternoon. So let's walk down the grid. We've still got 5 or 10 minutes before the race starts. We've got plenty of time to chat to some notable faces. Let's jump on in here. We chatted to you a few times. You've had some ups and downs this season. Let's grab both of you and remind us who you are, and just talk to us about what you want to talk about.
Well, we're Lancaster A team. We came 26th, I think, in round 5, which is sort of where we've been for the season. So, you know, happy with it. It could have gone better, could have gone worse. You had a rough race 6, actually.
Getting taken out on the formation lap from 4th and starting 36th. Yeah.
So was that again?
So getting taken out from 4th on the formation lap and starting 36th. Ideal. So yeah.
Yeah.
Ideal indeed.
Yeah. Yeah. So he missed out on his 4th place start, which could have been good points for us, but
generally spinning on the formation lap doesn't go so well. Let's move on. Let's grab a word with the Manchester A team. Manchester Ocean. You guys have having a pretty good run of it recently, haven't you?
I mean, we're doing all right. It's just we get a lot of penalties. That's our issue.
Wasn't one race. I can't remember. It was race 1 or race 2. One of you got like 3 or 4 penalties? Is that one of you guys?
I think McCarg got 14 places worth of penalties, so maybe you should ask him.
So, what happened, mate? 14 places worth of penalties. Were you out there on a mission to just end careers?
Mission was to find the best line, you know. So I hope for the next race, no penalties, and we'll win. So this is my first time here in the GYG. So after that, yeah.
you can't hear, but there's heckling going on in the background.
I hope after that we'll win.
Well, you've had good pace, as we've said. 14. You generally can't win if you have 14 places worth of penalties. So let's go with that. You're starting this one, aren't you, my friend?
I am indeed.
Your name?
Zach Lee.
Zach, we're starting pretty high up the field. It's not too bad starting position.
Yeah. Well, I started pole in race 1 earlier this morning, so just not too far back from winning. Just try not to bin it. That's all.
I quite enjoy the fact that you've not got your rib protector inside your suit. You've not got it outside your suit. You've got it over the top of over the top of the suit.
I'd stand out of it, don't I? Bit out of fashion, but no, I don't know. It's what I did from when I started karting, and I guess
stops you getting holes in the wetsuit, I suppose.
Exactly. All the protection I can get.
Well, you'll be very safe and very dry, apart from your hands and feet. You got anything underneath those gloves, or are they just waterproof?
They're not even karting gloves. They're just warm gloves. So
warmth is definitely needed.
It's key. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Right, good luck. Manchester, of course, one of our top of the championship teams. If they don't get more penalties this afternoon, so watch out for them. They're an absolute hazard. Come on in. P2 front row. You're starting P2, right?
Yeah.
Who else is in the race? Who are you looking for? You going to be looking over your shoulder, or is it just eyes ahead?
Eyes ahead. Hopefully we go in front by the first hairpin, and we're able to lead the race from there.
How was your race this morning?
It was all right. It started in P28, ended up finishing in P9, so it was decent, but I felt I had a bit more pace in me.
You've got more pace than you. Was it wet this morning for your race?
It started off dry, finished off wet, so I got a little bit of a feel for the conditions, and hopefully we translate it into the race.
Hopefully. Well, good luck. So remind us who you're racing for.
Warwick A team.
Warwick A, and they've had a not bad day.
Yeah, it's been all right. I've had a few good results, a few bad results, but, you know, you make it through.
Good luck this afternoon. Let's wander down the other end of the grid. I'm quite enjoying the fact that we haven't got the time pressure of the first race, because obviously in between we get through the race very quickly to make sure that we can get everyone home on time, of course. Oh, let's grab a word with this gentleman down here. Oh, come over here. Is that your lead? Yeah, don't leave that there. That's quite dangerous. Just talk to me. What's up? What's on your mind?
I'm thinking about last race and how I want to drive well this one. I just want to. I know I did race 6 as well, so I'm in race 1 now. So back on it, just going to do the exact same thing I did last race, just except I'm further forward now.
Like bop it, do it the same but better, right?
Exactly. Yeah, get a better score. You know, just.
You're racing for who? Sorry.
I race for Bristol A.
And your name is?
Hayden Ching.
Hayden. Well, good luck, Hayden. What are you going to do? What are you actually going to do to try and get a better result in this one?
As I told you last time, drive faster.
Drive faster. Hey, you know, it's a good plan. Let's see how it gets on in that one. Moving down the grid. Do you own a Porsche?
I wish.
You go in the Porsche jacket though, so that's nearly there.
It's the least I can do.
Manifesting.
Yeah, we have to.
You have to. Right, which team are you guys?
Bath A and Bath B here.
You've had a pretty strong morning, Bath A, hadn't you? Had a couple of good races.
We got unlucky with penalties, but you know, we're used to it now. So
You're used to it. Well, generally, if you don't fire people off, you don't get penalties. Or were there other penalties?
Or we don't get fired off and get penalties for it, but you know.
Oh, you got fired off. Yeah. Do you know? Is there going to be revenge this afternoon?
No, we're not naming anyone. We're just trying to focus on our races, to be honest.
Focus on your race. Good idea. I think that's probably a good plan. Yeah. When are you out specifically yourself?
Oh, 2 hours, 3 hours, race 6.
Race 6, last one of the day, getting a bit dark.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. We'll see.
We'll see. Good luck this afternoon, guys. Someone's looking cold over here. You and me both, brother. You and me both. Right, what number are you? Who are you racing for? Who are you?
Coventry D, Diagonal. Yeah.
Not too bad starting position, somewhere in the middle of the pack, so it should be fun on the first few laps, I reckon.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I have no idea what to drive in the wet here, so we'll see.
Have you taken any coaching off any of your teammates who drove in the wet earlier on?
Yeah. Hopefully it will be enough.
What were their words of wisdom? What did they tell you?
Take the inside line, basically.
Take the inside line. Well, stay safe out there. There's a lot of chaos going on, isn't there, this afternoon? Oh, there was this morning, and I imagine there will be this afternoon. Oh, Lucas, we chatted to you this morning. You were rapid, but you had some mishaps.
Yeah, just quite unfortunate. Got caught up in a couple of stuff which couldn't really help with how I was going, but recovered all right, 4th in the end. So
yeah, 4th's not too bad. I couldn't help but notice you had a small altercation on the practice laps, just finding the limit of grip.
Yeah, well, it was a bit of a change since what I last drove. Last time I was in a KZ, so going back to this, just realised that there wasn't any front brakes.
There's definitely not front brakes, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, sent me off quite a fair way.
But you had good pace this morning. Was it? I can't remember if your race was in the wet or the dry.
It was like in between. It wasn't wet, but it wasn't dry.
So you've got a little bit of an idea of where the grip is and isn't. It's now full wet. Of course, slick tyres on these Club 100 karts. We don't get the luxury of wets. What's your plan?
Just keep going forward, no penalties, and should be all right.
Should be all right. Should be all right. Good luck. Good luck. Obviously, the Loughborough team. Come on, the Loughborough. We love Loughborough. Let's grab a word with one more person before we head off for our first race of the afternoon. Why not? Lucas.
Hello.
Lucas Idle.
Question.
Yeah.
How do I change the...
Right, hang on, hold this.
Hold this.
I'll do it.
Hi guys, I'm going to be interviewing peers today.
Would you want a mid or?
No, furthest back, please. Yes, I don't really know what to say.
Break as well, yeah?
Yeah. But yes, I'm not a commentator personally.
Man of many talents. Luke, done your kart. If you win, you owe me 10 quid.
33rd to 4th in the last one, and now I'm 30th, so it's secondly first if I do the same positions gained.
We'll see you get on. Good luck.
Thank you.
Right, Andrew, Reeve, over to you. I'm now adding mechanic to the CV as well.
And welcome back to the action here at GYG. It is round 6 now, race 1, and I'm looking forward to a action-packed afternoon. So, row 1, it is Loughborough C, Warwick A. Row 2 is Cardiff B, Nottingham A. Row 3, Liverpool B, and UCL A. Moving on, we have row 4, Manchester B, Brunel A. Row 5, Lancaster A, Surrey A. Row 6, Derby A, and Bristol A. Moving on to row 7, it's Bath B, Coventry A. Row 8, Coventry D, and Oxford Brooks A. Row 9, Brighton A, and Leeds A. Row 10 is Leicester A and Loughborough B. Row 11, Southampton B and Hertfordshire A. Row 12, Oxford Brooks D and Oxford A. Row 13, Birmingham A and Loughborough D. Row 14, Loughborough A and Warwick B. Row 15, Exeter A and UEA A. And then row 16, Exeter B, Brighton B. Row 17, Swansea A and Liverpool A. And row 18, Southampton A and UClan A. So then, practice laps underway. The conditions a little bit better than what we had just a half an hour ago. I say that though, that is not looking particularly happy out there. I did pop outside briefly and it was looking a little bit better, but maybe not.
Indeed. So the practice formation shorter in the second afternoon round. Everybody's been out on circuit at least once so far today. Joe Holmes pulls into the pit lane. We will be ready to go for 25 minutes to kick off round number 6, and a round number 6 where we could crown champions for this year. Into turn 1 they go. Everyone still slipping and sliding through turn 1 using the full width of the circuit. They're looking pretty clean so far as they head up towards the first big braking zone here at GYG.
Yeah,
Rain's still quite persistent, Reeve, over this top end of the circuit. This is where we've seen the action so far today.
I'm shocked to see that we've got such a split in weather on certain parts of the circuit grounds there, although the number 51 kart getting a great getaway there. Loughborough C doing exactly what he needs to do at the start of the race. There is the Liverpool B car of number 76. He's made up a couple of positions in the first few corners, but seems to be embroiled in some battling for the time being, so we'll see how that carries on. We've got contact already between Coventry A and Brunel A, so already the elbows are out.
Absolutely. Drivers coming down through the order. So the setup, if you've just joined us, if you're new to the BUKC, or you just need a reminder, exactly the same as what we had this morning for this afternoon round. This is the sprint format again, 6 races of 25 minutes. Each team competes in 4 of them. The best 3 results count towards their round classification. End of lap number 1, Loughborough C lead, Warwick A with Jean Samu there in 2nd place. He's had a very good season so far for Warwick A. Manchester B in 3rd place, Coventry A 4th, and then this battle that we're looking at here for 5th place between Liverpool B and now Lancaster A down the inside, taking the position there. Driver in the Lewis Hamilton replica helmet in the karts, numbered 118.
Yeah, great move by Lancaster there. Good start for Loughborough, as we've already mentioned. 2 seconds away from the field now. So, as we've seen, a couple of points now in this wet weather running. Best way to start the race is just break away. And that's an issue there for kart number 44.
Yeah.
Who is that there?
Southampton B, who did cross the line at the end of lap 1 in 32nd place. Bit of an odd place to be parked up on the inside of the approach. Up to Spoon Curve, as somebody else has become
a victim of the conditions there.
It's a very tricky corner, his Devil's Elbow, because so you probably can't see it at home on the cameras, but the track, Reeve, it properly slopes
disappears away from you.
It
camber
just,
is aggressive.
Disappears is a good word with the camber that you have there, and especially in these wet conditions, if you get a bit of over rotation of the kart, gravity takes effect and you just slip off the road, as we've just seen there.
That big lead that Loughborough C had built up has shrunk to some degree there. Warwick A making good progress towards them, and behind them Coventry A being dragged along as well, setting the fastest lap so far. We expect those times obviously to tumble down when we start getting some fast laps in. Now up the inside goes the number 1 car of Oxford Brooks A on the 76 car of Liverpool B. That was another great move. Liverpool now down to 8th position. Advantage by contact for Oxford A there. That is kart number 62 in 19th position. So not what we're looking at this point in time. And someone else having a bit of an issue there. Let's see if they're able to rejoin the track in a relatively timely manner.
I think that was still our Devil's Elbow spinner, which I think is going to be Nottingham A, because Nottingham A have not come round to complete their 2nd lap yet.
Oh, something's happened to Warwick there. They're tumbling down the order.
So Warwick A, they are indeed tumbling down the order. So Jean Samu has had a problem out there. Good run of form, I'm afraid, is going to come to an end in terms of race results.
And that spurred Coventry A on. That gap was standing at about 3 seconds to the leader of this race. That now is about 0.8 of a second. So he is racing hard at this point in time in the 104s. Who is that off?
And that's going to be one of our Prem karts, because that's a black number board. That is, once again, Spoon Corner. The one where we've seen most of the thrills and spills today. And even just that slight incline makes it so tricky. The grass is thick. We're at the end of the winter. It's a bit boggy in there as well.
And you got all that massive runoff of the rain, because the circuit is basically kind of just slapped on a hill effectively.
Yes.
That's where all the elevation changes come from. So you get all the runoff heading down the circuit, and it's creating some unfavourable conditions, especially when we've had half an hour's interval as Coventry A now takes the lead of the race. Yeah, we've had half an hour interval.
Surrey A. I think it's Surrey A falling down the order, because the number 33 was running at the front of the field, is now tumbling down through the order, and that would match up with a Prem kart, a black number bordered kart.
Yeah, we're on board at the moment with Exeter A, and Exeter A have been a bit of almost like the protagonists over the past few races. They've had to start further down the order, and have always found themselves working their way up through the running, no matter where they've ended up starting from or where they found themselves at the end of lap 1. They've had some good races here, and that looks to be continuing on. Currently in P10. Their pace at the moment, it was a 105 on that previous lap, so a little bit better than the cars around them. So let's watch out for them as Lancaster sets the fast lap of the race. Loughborough C, they're still fighting for this race lead, still only 3/10 off Coventry A here.
So the round results was confirmed that Oxford Brookes A won round 5. Virtue scoring 176 round points.
That was an impressive charge from them.
It was indeed. So what that means is that they score 60 championship points.
And there they are, setting a fastest lap in celebration, as they are now only 3 seconds off the lead of the race.
The key point being, though, Exeter A, Max O'Shaughnessy in for them at the moment in this, the start of round 6, finished in 2nd place. So they take, from round 5, 59 championship points. And if we go back to what we said at the start of the programme earlier on this morning, they need to finish an average, basically, of 3rd in each round. Now, they bettered that. They scored 2nd place, so 59 points instead of 58. That means guaranteed, because Reading did not get the kind of results that could have stopped or made Exeter's job a little bit harder this morning. That means Exeter, at worst, need 4th. As just saw Jean Samu off again there for Warwick A. So if Exeter A finish this round, round number 6, in 4th place or better, they will be BUKC champions for 2023.
Exciting stuff, and it's certainly going their way at this point in time. I'm still on board with the Exeter team at the moment, as they've now got a very small gap to the car up in front. It is closing corner by corner, though. UEA getting the overtake done on UCL. Liverpool B up into 5th, so a good resurgence given that it wasn't looking too strong for them at the start of the race. Loughborough C oh so close, though, to Coventry, only a 10th separating them as we crossed the last timing marker. Coventry, though, still an impressive lap. They're matching pretty much Loughborough on that previous one. A cone penalty for Loughborough A there. Loughborough A aren't in this front-running fight, but still interesting to see the cone penalties coming in. It's very difficult to navigate the circuit in these cars, as we've already alluded to. It is technical, and yeah, after half an hour's interval, the cars will be very cold. The circuit will certainly not primed and ready for racing conditions. It'll be a very difficult drive out there indeed.
Could be worse, though. Could be snowing.
Don't rule it out. I think the temperatures that we've got at the moment, I'm actually surprised it's feeling so mild out there. I've fallen back into my weather reporting mode once again. As we see Oxford Brookes now getting the move done on Lancaster Straight. That is impressive pace in that car there, and that is quite easy to see why they've got ahead and up into P3. 1:03.9 on that previous lap was the fastest lap of the race so far.
Yeah, just looking further through the round 5 results. All the results available on the website, results.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC. Brookes A, as we reported, won the round. 2nd for Exeter A, 3rd for Nottingham Trent A, giving them the win in the clubman class. Southampton A in 4th completed the podium in Premier class. Manchester A were 5th, Brookes B 6th, Edinburgh A 7th, Bath A 8th, Sheffield A 9th, and Birmingham A 10th. So that was your top 10 overall. Liverpool B also sneaking into the top 10 for Premier teams, because of course we had one clubman kart in that top 10 overall. And then just to round out the club podium, Loughborough A, the number 4, finished 14th overall and 2nd in club, and Coventry C pipped their own B team to 3rd place in club in virtue of a 4th place finish versus a 7th place finish, because those two teams finished equal on points.
I see. Just Coventry on that previous lap responding to the charge behind them. Loughborough C about 2nd behind now. Coventry putting in a 104.7 on that previous go-around. And if we have a look at, actually, UCLA have lost a couple of positions. I believe they have a penalty to serve as well, or will be serving that post-race. My memory might be failing me there, but I swear I saw something pop up. Oxford Brookes A in the 103s, as we've already mentioned. Impressive pace from them so far. That track's starting to clean up just that little bit more now. We're 10 minutes into this race, and it's starting to look a little bit more racing friendly.
Is indeed. And Exeter just making their way past one of the... In fact, that's been quite a change on this lap, because that means Liverpool B have fallen down the order and Exeter A have jumped up, and they've met around 7th place, side by side, as they head up towards at the top of the circuit here. This is the fighter in around 5th position, and with some back markers in the middle of it all as well. There is the number 1 of Oxford Brookes A, currently in 2nd position, trying to fend off Loughborough C and Lancaster A in all of this. In fact, they've not been able to. Loughborough C have got through. Loughborough C down the inside of one of the back markers there. This is the real tester, I feel, Reeve, of a BUKC driver's skills. This stage of the race, you've got yourself into a nice rhythm in terms of, you know, putting the fast laps in, but especially in these conditions, you catch up to the traffic. You can't do that anymore. You've got to find a way around them, and how to do that cleanly is what really marks the great drivers out in this series.
Definitely, especially at this stage in the race, when you mention you get into that rhythm, you don't want to start becoming a little bit complacent. Maybe your mind starts to wander elsewhere, and yeah, you can easily allow the mistakes to start slipping in, especially the likes of Sector 3, where the corners start coming at you at a great rate, and then you've got the likes of, you might just, it doesn't look too rainy out there on the screen. It definitely is, though. We can confirm. So yeah, you want to make sure heading into corners like Spoon or like the Carousel, you want to make sure that you aren't facing the wrong direction on the way out there. It can be very difficult indeed over a 25-minute race.
Absolutely. Contact warning for Liverpool A, the number 43. How are they getting on at the moment? Down in 27th position right now in a battle with Bath B and Leicester A.
Southampton A just posted an impressive fastest lap there. They have, once again, we talked about a few teams having a bit of a roller coaster race day, really. There's some taking wins and then dropping all the way back through the order the next race. Not being able to string together the day. Southampton seems to be back on form again in this race now. They're climbing their way through the order and setting some good lap times at this point in time.
And I know we've been talking a lot about Exeter and that they could potentially wrap up the championship here today. If they do, and at the moment it is looking good, what I would say to folk who are thinking, oh, what's there to tune in for round 7 and 8, there is probably one of the most open battles for second place I can ever remember in the BUKC, because we've had so many teams that can show on their day they're right up there. They can be in a top 3 in a round. But because they've all had this inconsistency, there's probably 6 or 7 teams that have a genuine shot at ending in the top 3 of the championship overall and taking one of the big trophies home with them. And that's not normal. Normally when we get to the final meeting, it's okay, it's a championship win that's going to be 1 from maybe 3, and a podium battle of the remainders of those 3 and maybe a couple more. Whereas this year, I think Brookes are in there, Southampton are in there, Reading are in there, Birmingham, Cardiff, all of these teams that have shown that they can win races, they're all going to having a great battle when we get to Clay Pigeon around just over a month's time.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see so far just how much the pace has permeated through the field so far this season. Some teams are really shining on their day, and I can't remember the last time I saw that in the BUKC. It's been very impressive indeed. As we have Liverpool B, Loughborough B still battling it out. Liverpool not getting the start to the race that they would want, and actually getting a curb warning. I'm not quite sure what that was, but I'm going to take a wild guess and presume it is at the end of the lap, the monster curbing, where the monster curb lies. 6 tenths separating of them and Loughborough at the moment.
I know what it is. I know what it is. It's because they've taken those curbs that on their own are quite large, but they've put the largest man in the BUKC spotting them to make them look deceptively small. And that's what Jacob's now getting offending customers that he's going to start handing penalties out to left, right and centre this afternoon. He said to us earlier that he's not given a curb warning to anybody yet. Now he's giving them left all over the place.
Now if you look at a curb, you've got a penalty.
10.5 minutes of the race to go. Coventry A leading, Oxford Brookes A second. How many times have we said that over the years of the BUKC? Neither of them are going to be in the fight for winning the title this year, I think. But they're putting on quite a show in this race. Lancaster A third, top of the clubman teams at the moment. Loughborough C in 4th, and then Exeter A once again. How many times? It's just been their consistency of getting into this position. Okay, maybe there's been teams that have come along in the BUKC in years gone by and and won more individual races, but the fact that they always seem to find this way of getting into around the top 5 has been so impressive this season.
Yeah, especially from what we've seen today as well. They're just so able to pick up rubber and bring home points. It's very impressive indeed. Having a look there, Liverpool B have picked up an advantage by contact penalty, so that makes the job just that little bit easier for Loughborough, Southampton and Manchester behind. Southampton obviously on a bit of a charge at the moment, trying to get overtakes done on track. It looks like it was about to work for them then. It was they were having a look. We'd have to wait for the next overtaking opportunity. As we see, actually the gap between Coventry and Oxford Brookes out in the lead, getting smaller and smaller by the second, now only 0.4 of a second. Just a couple of kart lengths. That'll be getting, I imagine, a little bit heated out at the front end of the field.
Yeah, time ticking on by. New fastest lap confirmed there for Loughborough A. As, oh dear, off. I think that's one of the Liverpool drivers, the number 43.
It is.
And those poor new suits getting drenched and now covered in grass and mud and muck, and there's a little bit of a lip there just on the edge of the circuit. That's what the driver's struggling with there. Is this the front bumper is probably ground out against that lip as the track drops away and forms into the grass verge.
And I believe that's the smallest driver, the lightest driver that Liverpool team has, so he's going to struggle to pick up that car and get it.
I feel this is why I know they're all about these berms, is because I've encountered all of them over the years whilst I've driven around this circuit. Black flag as well for a restart off the grass for Brighton B, so that's going to be a disqualification for Brighton B, down in 30th place, nil point for them from this race.
Only a tenth now between Oxford Brookes and Coventry. Out of the curb warning for Birmingham A. So the curb warning, we shouldn't have reminded Jacob about the curb warnings. They're now flying in. Yes, the gap between Oxford and Coventry now very small indeed. We'll jump on board with that 24 car in just a moment, hopefully, and see that battle for the lead of the race. In terms of how many ineligibles do we have?
I haven't got it confirmed yet, but again, if you see an Oxford Brookes D or E kart, disregard them, but we'll find out in due course. It tends to be that the ineligibles appear later in the round.
And Coventry had a very strong sector 3 on that previous lap, has allowed him a little bit of breathing room as we head down towards turn 3 once again. 7/10 separating the two karts, and a bit of a slide for Oxford Brookes as we head through that third corner there. That could cost him. That could make all the difference here, because you've got to carry that momentum through. Maybe not quite as much as we headed down towards sector 3, but still momentum in these not the most powerful go-karts in the world, still very important indeed.
Absolutely. More trouble for Liverpool karts. Number 76 has had a contact warning.
With the gap between Exeter and Lancaster also shrinking down somewhat now. They're involved in their own little battle as well. At this point in the race, there's only a few laps to go. Do you decide, if you're Lancaster and Exeter, do you decide to maybe work together, maybe try and close that gap to P2, and in the hopes, although they're very fast indeed, in the hopes that something goes wrong out in front?
Well, if we kind of consider the situation of the traffic, I'd probably give it another lap or so. There's not a lot of traffic ahead of
Lancaster.
the two leaders.
Yep.
So yeah, I wouldn't quite call off the charge to try and close down Brookes A and Coventry A yet, but we're not far off them having to resign themselves to being third is the best we can get. We may as well start fighting for it.
Yeah, Exeter already in third. Oh, that's gone wrong for a clubman there. That is the number 68 kart at the final corner. Haven't seen too much of it. Seen the odd kart going off at the final corner there. Who is that? Number 68 kart.
Number 68 will be Coventry D. So Coventry D, who were down in 29th place, did have a bit of an advantage though over Liverpool A, so they should be able to hold on to that position.
And we have an ABC penalty for Leeds as well, so they'll be pegged back a few positions. Also one for Liverpool B coming in a few laps ago, so as we've mentioned already, so that not helping them either. A couple of ABC penalties so far today. And then another black flag. This is for Loughborough A, and they are resigned to the pits.
Yeah,
which is a shame. They had good pace, fastest lap.
They did have good pace. Down in 18th place now though, and that'll get progressively worse because they'll have to come into the pits for that black flag.
the gap's still very close indeed between Coventry and Oxford Brookes. We're on board with them here as they're heading round to head through to Sector 3 once again. There is a rather lonesome Liverpool kart there, just occupying.
Oh, 3 wide as they're going through the carousel there. Some brave driving being put in by, well, this is the third place battle, isn't it? This is the thing. These drivers are all trying to go for these points now. The number 20, I was particularly impressed with UEA's driving there to thread the needle on the exit of the carousel. Less than 4.5 minutes to go. Hello to Justin Tang, by the way. Good to hear from you, Justin. Cheering on Coventry A at the moment, leading this race. Southampton A gaining a position, continuing their good day so far, up to 6th place past Loughborough C.
Both leaders sliding through. Apologies, no, not leaders. Sliding through turn 3 there, and another black flag. They are absolutely pouring in now in this race for another restart off grass as well. This time it is Leicester A.
Yeah, I think there'll probably be some reminders in the paddock afterwards about restarting from the grass, and the drivers have. It's a very hard, fast rule. They've got to be back on the tarmac before they turn the engines over, these Rotax Evo engines, and get going again.
Now, very interesting, actually. We've just seen someone from Exeter there. But according to, thank you, George, for that. So according to Exeter's own calculations, they believe that they need a 7th overall.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I've not quite got the numbers turned round yet. We'll do that in due course. But we know that Reading have dropped further points, and we know also that there was a bit of a gap back to the likes of Bath, who were in 3rd place. But what we can say for sure is that performances like this in the new fastest lap of the race from Max O'Shaughnessy, every lap they turn, Exeter are getting a step close to this BUKC title that they missed out on so tightly last year in 2022.
I'd like to commend the leaders as well, although they are enjoying a bit, well, not a full-on battle, but they're certainly pushing each other. They're pushing each other well and effectively. The pace is good on both of those karts. They haven't compromised each other's races too much. They've been able to stay clear of the fastest lap holders, and have been rather enjoying their own race out in front for quite some time now.
Yeah, they have indeed. Some great performances, rolling back the years almost of battles between Coventry A and Brookes A.
Looked a little bit close, too close for comfort there for Coventry A. They headed round the final corner once again. Perhaps the back end just beginning to step out as the road so close to the curbs there. That allowed Oxford Brookes to maybe think about a move up the inside heading into turn 1. He was too far back to make it stick though, or to even contemplate it really. I just want to mention as well the Loughborough karts once again always finding each other on track. Loughborough C, Loughborough B, and Loughborough D all in the top 10 now.
Yeah, picking up some good points for the team from the Midlands. And your heart goes out to them because I feel this pain. This was me back in 2014 when, you know, you'll probably be 60-something kilos. These karts feel a lot heavier when you haven't got much body mass, and you've got to push them up a Snowdonia hill in the wet. You're cold. You're damp to the bone,
definitely,
and you just can feel the positions and the time ebbing away there. So my heart goes out to the driver in the number 58 there. I've been there, son. Loughborough D. We've cursed him again.
Luckily, my driving career not quite long enough in the BUKCs for too many misfortunes. It was just overall one big misfortune, really. Loughborough B now getting past Loughborough C into 7th position on the road. The gap, they are managing that gap out in front so well. It seems to be never going above half a second, and at some points as close as 1/10. That's just a couple of kart lengths in these conditions at most. Very impressive driving from the front here. Seeing some very convincing leading drives from past few races here.
And this will be another one of those close ones as to whether the time expires before the drivers get to the line. I think it might do on this occurrence. The number 24 has got to fight through all of this. This could be the last lap. It is going to be the last lap. You can see them looking over the shoulder.
Oh, he has the
Brooks are going
inside.
to look down the inside. They're going to protest there, but Coventry are going to get it on the line. How close is this? They've done it.
Brilliant.
They've done it by less than a tenth of a second. And they just kept the foot in. They kept the momentum round the outside. On that outside line, doesn't matter how big the gap is, as long as there is one. 0.068 for a Coventry A race win over Oxford Brookes A. That has got to be the closest race finish we have had this year. Well kept head there for Coventry, because that could have so easily gone wrong. Exeter A come home in third. They would have wanted that race to go on one more lap longer, because they were absolutely
in the mix.
romping in
They were
to
as
Coventry
well.
and Brooks. UEA A finishing fourth. Lancaster A, the top of the Clubman Karts, home in fifth. Southampton A, sixth. Loughborough B and C home seventh and eighth. Liverpool B ninth, and Manchester B completing the top 10. But what a finish there to race one in round 6. What's also happening there? How's that kart got into the middle of all that? Took my eyes away from the screen one moment, and there's a kart coming in a very unorthodox line into the finish line. Something tells me after that this is going to be a bit of a fun afternoon here at GYG.
Yes, what a drive to the line that was. I think as well, I saw both drivers congratulating each other as they crossed the line, because, and I hope that was the case, because that was a fantastic effort from both. What a finish. It was all made on that one last corner.
Let's get down to Piers Pryor, because we want to get the thoughts of those drivers. Piers is down in the paddock.
Well, it is getting brighter down here, but somehow it's raining more. I don't really understand that. But anyway, someone is very, very happy with their race. P1, let's go. Come on in. Come on in. You're the happiest man I've seen today.
Oh, yeah, I'm quite happy man, to be honest. So yeah, I'm really glad to represent Coventry A and win for them. I'm really glad I got my first win in BUKC, because last year I was in Inters, and you know, small by steps I gained up to mains. I came here and won today, so I'm quite a happy man. Yeah.
As you should be. Well done. You had a lot of pressure from Oxford Brookes A, of course, last year's champions. Alfie Prince has won loads of races, and
what to say, he did a really, really good race. He was quicker than me, to be honest, but there was quite a good battle over there. I just want to congratulate everyone, especially Brookes A. He did an amazing raase, and especially a really clean one. So happy to see you. So.
Well done. You're racing for
Coventry A.
Coventry A, and your name is
Ed Pozo.
Ed Pozo. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Nicely done. Right, I love it when people are that happy in the race. Let's go and chat with the man I was mechanicking earlier on. Oh, you two.
Oh, okay.
You too. Well, first of all, your pedals worked.
Yeah, my pedals definitely did work, that one. I think I tried to follow you for a bit, but I couldn't quite keep with you. But
and another strong race there, Max. P3, I think, in the end.
Yeah, I think so. Just one. All we needed was one more lap. We were getting so close to the leaders. But yeah, it was a great race, good fun.
Another solid points haul for Exeter, of course. You had a good, strong morning this morning, and now again a good start to the afternoon. Surely you're thinking, you know, it's getting close to that time where you can pop the champagne open.
Well, hopefully everyone else has a good race this afternoon. So I'm not saying anything until we do it.
Luke, you out again this afternoon?
Yes, I'm racing for Oxford D, I think Oxford Brookes D. So yeah,
as you do
in race 3. But yeah, it's first time here, and I absolutely love the track. Yeah.
It's a great track. It's a shame we don't get to do it in the dry, because in the dry it is mega. But anyway, well done, guys. Another strong result from Exeter, of course. Imperious as always, with another top 3 finish. Max O'Shaughnessy showing the experience he has in the BUKC. Let's grab a word with Edinburgh. Last time I interviewed you, I just kind of gave you the mic and ran off. But what about how's your morning been going as an Exeter clan?
We had a much better morning. We finished 7th. 7th overall.
That's solid.
Yeah. All 3 of our results in the top 10. So solid morning. Let's make it continue.
Same again this afternoon then?
Absolutely. Nah, always room for improvement though.
Starting with you, young man. What, are you a man with a plan?
Well, short plan, go forward, don't go backwards.
How are you going to go forwards?
Keeping it on the track, really. That's what counts. It's been a lot of incidents, but I think if you stay out of trouble first couple of laps, you'll be fine.
Well, good luck with that. I'm going to go and grab a word with one of the BUKC stalwarts, Dante Dillon for Nottingham Trent A.
Hello.
You've been It's been an up and day down for Nottingham, Trent.
Yeah, it has been a bit of an up and day. Didn't start off very well. Once again, Sam and I have done the old swapperoo, so now he's A and I'm B, and obviously we're together in the same race, so it should be good fun. I really enjoyed it earlier, so looking forward to more.
Lightweight race now?
Heavyweight.
So you've got a lot of lead on the kart?
I've had to put, 7 kilos more on it, so...
More than normal as well?
Yes.
How many kilos we're looking at?
In the C, well, the amount I've had to add on is about 30 kg.
30?
Yeah, that's right. That's the commitment we have here.
There you go. So if there's any church roofs or anything missing in North Wales, here's your man. Right, let's move down the grid. Let's have a word. Oh, Loughborough.
Yes, Loughborough, your favourite.
Of course. How did your race go this morning, my friend? And what's your name?
It was Thomas Dixon, Loughborough A. It was a bit chaotic this morning. Unfortunately, got taken out by another Loughborough driver this morning, but
oh dear,
had a really good pace. So yeah, happy with the result. Second for the team in the round. So yeah, happy.
Very happy. Looking forward to another good race this afternoon. Are you enjoying the circuit?
Yeah, no, lovely circuit. First time here, so yeah, great fun. Undulations, a lot of fun. Always on a track, so yeah, been awesome fun.
Stay away from those Loughborough carts. Right, moving on. Let's see if we can grab. Wow, that is a bright race suit. Jesus. Wowzers. I can't not have a word with you over here. Hang on, has anyone got any sunglasses? Anyone? Who's the dude with the sunglasses? There was someone this morning that was racing with sunglasses on, which confused me no end. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got the GoPro on, so that's going to go on YouTube, is it?
Peter Bishop Karting.
Sorry?
Peter Bishop Karting.
Okay, so we'll see that on. So yeah, he said subscribe to Peter Bishop Karting, and of course, while you're there, make sure you liked and subscribe to Alpha Live YouTube channel. How did you go this morning? Peter Bishop, of course, is your name, but who are you racing for?
Coventry C. This morning went really well. I came 8th on the road and then 4th after penalty, so really good result.
More of the same, and we definitely won't miss you on circuit. Look at that, wowzers. Where did you even get that?
Online somewhere. I don't know.
Did you know it was going to be quite this bright?
I didn't think it'd be this bright, no.
It's almost like a beacon, isn't it? It really is. Oh, Lewis Hamilton. Great to see you at the BUKC once again.
Well, F1's so boring these days, I thought I'd do a sport that's actually mildly interesting, so...
Shade being thrown. BUKC is far more interesting than Formula 1, though, so... If Lewis Hamilton was starting in the kart next to you right now, who do you reckon would have the race, you or him? In the BUKC right now, you know, on a rainy day in North Wales.
Well, I don't think he's got Club 100 experience. So
he hasn't?
He hasn't. So, you know, experience trumps everything end of the day.
So you're saying you'd have Lewis Hamilton in the Club 100 car?
I think I'd let him win it. I'm a fan. I'd want his autograph afterwards, so I'd want...
Ah, you sell out. He's an absolute sellout. Who are you and who are you racing for?
Henry Hudson, Leeds A.
Leeds A. Well, Leeds are selling out. So, right. We think we're ready to go. So let's step over some karts. Andrew Reeve, it's definitely getting even wetter out here. I'm looking forward to getting back inside. Karts are ready to go. Over to you.
To GYG, and we're getting ready for the second race in round number 6. Here is your grid. Brooks B alongside UEA A on the front row, Southampton B and Bristol A on row 2, Glan A and Nottingham Trent A on row number 3. Cardiff A and Surrey A on row number 4, Brunel A and Nottingham Trent B on row number 5, Nottingham A and Brighton B on row number 6, Edinburgh A and Loughborough A start on the 7th row of the grid, De Montfort A and Warwick B on row 8, Loughborough B and Coventry C on the 9th row of the grid, Leeds A and Cardiff B on row 10, Lancaster A and Southampton A on row 11, Brooks C and Bath A on row 12, and then we've got Exeter B and Coventry D on row 13, Brighton A and Cambridge A on row 14, Warwick A and Loughborough D on the 15th row of the grid, Bath B and Coventry B on row 16, Brooks E and Brooks D both ineligible on row 17, Liverpool B complete the 35 kart field. We can confirm in the box, we have corroborated the maths. Exeter A need to finish this round in 7th or higher and they will be champions, so that we can fully agree with the guys who've got their own songs. They can do good. My goodness me, that is the brightest races I've ever seen in Club 100 history. Wow, we might need to change the exposure settings on the cameras for that one.
quite amusing.
Chris Alcock, if you're watching, you've got some work to do, mate. You've now been beaten in terms of how fluorescent one can be on a stream. Sorry, it's completely taken me off.
Either no one's going to crash into him because you can see him from 12 miles away, or everyone's going to be blinded and is going to run straight into
That
it.
is an unorthodox tactic. Let's see how it works for them. But yes, 7th place or higher for X to A. If they get that in this round, they will be BUKC champions for 2023. But there's a lot of racing to go. And here we go for race number 2 in round 6. Lights out, away we go. 25 minutes. Good start for Oxford Brookes B. Everybody working their way around the first turn. They've done so well. I think everybody's got the handle on that one now. Heading up towards Spoon Curve. Still a lot of... Oh, there's a spinner in the middle. Full 360 for Nottingham Trent A, as they do. Let's get that one on a replay, because that was a bit different. The 31's being forced out wide. That's De Montfort A. Apart from that, I think we're all pretty much good, but Nottingham Trent A, how lucky was this? Look out for the number 7 in the middle of your screen. Gets on the curb, full 360, has a little bit of a bump with a 28 who does well to save it as also. That was Clan A, and on they continue.
That was very close indeed for some of those drivers, including race leader Oxford Brookes B as well. Had a bit of a tank slapper heading through the third corner. Did well to recover that as well. So a little bit hairy on the first lap for a few drivers, but we're underway regardless.
And it's quite strung out at the front of the field. They have got a penalty for it, though, Nottingham Trent A. They've received a forcing driver wide penalty, so that will be for the contact on Clan A. As they were doing their casual 360 in front of the whole field. Oxford Brookes B lead at the end of lap number 1 then. UEA A in second, Trent B third, Southampton B fourth, Brunel A fifth, Bristol A up to 6th. Good start for Bristol A. Have had struggles so far this morning. Didn't have the best of round 5s, but this is a good start here in round 6 for them, up in the top 6.
Yeah, nice move by Nottingham Trent, then defending against the Surrey A, getting that position back. As a contact warning for Leeds A kicking in. I imagine we might see a few more of them tumbling in throughout the rest of this race. But yes, a good start overall, I'd say, for some of the drivers here, as there's a penalty actually for Lancaster A coming in.
And that'll be a BF penalty, which is going to be for breaking formation, which I think, yeah, that makes sense. I did see at least one kart out of the tram lines off the start.
Oxford Brookes at the moment managing this gap well, and we've had another penalty come in. It is Cardiff for the advantage by contact. It's a Cardiff B kart there. As you see, number 14 having a look up the inside there, was a little bit too far back, X to B, a little bit too far back to make anything stick, so remains in the same position for the time being as we see the order changing, chopping and changing as we cross the start-finish line there. Contact warning for Brighton B as well. There we are on board at the moment with Nottingham Trent and Oxford Brookes. We can see Nottingham Trent, there has been a change for the lead. Nottingham now takes the lead away from Oxford Brookes, has absolutely flown on that previous lap. 105.4 in comparison to 107 from the former race lead, and that is a cracking charge from the Nottingham driver there. Let's see if they can keep that pace up, or will Oxford be spurred on? Not too far away is UEA also having a good start. Oh, if I can, almost sounds like I'm yodeling there trying to pronounce UEA. Cone penalty for Trent B, though, our current race leaders.
All I'm going to say, mate, is be glad that University of West England aren't here, because it used to be UEA A and UEA A.
Yeah.
Bristol and Norwich, I'll still call them that. Cone penalty for not our leader, Nottingham Trent A. The B team is in the lead, but the A team in 5th place have picked up
Cone penalty for B as well.
B as well, so
our
right
race
on
leader.
cue. There we go. Oh, that's another one that we put in the curse box. Nottingham Trent B then cannot win this race because they've got that cone penalty. They've hit one of the pieces of track furniture, as they're called, in the regulations. The reason why they're there is to stop drivers cutting onto the wrong side of the curbs and potentially damaging the fleet of karts.
Or themselves.
Or themselves.
But mainly the karts.
The karts. But no, so that means that Brookes B are in effective lead position, and quite nicely in effective lead position, because their gap
to Brunel A behind, and Seb Algieri at the wheel for them at the moment. Recognise that crash helmet anywhere. It's 4.2 seconds.
Yeah, great drive for him so far. He's now, it must be quite weird in the car. He's got to effectively imagine he's already in the race lead. He's already got to imagine that there isn't a kart out in front, and his only job now is to keep Brunel A at bay. At the moment, that is certainly not going his way. Brunel A, a little bit more pace underneath him, a 105.6 on the previous lap. So Brunel, slowly but surely, as things stand at the moment, closing up that gap. We'll see how that progresses, though, later on into the race. What a shame for the Nottingham crew, though, because they were in a very good position indeed in this race. UEA also doing quite nicely, just about keeping ahead of Southampton B. Southampton B have paired up with them and are probably enjoying quite a nice battle at this point in time.
Yeah, Seb, a very experienced driver in these karts. He's BUKC for a while now, but has also done a lot of racing in the Club 100 sprints and other formats of Open National Championships with JV and Club 100 over the years. I remember racing himself all the way back in 2015 in the lightweight sprints. Cardiff A have just gained a position on Surrey A to get up into 7th spot. So all the pro kart racing as well does Seb Algieri. If you like your pro kart stuff, have a watch of Teesside Owner Sprints, because we've got some more content and more action on that coming up on Alpha Live in the coming months.
Nottingham Trent A currently hunting down Brunel A at the moment. Of course, they do have a penalty to factor in, but any position, as high as a position as possible, obviously will help their cause. Why it's this lead of the race at the moment for Nottingham Trent is, of course, damage limitation, really. It's still, they'll still come out with a good number of points as things stand. See the gap between Cardiff A and Surrey A, very close indeed. You can also really include Exeter B in that as well. Some very close packs forming up here at GYG. Also Coventry C, Loughborough A, very close as well. Nottingham Trent A taking the fast lap away from their sister team. So running very nicely indeed, trying to get that overtake, trying to, as we've already alluded to, as much damage limitation as possible for the Nottingham crew.
Heading up the long straight there, you can see Cardiff A to the inside. Trying to gain more positions, the 44 on the outside of Southampton B, so this may be Cardiff gaining more positions. Now down the inside of UEA, a bold move there from Cardiff A, gets them through and continues this progress, this good form that we've seen in patches. Like to see it a bit more regularly from Cardiff here in the Commons box. That's them up into the top 5. And they've just got a bumper pass penalty, so they'll be demoted straight out of that position. Exeter B, though, look at Exeter B. They've come through this pack now. They take 5th place on the road. And all I'm going to say is no one's delivered treats to the comms box today. That's why everybody's getting cursed, apart from Sheffield, because we've still got theirs remaining over from PFI.
Ah, fantastic. The 2 Nottingham carts then. It's a Nottingham 1-2 as things stand. What a shame. I'm sure they are really not best pleased by the fact that they've got those penalties hanging over them at this point. And it's one of the interesting points of this type of pack racing that we're watching at the moment is as we all bunch up and kind of slow down getting involved in those battles, all of a sudden what you were originally battling for 7th, but all of a sudden you're 4 carts wide against turn 3, and that overtake for 7th is now an overtake for 5th or 4th. And certainly that's what Cardiff was hoping to avoid, and they've just about managed to do that, I think.
Yes, and they have indeed. 16.5 minutes to go. This will be infuriating now for Nottingham Trent, because they're absolutely flying out there, but both of their cars have penalties. So what could have been a 1-2 glorious McLaren at Monza a few years ago celebration is not. It's good at the moment, still going to the hands of Brunel A. The brightest nuclear man, and that's what I'm going to call him, the brightest thing in the universe is coming through.
Are all those cone penalties actually just for people making contact with that car? And we're thinking
possibly so. Maybe that's it. The nuclear racing driver
is so bright that everybody's retinas have been put out of where they need to be, and that's why everybody's hitting the cones.
I mean, our screen's
New
just started
regulation
smoking.
for 2024, luminosity limits on your wetsuit. Good Lord, look at that.
He's gone for the Brawn GP livery, I think. I think he's trying to replicate the glory days. And I think it looks the part.
It definitely looks like something. There we go, 15 minutes to go. It's so bright I've not even paid attention to which kart number it is. It's number 50.
I can't read it. But
it's Coventry C.
Yeah,
See, now it makes sense. This is a driver who quite clearly has experience of the Coventry ring road and has gone, I need something that is so bright that everybody can see me coming, and so I can get on the ring road, but more importantly, get off the ring road unscathed.
Are you suggesting that's actually his car's dust cover or something?
Yes.
Or his rain cover?
Yes,
right?
it is.
That would make sense.
A bit of excess material, form a wetsuit out of it, and go do some kart racing in North Wales.
This is the best of a bad situation really for Nottingham Trent. They've got great pace now, obviously. Well, B is in particular romping away with it, as you say. It's just utterly controlling the race. So there's still some good points to take away for them. Not quite, obviously, the amount they'd want to be taking away, but it means it bodes well for the cars behind as well, obviously. So Brunel effectively take the lead of this race.
Yep. They're doing a really good job. Oh, big save there. Although half a save. No, they did save it. Coming back on circuit now. I'm trying to see, was that the 118 of Lancaster A that was very sideways for half a moment through Carousel Corner? The Coventry C driver is so bright that our camera operators, they're struggling to focus on it and wobbling around.
I'm struggling to focus on what else is going on track.
Too.
It's just there. We can't avoid it.
Contact warning for the number 29 of Edinburgh A, and track limit warning for the 120 of Cambridge A. So I think that was the kart that we saw sliding off the road momentarily through Carousel Corner. Cut us some slack, guys. This is we've never quite seen anything so attention-grabbing on an Alpha live stream before.
My worry is
everything else is just secondary at the moment.
What's it like for him in the kart? He can't look down. Oh dear, that's someone having an off.
What we will say is Edinburgh A just put a very good, nice move in on Southampton B there. So Edinburgh A are up to 9th place. Kind of penalty for Lancaster A. Had some good results this morning in round 5. And yeah, there's a cone penalty. They're still holding there in the top 20 quite nicely, even with that result. Here's your battle for second on the road. Now remember, Nottingham Trent A have a cone penalty. Blame Nuclear Man for all off-track excursions and cones being knocked over. Nobody can see where they're going out there. But this is for second on the road, but won't gain any points in effect for Seb Algieri, second in line there in the number 40. He's already inheriting this position, virtue of that cone penalty for Trent A. Brooks B will be cheering on Seb in this position, though, because if Seb gets through, they will become the beneficiaries when the penalty is handed to the number 7.
Yes, Brooks in a good stead if that is the case, because they're even just on track, they're in quite as that is the Lancaster kart showing his frustration at the driver in front. But yeah, Brooks B in relatively good stead here. They've got a nice clear air gap to extra B behind, and as you say, yes, if Brunel is able to get ahead of the number 7 kart, they'll be quite happy with the way this race has turned out.
Into the second half of this race now. Nottingham Trent B out front by nearly 10 seconds. Remember, they have a penalty as well. Other position changes to tell you about.
Southampton B has lost a few positions on the previous lap.
They did. They've dropped down to 13th place now. So Brooks B just go through shot there.
Coventry C, our luminescent beneficiary of that drop in position.
Illuminated their way up into the top 10. Very good result for Coventry C, having a good day so far. Strong points in the Clubman Championship. Seb Algieri continuing to put these laps in.
got a good gap to Brooksby behind now. 1 minute 6.9 last time around. For Brunel A, 1 minute 5.9. So okay, so Brooksby pulled in a second there. So maybe Brunel A do just need to pull the pace up a little bit. On lap 13, or completed lap 13, on lap 14 now with 10 minutes to go.
Quite possibly, yeah. And the Exeter B and Cardiff A are very close together on track at the moment. I think they're well, they were about 3/10 apart at one point. They're now standing at about a second as they kind of concertina their way around the circuit. But they are running quite close together and spurring each other on quite well. We're on board with them now, in fact.
Loughborough B just gained a position. They've just got past Liverpool B. That's in the midfield there for 17th spot. Warwick B as well gaining positions past Brighton A. Number 14 of Exeter B. Cardiff A closing them down.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if the pace maybe for Brunel is, as you alluded to, it's starting to just drop off ever so slightly. We're now in the high 105s, whereas the cards around them are comfortably in the 104s as well. So we could be starting to see position change going on at the top end of the field. And that, of course, will be for the race lead, effectively.
Indeed. Edinburgh A have just got confirmed there. They're past Bath A for 7th spot in this race. I've got to say, Edinburgh have been fantastic today. They've had a difficult time in the mains championship itself. Did a really good job at qualifiers, finished 13th in their qualifier back at Wilton Mill in November, but since then haven't visited the top 20 of the overall scores. That was until today, of course. They finished 7th this morning in round 5, and a team, I know we talk a lot about distances travelled by teams and whether that has a bit of a correlation to race results. Over the years that we've done this with the BUKC and done these streams, the Scots are always the ones who buck the trend, and got to give it out to Edinburgh here. They've been fantastic here today. Another Scottish university performing well in the BUKC, and clearly showing now that their performances from this morning in round 5 are no fluke, as they're here again in the top 10.
Indeed, yeah. Am I right in saying that the most local circuit will be PFI up in Lincolnshire?
Yes, it would be.
So still quite the trek for them. Doing a very impressive job. And that momentum should hopefully, for their sake, carry on into the next 2 rounds. Obviously, they'll be spurred on by the performance today, and that could even progress into next season.
Seven and a half minutes to go. I should say, if you're watching and you're new to the BUKC, or even if you're not new to the BUKC and you're a student and you're at a university that doesn't have a BUKC team, that's one of the great things about this championship, about student societies. You can form one. If you've got 4 drivers in the university who want to have a go at this in future years.
It is brilliant fun. I would often find myself, I will be the first to admit, I was by no means the fastest driver out there, by quite some margin. But I'd often find myself just turning up to the BUKC weekends anyway as we go back on board with the
Nuclear Man.
Yeah, I don't even know how to describe it. But yeah, I'd often find myself turning up to the BUKC weekends anyway, because it is just a laugh. You're surrounded by like-minded people. You're surrounded by the smell of 2-stroke fuel, and it's good fun all around.
Just looking back at the battle for the 60 points from this race, still Brunel over Brooksby. They've stemmed the tide at the moment of the advance of Brooksby. It's at 2.2 seconds, which is okay. That is a manageable gap with 6.5 minutes to go. I think the traffic is starting to come into effect, though. This could go to the advantage of Brunel A, because, as I say, with Seb's endurance experience, getting through the traffic is something that he's very, very good at, and doing it cleanly as well.
Bath have very quietly had a very pleasant race.
Yeah.
In race 2 here. Currently, I was going to say not trundling along in 8th, but nicely running in 8th at the moment.
And they're one of those teams that I think we'll still very much be talking about when we go to Clay Pigeon as having a chance of getting second place in the championship overall. They've had some really strong results so far this year, and if they can string together a good round here in round 6 and a strong finish of the season, they could be right up there in the final rankings once we get to Easter.
Yeah, the battle for the second will be very interesting indeed. The number 19 kart there, Loughborough B, just about gave himself enough margin on the curb on the exit of turn 1 there anymore, and he would have been in the grass, and with the current conditions that would not have been the grippiest way around the circuit. So well held to keep it on the tarmac.
Not long to go then. Nottingham Trent in a 1-2 situation at the moment, but remember, if you're just joining us, they both have cone penalties from earlier in the race, so we're still looking at Brunel A as the beneficiaries of that. And also to remember, penalties are always applied from the back first. So if the whole field all got a penalty, apart from the driver who finished in 36th place, the driver in 36th would win, because it would be 35th applied, 34th, back. That's why at the moment, even though B and the Nottingham Trent karts both just got the one position in terms of penalty, it's going to be Brunel who benefit from both of those teams finishing with blotted copybook, shall we say. I mean, it's a system I kind of like, because it means that to win a race in the BUKC, you have to race cleanly. You cannot win a race if you've got a penalty.
Yeah, it's a system that will encourage safer driving. And just looking at B at the moment, I think they've clearly encountered some traffic now that the gap between Trent B and Trent A has started to come down somewhat, and start to see some contact warnings coming in for Trent B. So he might just be sliding his way through that traffic, trying to get a bit of a clean run, make sure he holds on to this lead on the road at least.
Particularly in these sprint races. I know there's maybe an argument in the Enduros that if a team wins by 40 seconds, is a one-place cone penalty not a bit harsh? I think there's some credence to that argument, as the number 5 goes down the inside of the 23. So through there, that's Leeds on Southampton. Sorry, I thought this battle was a little bit further up the order. It's for 18th place. But Leeds A going through there on Southampton 8. Michael Preston at the wheel. He's one of our drivers in the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. Held and streamed on the DDMM YouTube channel. Next round for that is just over a month's time. April 19th will be racing in the GT3s around Fuji Speedway. Down the inside here comes Dante Dillon in a kart I was not expecting to see him in, so I reckon that's an ineligible drive going on right there. No, it's not, because he's in the number that I read, the 42 with the 30. Yeah, 32 is the 42. He's in the kart I didn't exactly expect him to be in. Oh, as Preston goes round. Preston spins, and that's going to be Southampton A falling down the order.
What a shame. It looked as if it was the previous race where, again, it looked as if they had some decent pace underneath them, and unfortunately that doesn't appear to be the case here in race 2.
Sorry, I got confused there with Dante. He's that far out ahead that, of course, he's in the 32 in the Nottingham Trent B kart. They have done this a couple of times this season, where they've swapped Dante Dillon and Sam Pooley around from the A to the B team between the morning and the afternoon sessions. I think that's what they've done again here today. Dante Dillon looking good for another race win here in the BUKC. He is having an incredible season so far individually as a driver. He's pretty good in the Club 100 Sprints Championship as well. Took the round win at Buckmore Park a few weeks ago, which was streamed here on Alpha Live, so if you missed that, you can go back and watch that at your leisure.
Well, karts making turn 3 relatively cleanly, in fact. No major issues there. The driver's obviously now comfortable. Maybe they've finally warmed up and are settling into a bit of a rhythm, although we're looking to be 3 wide for just a brief moment there.
We're on the last lap. The number 32 kart, piloted by Dante Dillon, just come over the line. Lap times in the 104s and the 105s. Just miss out on getting a 24th lap in. pretty similar to what we saw in the first race, which was a very tight finish between Coventry A and BUKC. Don't think that's going to be the case in this one. 6 seconds is the gap for Dante over the other Nottingham Trent kart out there, the Nottingham Trent A kart, but both so Brunel still, I've got to say, you've got to tip your hat to Brunel in this race. I think, because this has been a bit of pressure. They've managed that gap, 1.5 seconds it is, back to Oxford Brooks B, so number 40 ahead of the number 8. Here comes Dante, down through the S's for the first time. Paddock corner will be the last one. You can see him aggressively turning in. It's a win on the road for Dante Dillon. And not for a couple of penalties, as there's one driver backwards. Oh, this could cause a little bit of chaos in the last corner. Second goes to Trent A on the road, but they have a penalty. Where is Seb Algieri coming across the line in all of this? There is Seb Algieri. So Brunel will take the win, will take the 60 points once the penalties are applied. It was the number 5 of Leeds A going round right at the last corner there. They'll finish a lap down. And Brooks B will finish in 4th place on the road and stay in 4th place on the road. They won't be a beneficiary from any of the penalties. So a bit of a difference, really. In fact, in some ways, that is a very good defence for Brunel to hold that gap, because they've been able to take advantage of 2 penalty positions. It was effectively the difference between 3 points, yes. 3 positions in a way. Because if they'd fallen behind Brooks B, they wouldn't have had that advantage. There's your provisional results. Trent B and Trent A 1st and 2nd, but penalties, so they won't keep that. Brunel A 3rd, Brooks B 4th. Another great drive from Edinburgh A there in 5th. Bath A 6th, Exeter B 7th, Cardiff A 8th, Loughborough A 9th, and Coventry C completing the top 10. Let's head down to Piers Prior in the paddock.
Another race done and dusted there. The conditions no easier than they have been at any point throughout the day. 2 Nottingham Trent teams dominating that one. However, penalties have meant that they will not be taking maximum points, unfortunately. I'm hoping to grab a word with the Nottingham Trent drivers, Dante and Sam. Of course, Sam having a strong race earlier on. Dante a regular on the BUKC podiums. Let's see if we can grab a word. Where are they? Let's wander back down the grid. Let's grab a word with this random person. How are you doing? How was your race?
Got a great start, was into just after the top 10 from starting 22nd, and then got taken out twice. So.
Unlucky. Lancaster not the luckiest of day for you, is it?
No, we had a great race last race. Matty did great, and we were hoping to emulate that, but just not to be.
Not to be, unfortunately. Tricky conditions out there. Easily for someone to make a mistake and either take themselves out or take someone else out. I'm hoping to get a word with our Nottingham Trent drivers, but I can't see them. Where are they? Let's see if I can wander my way down. Let's grab a word.
Absolutely start.
Both of you guys had a pretty strong race, didn't you? I think 2nd on the road, or was it 1st on the road? I can't remember.
2nd on the road.
2nd on the road.
Dante, yeah.
But unfortunately, both Nottingham Trent teams getting penalties. Do you know what that was for?
Yeah, so Dante got a cone penalty, which he doesn't know. And I got a co-penalty and a bump and pass or something?
I don't know.
I don't know either. So.
But a good race nonetheless.
Yeah, I enjoyed that, yeah, it was good fun.
It's good fun out there, isn't it?
It took me a while to get into it, but once I did, yeah, I enjoyed that a lot.
What about yourself? That was a strong race. I think P3 on the road, was it, or P4?
Yeah, I think P3. He got through that traffic really quick. And as he's done it, he's backed them all up into a pack. So it took me a while to get through, and then he was gone, so I can get that back. But
any penalties for yourself?
Not that I saw.
So potentially,
fingers crossed.
P1 Seb.
Yeah. We've been waiting since qualifiers for another one, so hopefully.
Happy with that then?
Yeah, very, very much.
And you're racing for, just remind us?
Brunel A.
Brunel, well,
lovely.
Good result for Brunel. They've had a tricky year at different points throughout the rounds, and a win will do them well. Dante,
yeah.
We spoke to you before the race.
Yeah.
Checked out, mate. Lovely stuff. Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately touched a cone. I wasn't aware that I touched a cone, so it was a surprise to me, but a driver told me that I did hit a cone, so.
Unlucky, mate.
Yes, unfortunate, because it was a good drive otherwise.
It was. You had a nice little gap there, but I want to catch up with someone else. But well done. Well done anyway, regardless. It was still a decent result. Let's move our way back down the grid. Let's have a word with Joshua Taylor. I really like it when people have their name on the side of their helmet. It makes it really easy for me. Joshua, who are you racing for? Oh, we've spoken before. Josh Taylor, of course. Remind us anyway.
Team Derby A.
Derby A, and you're starting, must be about 21st?
23rd.
23rd.
Yeah.
So, how did this morning go? And how are you going to take the experience from this morning into this afternoon's race?
Horrific. I had a rubbish cart, so literally I just went backwards. 23rd I came and basically just trying to go forward now. Just trying to learn from it now.
Was it wet for you this morning? Which race were you in?
It's when it started, race 3, so that's when it's like started to rain a bit. So
full wet now though.
But yeah, so I'm happy with it. Love the wet.
Love the wet. Well, we'll be keeping an eye out for Derby coming through the field. Pulling some safe and clean manoeuvres, hopefully, as we move through the field. Let's walk on down. We had a chat to this person earlier on. Why don't we have a chat to you guys here? Jump on in, right, here you go. Oh, that's a lot of lead. We'll chat to your friend while you're putting the lead in. We'll chat to your friend. All right, how's our man's chances? Who are you and who's in the car and which team are you racing for?
PD, yeah. Starting from 29, so let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. What do you reckon? Is he good in the wet round here?
No idea. I think he never drove in a wet here, so I don't know. Let's find out.
We're taking a voyage into the unknown. Let's go and ask him himself. The camera will stay there and I'll move round. Apparently you don't have a huge amount of experience around here in the wet.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
That is right.
Yeah.
So, how are you feeling?
Nervous.
Nervous?
Yeah.
Well, just remember there's a lot of other people that are also don't really know what they're doing too, so you're okay.
Yeah, I've seen it out there. Yeah.
All you have to do is be better than the other people that don't know what they're doing and you'll do well.
It's a lot to ask, but I'll try my best.
You will try your best. I'm glad to see that you've got the tinted visor on, because of course you didn't want to get any retina damage from the person out there in the bright suit in the previous race.
Yeah. The human highlighter in the last race was quite a highlight, but
yeah, they were calling him the nuclear man in the comms box. So I see you've gone for an understated look for yourself.
Yes. I mean, the helmet says it all,
Just pure, clean cut, crisp. I like it. Anyway, good luck in the race. Let's see how you get on. Oh, we didn't even ask you you're racing for. Oh, no, we did. We did ask you you're racing for. What's your name? Who are you racing for?
My name's Jonathan. I'm racing with Coventry D.
Coventry D. Jonathan, we'll keep an eye out for you. It'll be slightly harder to spot than our nuclear man, but hey, not everyone can be the star of the show, can they? Let's grab a word with our person starting right at the back of the grid.
Yeah.
What is your name? Who are you racing for? Plans for the race? How's your week been?
Racing for Southampton B. Good week. I mean, only way's up, right? So we'll see how it goes.
Baby.
There you go.
Yeah, anyway. What have you been up to? What have you been up to recently since the last round?
We've been up to, uni work. Heavy in it.
Is it heavy?
Yeah, it is, but you could have a good time as well, no?
Yeah, exactly. So what are you studying at the moment?
Oh, mechanical engineering, mate.
Mechanical engineering? Mechanical engineering. First year, third year, what are you doing?
Second year.
Is it boring?
No.
It's not?
No, it's all right.
To be fair, I did engineering, I quite enjoyed it as well. But it's right. I did materials engineering, automotive materials engineering.
All right, it's good fun.
It is good fun, I did enjoy it. But anyway,
best of luck for the race.
Hopefully you'll be able to use your knowledge of how the kart works to fuel you forwards. What do you reckon?
That's the plan.
That is the plan. And your race this morning, good, bad?
Not bad.
Not bad, but doesn't scream good to me.
I mean, learnt the track, so first time here, so
It's a hell of a track to learn, isn't it?
It certainly is, man.
Anyway, good luck. You probably better get your kit on, otherwise you're going to be late. I'm sorry, I've held up proceedings here. Sorry, Jimbo. It's going to be a good race. Unfortunately, no human highlighters in this one. Some pretty some bright race helmets, but Reeve, Andrew, over to you in the comms box.
And thank you, Pierce. We are ready to go once again for race 3 now. So row 1 is De Montfort A and Birmingham A. Row 2, Oxford A and Oxford Brooks D. Row 3, we have Edinburgh A and Exeter A. Then we move on to row 4 with UCLan B and Liverpool A. Row 5 is Nottingham Trent B and Oxford Brooks C. Row 6 is some people. Then row 7 is Oxford Brooks E and then Sheffield A. Then we have Loughborough C on row 8 with Reading A. Row 9 is Cardiff B and Warwick A. And then row 10 is Liverpool B and UCL Carlisle A. And then we have row 11, which is Manchester B and Manchester A, and all Manchester row 11. Row 12 is Derby A and Surrey A. And then moving on to row 13, we have Birmingham B, Bristol A. Row 14, Oxford Brookes B and Coventry A. Row 15, Coventry D and Oxford Brookes A. Row 16, Leicester A and Loughborough B. Row 17, Southampton B and Lancaster A. Row 18 is Nottingham Trent A and Bath A to round out the field.
Mean is that Adam Chapman, he gets that grid graphic going too quickly sometimes.
We didn't care about row, whatever it was anyway, it's fine. Oh, it's looking very wet out there now.
Yep.
Actually see spray on the screen.
25 minutes ahead of us for race number 2. Sorry, no, race number 3. Getting all out of shape. But yeah, this will be the halfway point of the round. For some teams, though, this will be their first race. Now, if it's a team that, I don't know whether we've got any examples of this, who raced in the first 4 races where we had predominantly dry conditions and then haven't necessarily raced through the middle part of the day, this could be a bit of a challenge. It could be a big step change in conditions to what they've experienced before.
Yeah, the track is constantly changing and evolving throughout the day. The conditions are not the same race by race at all.
Here we go then. 25 minutes on the clock. De Montfort A on the inside will take us from pole position. Away we go for race number 3 then. Birmingham A trying to challenge on the outside there as they all go through turn number 1. Good width of the track. There's a spin there for Liverpool B at the back of the field. Is everybody going to be able to avoid? Just about, but that's not a good start at all for Liverpool B.
Jonathan Pinder in the car there, not having a race start that he wants. De Montfort actually not breaking away as much as we've seen from some other of these wet race starts here. So Birmingham very much putting the pressure on at this stage.
Birmingham A recovered to get in the top 10 this morning. Oh, they're having a bit of a squirm there. Well saved around the outside of Carousel. Got it stopped before the grass grabbed the number 13 karts there. Good start for Exeter A as well. Sam Hampshire, who closed out the round for them in round number 5, is back in for this one. Oxford Brookes A nearly being forced onto the grass there. Yellow flag out through the S's must mean that something has happened in the top half of the field. Has anybody gone off into the sheep fields? No, not quite. But end of lap number 1 then. Let's count them through. The number 31 of De Montfort A have had a great start. Up as well are Oxford Brookes D. Remember, they're ineligible today. Oxford A, University of Oxford in second place. Exeter A once again already up into the top 5. Birmingham A have held themselves there in the top 5 as well. And Edinburgh A having another good run there in 6th.
Yeah, Birmingham A looking a little bit out of shape on the exit of the final lap there, or the final corner of that last lap there. Did well to keep the nose clean, keep themselves pointing the right direction, heading into turn 1. They kept their position as well, more importantly to them. Got pressure though from Edinburgh A right behind. Good start in the end for De Montfort though. 2 seconds now to the cars further behind. Oxford A probably much more focused on the threat of Oxford Brookes D right behind. Although they are ineligible, they are still going to be racing for position on track.
Yeah, they will be indeed. Trying to help their Oxford Brookes A team, because what this morning has done in the Brookes story, it has very much pulled Oxford Brookes A into the battle for second place in the championship. They've been a little bit absent so far this year. They have punched themselves in a very Oxford Brookes manner back into the discussion.
Helped by Oxford A having an issue there, dropping down into 7th.
And what I mean by that in terms of the other Oxford Brookes teams, this is something they've been very good at over the years as well. Of if their A team isn't in the race, if it's one of their sit-out races, or they're just having a bit of a bad one, this is where the strength and depth of Brookes comes to the fore, because those B, C, D teams can take points off other rivals to the A team, or the team of Oxford Brookes, because it's not always the A team that does it as well. There's a great move there by Exeter A to get past Birmingham A for 3rd. Whichever the Oxford Brookes teams it is that's going for an achievement, it's the job of those other support teams to take the points off that team's rivals.
Yeah, it's clearly a formula that works well. I mean, was it last year, but we had an Oxford Brookes F team? I remember at some point that was must be a record number of teams for one university to hold there. But yes, a great start to the race for Exeter A as well. They're up into 4th and very much on the hunt for, make that 3rd rather, and very much now hunting down the leaders out in front. De Montfort A with the fastest lap of the race so far. Obviously, the times will creep up at the very start once again because we've had a little interval, the track gets fully wet once again, and it's looking to be a little bit heavier on the raining side as we look back at our weather forecast with Reeve once again.
Yeah, once again, Exeter 8 just doing what they need to do at the moment. They're staying nice and calm. Penalty for Loughborough C. And the ABC bump and pass board is out again, so that'll be +4 positions for Loughborough C. We're currently running in 33rd position. Having a bit of a tough time out there. De Montfort A liking this at the moment. The team based in Leicestershire, 1.5 seconds clear of Oxford Brookes D as they come up to the 5-minute point in this race so far. Another penalty, this time for Surrey A, an ABC takeout. TO for takeout, that will be +6 positions for Surrey at the end of this race. They're currently in 24th.
Yes, I was about to say, managing the gap well, De Montfort. However, Oxford Brookes hunting down that lead car then, a 104.7 on the previous lap. He's broken away from Exeter A and closed up to the De Montfort team, so we'll be expecting a battle in just a moment's time here as we are currently on board with the number 2 kart of Exeter 8 Birmingham following him behind as well. But yeah, as you mentioned, Oxford Brookes with the multitude of teams, a plethora of teams to pick on, always find themselves in a good position. There is C as well in P7 here and very much in a battle with Swansea A, as you can see on screen just there. So do not count out the Brookes squad, so still take away some fantastic points, even if it's not for the lead of the race, obviously, with the illegible team. Ineligible, I'll say. Not illegible, I can definitely understand how to pronounce their name. But yeah, still in good stead.
UCL were going along quite nicely, but they've just had a ramification from race control. 4 places for them at the end of the race, currently in 11th. So they're going to need to work very, very hard now to get up into the top 10. Off at the top of the hill is one of the Clubman karts, so look out for one of the red-plated karts falling down the order.
I think that's Oxford A again.
Yeah, Oxford A. Oh no, Oxford AFI have just come over the line.
Lancaster A have a penalty. In fact, more than a penalty, it's a black flag. They're down in 29th at the moment, not a race to remember for the 118 car this time around.
Not at all.
Brookes D now with that fast lap on the previous lap, closing up that gap to the lead of the race. So while they're not going to be taking the points for it, they'll still be happy to get on track.
We also haven't noticed so far, it's been a horrible day for Reading A, and it's continuing. They are down in 36th and last place in this race at the moment, 1 lap off the overall lead. So it was a distant shout, and I know they're missing a couple of key team members here today. And what we've seen in previous years, the BUKC. Oh, is this a change for the lead? Change for the lead. De Montfort A caught out by one of the back markers there. Not too happy about it at all. And Oxford Brookes D, or at least the karts that is wearing, I think it's that Luke Hyde who's racing for them at the moment. You can just about see through the race suit. I say that because Luke Hyde does not go to Oxford Brookes University, but he's at least in an Oxford Brookes D kart. That's why it's ineligible. They have taken the lead on the road. Just to go back to Reading, often what we've said in the years, over the years in the BUKC, particularly GYG, is often a circuit where this is required. Teams that win the championship often need depth because you can't guarantee the same 4 drivers for every 4 of the meetings throughout the course of the season. And often a big long drive away to Glan-Y-Gors or Llandau is the one where you have to call on a B team member to sub in and promote them up to the... I remember Tom Thickpenny doing it brilliantly for Loughborough a few years ago, and it was the kickstart for his individual career in the BUKC to be so strong. Reading don't have that. They don't have a B team at mains championship level. They probably have some teams that are running in the Inters, but they don't have that quality of driver to replace a Ross. I know Ross is here today, but I'll use Ross as an example. So if Ross wasn't here, who's your next driver who steps up to continue that form that the team has? Exeter clearly have it because they've got a strong B team that's been running throughout the season. Brookes in previous years, we've talked about their squad depth already. Loughborough have had it, Coventry have had it, Huddersfield had it back when they were strong. It's a characteristic that you must have, for me, to be able to win a BUKC title. It's something that I think Reading can work on in future years, but it's probably what's let them down here today, and it means their slim chances of winning the title have just slipped out of their grasp in 2023.
Yeah, it's all about building a proper team dynamic within your uni, within your society. It's all about getting that 8 to 10 people that you can comfortably rely upon to, say, I'll sacrifice this weekend, I'll be there, and I will make sure that I am able to drive it. It's a very difficult task that the captains have. So commend them all really for organising these big events, especially when they are long driveway events for so many people.
Indeed. So
this is my one local event actually, of the calendar.
15 minutes of this race to go, or just over that. To Montford as it stands, they're still holding the position that would give them 60 points. And I think, again, what I mean by it, because I know Ross Deal is, I've just seen he's passed through and is in this race, it's that point of if one of your, on paper, faster drivers has something happen to them and they end up being your drop score, you need that breadth to then for somebody to step up. As we saw with Oxford Brooks A this morning, Matthew Taylor, a driver we would expect on pace to see at the front of the order, has an unfortunate moment, not his fault, isn't able to score the big point. It's next driver up to do the job and get the kart, get the team those 3 strong results across the 4 races at least. That means you're going to convert those race results through the rounds into championship points.
As we see actually on that previous lap, Oxford Brooks pulling out another fastest lap, I think, and building that gap even more now sitting at about 4 seconds. So it comes back to the whole ineligible drivers play. It's such a shame because we've seen some brilliant drives. Unfortunately, it comes at 0 points. I'm sure the guys in the karts are still quite happy with the way things have gone. They're still quite proud of themselves for the drives that they've put in. Unfortunately, they're not rewarded for it. Still some great driving out in front in this race in particular, as we've had an off there on the final corner.
Bath A.
Bath A, number 25 there.
Oh, and saying that, Exeter A have had something happen to them as well. Now,
they have.
Now, this isn't potentially championship changing, not at this stage, but I think this is genuinely the first time this year I'm looking towards the bottom end of a table, and Exeter A are there. What has happened to them? There's a driver facing the wrong way. That is the number 44 of Southampton B. There are Exeter A. Now, I'm just going to confirm that this isn't a transponder issue, but they were running in 3rd. Yeah, they've come over the line and done a 2-minute 32.
Oh dear.
So Sam Hampshire has had something happen to him. And that has put, right, well, so for Exeter A, no reason to panic. This will end up being your drop score. This, you keep the focus on, make sure this is your drop score. As we say, they just need to finish 7th or higher in this round. They haven't finished any lower than 3rd so far this season in a round, in the first 5 rounds of the mains championship. But that is the thing now, that's the risk for this particular round. They've now got to make sure that they have clean races between now and the end of the day if they're going to make this round count.
I think we're starting to see more karts struggling with Sector 3 in the end of lap than we saw in the morning. I'm not quite sure if that's just owing to where the rain has fallen or track conditions, as we are 3 wide there.
This is Manchester A. The number 3 of Ocean Beach has come from the back of the field, fighting with the 66 of UCL A. This is over 7th place.
Great drive from Manchester. We've seen already this morning the pace of Ocean in that car. In that kart, sorry. My touring car days still creeping in every now and again. That's it, virtually, of course. But yeah, great drive from the Manchester crew so far today. In these conditions, they've really shone.
They have indeed. So into the second half of the race. It's a good scrap here from 7th down to, what would we say, around 13th place. Got quite a few Brooks karts in there, and Manchester having another good go. Sheffield in there also. Jager at the wheel for them. Oxford Brooks D, new fastest lap of the race, 64.038.
Yeah, that gap to the car behind has effectively doubled in the past 3 or 4 laps. It's very impressive running indeed. They've really picked up the pace into the 1 minute 3s, I suspect, soon enough for that kart. As meanwhile, we have Manchester getting an overtake done now into 7th position for Manchester. So with their current pace, they're in the 105s at the moment. They're about a second faster per lap than the karts in front of them. And they've got about 3 seconds to make up towards Oxford BUKC and Edinburgh A as well. They're enjoying a bit of a battle at the moment. And just in front of them as well is Birmingham A. So we could see Manchester in with a shout of maybe P5, P4 in just a couple of laps.
Could well indeed. They can keep working together. There's prizes to be had in this race, definitely. Here's the number 13 on your screens. Remember, had that wild moment at the very first lap. Sourier called into the pit lane for a second ABC penalty. Means that they're going to have a black flag now. This is on your screen. They'll have to come into the pits and have a chat with some of our race officials, and then be back on their way again. Contact warning for Liverpool A, the number 43.
Meanwhile, more of the Oxford Brooks squad making their way into the top 10. It's actually been a very strong showing indeed for Brooks at race 3. We've got A in 10th, B in 8th, C in 6th, and then we've got D obviously leading but ineligible at this point in time. More contact warnings for the Liverpool crew coming in as well, and for Bath just to add to that as well. But yeah, great showing from the Oxford squad in race 3.
The time ticking down. UCLA, we were talking about best results for them earlier in the season so far. Well, they got a 6th place this morning. I'm hoping that those ahead of them keep fighting hard, because they could improve on that. This is currently in 9th place. Here's De Montfort. Sorry, not De Montfort. This is number 29 of Edinburgh A, still trying to find a way past Birmingham A. Oxford BUKC not too far behind them. There's that next group along with Manchester A, Brooks B. Brooks A now ahead of UCLA and Sheffield A. Liverpool A not out of this fight as well. We'll get a bit of help from Brooks E behind.
Now Liverpool A has had a very quiet but comfortable race by the looks of things. Meanwhile, out of the Brooks squad, aside from, well, the quickest Brooks kart on track at the moment is actually Brooks B, a 104.8 on that previous lap. The Brooks D kart has slowed down somewhat into the 106s on that previous lap, maybe just taking it a little bit easy. He can afford to. He's got plenty of delta to the kart behind, and 8 minutes to go in the race, but Oxford really managing this race well.
Yeah, indeed. Just looking for whether there's any other changes in position. Sourier have come in for their penalty, in-race penalty, so that's going to promote a number of teams just outside the top 20 all at one spot. Leicester A are one of those. Running a touch wide there, checking over the shoulder.
Manchester not having a brilliant previous lap there. They are now down in 9th, not quite making the progress through the field in the way that they would have wanted. We've now got the Oxford Brooks A, B and C karts all in 6th, 7th and 8th, so not, I imagine, completely plain sailing for the crew in the paddock there, as we have the number 29 kart of Edinburgh A up the inside into P4 there. Fantastic move from the guys from Scotland.
A series of unfortunate events for... sorry, I thought I was about to report that Sourier had hit a cone coming out of the pit lane. No, it's UCLA who've hit the cone. Bath A have also had a penalty for multiple pieces of contact. And there's a repeat showing again of the UCLA cone penalty. So I don't think they're going to be able to improve on their P6 best showing from earlier. Wide there.
Oh dear, looking a little bit squirrely.
Yeah, it's again, it was one of those corners. It's a trend that you see around this Glan-Y-Gors circuit of when you get to the far extremes of a lot of the right-handers in particular at Glan-Y-Gors, the track slopes away and gravity can take its effect quite easily. We've seen a lot of that here today. Edinburgh A doing a good job though with the pressure at this stage. Birmingham A looking for the recovery. Brooks C, B and A are behind.
Looking to get the overtake done is Brooks C. Gets that overtake done on Birmingham A, and then he's very close indeed to Edinburgh. So they have...
Ooh, big penalty. Big one coming in there. And this is why you keep pressing on in these kind of races when it looks quite wide open. Swansea A have just thrown away a top 3. They've made contact, I would imagine, with some form of back marker, because they're 3.6 seconds behind De Montfort A and 10 seconds clear of this battle on your screens. But doesn't matter if it's for position or on a back marker, you need to overtake cleanly. Swansea A have not done that. They've just cost themselves 4 positions.
Just goes to show how much of a big part of racecraft traffic management is. That has cost them severely. Edinburgh and Birmingham will be very pleased with that indeed. Obviously Edinburgh now with a shout at the podium, unless they have any major issues with the carts behind. But yes, what a shame for the Swansea crew. I was about to say the local team there, but not quite.
not quite. Not quite.
Good few hours away.
Wrong end of Wales. But again, it's where I'd put out to the universities in Northern Wales, if they're watching. We were pretty much staying next to one as a team yesterday and last night in Wrexham. Wrexham with the entry into the BUKC in future years, I think that will be very strong around this circuit. 5 minutes of the race to go. Down the inside there goes the number 13 on the 7. That's not for position because the number 7 is a lap down, but that is for position as Oxford Brooks A go down the inside of Birmingham A. Brooks A will argue they were there. I think that was fair for me.
Yeah, I think just about that passes for me as well. And just about they made that pass into P5 then for Oxford Brook A. The fantastic elbows out racing there. And now we might start to see the rest of the Brooks squad filter through. Obviously Birmingham, that might rattle him a little bit, might not be most confident if he has a look over his shoulder, and he won't quite recognise it in the car, but they are it's a squad of Brooks karts hunting him down at this stage in the race as they try to sieve their way through the field and head up towards the podium.
Indeed, because these are all drivers that are going to be scoring points. And, the 18 has come to the 4 now. I'm sure they'll be conscious of the championship situation they're building across the course of this year, and there's still a good amount of racing to go as the number 8 looking down the inside of the 13. This is Brooks B on Birmingham A. Birmingham A using that wider line though, learning from last time, not fighting too hard on entry to the corner means that they can fight harder on exit to the corner and retain position on track. 3.5 minutes to go.
Good recovery for Manchester as well, back up in 2 P6, has a small margin between him and Oxford Brooks A. It's probably more focused on the Birmingham kart right behind him, but this has been a very good showing indeed from the Brooks A kart, working its way up through the order. And of course this is for P4 in fact for Oxford Brooks A, provisionally, because of course Swansea can't carrying that penalty. That penalty that'll be looming over them as they head into the pit lane. It could be the case, and it must be. I've seen it happen on a couple of occasions. It's so devastating. For whatever reason, you don't quite catch the digital sign as you're driving about, and you miss a penalty that might have been thrown your way. So you might be thinking that you're bringing home a podium or even potentially a race win, and you have to be informed by your team members that no, you are serving a penalty.
Yeah, hopefully that is not the case. UCLA have got past Sheffield Wednesday. That's UCLA back up to 10th place. Just caught that on your screens at home. If you're enjoying the stream, do make sure that you give that like button a press, either at this moment or on your way out. You've got somewhere to be. You can take us with us, of course, and you will be able to watch the stream back on demand later on this evening. Oh, someone's just knocked Colin the Cone over. Can't catch who that was. I'm sure our beady-eyed marshals and spotters will have caught that one. So fully expect a cone penalty coming in on your screen shortly for somebody out there. Number 8 still doing some great work here. Oxford Brooks B running high in the top 10. There should be 2 more laps to go, I imagine. We've seen most of the races in these conditions come out to be 23 laps long. We're on to lap number 22 of that now.
Thank you to William in the comments section. Noting, yeah, the conditions definitely looking very tricky indeed. I think the camera's actually not doing it justice as to just how wet it is out there.
No.
I think the rain has held off a little bit at this point, but certainly not ideal conditions.
Well, especially in this part of the circuit where I know we've mentioned it before about how you come over that crest and the kart goes light and you've got to get on the brakes, and the sharpness of the inputs into the kart I think is one of the reasons why we do see so many incidents up there. It's also one of the highest speed sections because you have this long run from turn 1 through this brilliant corner over the top of the hill.
It's a deceptively high-speed circuit, I think, through Sector 1. You'll have a look at it on the track diagram, and of course you can jump on alphatiming.co.uk and have a look at the timing system for yourselves. It looks, if you have a look at the track diagram, that it's a fairly tight and twisty circuit. It certainly is through Sector 3, but you can get up to some serious speed heading through the first few bends.
Really let these Rotax Evo engines sing, even on a day like today. And Luke Hyde's going to be singing because he's on his way to a race victory. Won't be for points because he doesn't attend Oxford Brookes University, but he has piloted their D-kart through to a race win on the road, which will be a good bee in his bonnet, I'm sure, and it's been a very well-deserved drive. Unchallenged at the front. Oxford Brookes D win it on the road, but are ineligible. Easy as that, says Luke Hyde. What it is going to mean is that De Montfort A, a clubman team, are going to take the full complement of the points within the round for that second place. First of those eligible across the line. We do have to wait quite a while. There they are across the line. Swansea A would have taken 59 points, but we know they've got a penalty, so Oxford Brookes A will inherit that amount of points because they got past Edinburgh on the last lap. In fact, nowhere have Edinburgh gone. Have Edinburgh come over the line? Yes, they have. Thought for a moment there that we'd lost Edinburgh, but it's Brookes A 4th, Manchester A 5th, Brookes B in 6th, Edinburgh A finish in 7th. They lost a number of positions there on the last lap. Birmingham A 8th, Brookes C 9th, and good result there for UCL A as well in 10th place on the road. 11th place were Sheffield A. In 12th place provisionally were Liverpool A, continuing decent form they've had so far today. 13th for Warwick A, 14th for Brookes C, but also ineligible. They came from the back of the grid. 15th were Loughborough B. And talking of Loughborough, we can head down to a former Loughborough BUKC champion. Piers Pryor is down in the paddock.
That is race 3 done and dusted. Let's grab a word with the drivers from that one. Won by Oxford Brookes D, but an ineligible driver in Luke Hyde, which is over there. Let's go and grab a word with the man himself. We've spoken to him today already, but he won the race, so I think he deserves a chat, doesn't he? Oh, Luke. P1 Seb.
Yes, I know. I haven't started the back this time, it was better, so.
Yeah, of course, unfortunately, an ineligible driver in this one.
So do I not get a medal or anything for this? A winner's medal?
I don't know about that.
I know.
You don't get the points.
But do I get the medal for it?
I think you might do, I'm not sure though. But anyway. You won the race, so that's it. Yeah. Congrats.
Yes, thank you. Probably helped being out for the 3rd time today, so I've probably got a bit more experience in the wet every day.
You've got a lot more practice than everyone else. Also, I'd like to point out that in our contract that we made verbally over the thing earlier on, I said that if you win the race, that you owe me a tenner. And even though and technically you have won a race after I helped.
That never happened.
Right, everyone, you heard it. Luke owes me a tenner. So right, let's grab someone else. Let's grab a word with. Let's grab a word with this gentleman here. How's that for you, number 11? Who are you racing for? What's your name?
Warwick A. I'm Jake Palmer. We've had a bit of a nightmare, I can't lie. We've had our throttle stick on our best position.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that was what happened to Jean a couple races ago, but I've no idea where I finished, but pace felt good.
Did you have a good time?
Yeah, brilliant fun, yeah.
It's a good circuit, isn't it?
Amazing. It's the first time I've been here, but I'm loving it. It's probably one of my favourites already.
It is a great circuit. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Warwick A have had an up and down day, but you made the most of it. Let's go and chat to some other people, shall we? Oh, that's a very shiny helmet. Jake, Let's grab a word. Who are you racing for?
I am for Trent, Nottingham Trent B.
Have you just been out or are you going out?
I'm going out. Right.
You look so excited about it, my friend.
I love the rain. It's very good. Very good.
You're not a big fan of it?
No, I terribly. I hate this track. But
you hate it?
Actually, no. Actually, it's all right. Yeah. But I've been around here like 7 years ago, and I never drove in the rain here ever. So, yeah, first race wasn't really that good at all. But yeah, let's hope this one's better. So.
From what I hear, it's pretty much just stay on the inside.
Is it?
From what I hear, I haven't driven here in the wet either.
Yeah, okay, I'll take them rules. I'll stay on the inside then.
If you win, then just let me know. Just let me know. Let me know if I've helped or not. Anyway, that's probably the least excited person I've spoken to today. Right, let's move on. Let's move on down here. Oh, this curb's actually this curb is actually quite big when you stand on it, isn't it? Fraser, we go again.
Yeah, back from 21st this time rather than 12th. But,
let's come over here. I don't want you to fall over and injure yourself right before the race. Say that again, sorry.
Yeah, so start from 21st, which is a bit further back than last time. But
where did you start in the last one? Remind us.
It was 12th.
So 12 to P1.
Yeah. So.
And this one, 21 to
P1, hopefully.
P1, hopefully. Good luck, mate. We'll be keeping an eye, of course. They're having a very strong season. Fraser have won pretty much every race he's entered, apart from that one third place. I'm going to go and grab a word with this person. Come on in. Come on in.
Hello.
This suit was not this colour when you started the race.
No, it weren't. I got pushed right. Well, I went to go overtake a back marker and I got on the wrong side of him up the straight and he didn't see me on the left. And I've just cut the lawn a bit. Managed to stay in P2, but yeah. The guy in front was flying, so there's no chance.
Machine washable, I hope.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, it looked like a good race out there. Remind us who you're racing for and what your name is.
De Montfort A, and it's Jacob Wardle. Yeah, it was a good race. It's drying out a bit, so conditions are always changing. But
drying out is a relative term.
Yeah, it's not going to be dry, but it's getting better.
It's less wet than it was earlier.
It's getting better.
Getting better indeed. Well, hopefully you've got some vanish because you'll need it. Let's jump on in here. Let's grab a word. Let's grab a word. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Morgan Kidd racing for Nottingham A.
Nottingham A. What do we reckon this one? You're starting what? 28th? 26th. How did it go this morning?
Not great, I can't lie, but I've been back, revised some videos, and
We're even doing revision?
Yeah.
Wowzers, treating this more seriously than any exam.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
pretty much. So, when you leave uni, are you going to look on your academic or your karting achievements more fondly?
Oh, karting, 100%.
100%, that is the correct answer. Good luck, Nottingham in this one. And let's wander on to the back of the field, see if we can grab... let's grab University of Leeds, shall we?
Yeah.
Right, number 5. Talk to us.
I'm just hoping for a better racing this morning. I was 4th going at the last lap and I just went straight on in the first corner. So I ended up dropping back to 10th by the end of the lap. And I had a harsh penalty from the start, which wasn't...
A harsh penalty that clearly wasn't deserved.
I was looking at my footage and it was actually someone else completely, but yeah.
The camera never lies, I suppose.
Exactly, but no appeals. But yeah, from the back this time, so just going to try and get through as much as I can and stay on the road.
Remind us who you are.
I'm Kieran Harrison, so yeah.
I'm Kieran Harrison. Say no more. Yeah, I remember, of course. Yeah. We've been around the BUKC block a few times, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have.
We certainly have. And this car has seen... It's been cleaner, let's put it that way.
It's been through a few excursions, I think. Don't add to that.
Let's hope, yeah, if it comes back in the same state or cleaner than when it arrived here, then potentially you've had a good success.
Yeah, exactly. That's the aim.
You're starting 34th?
32nd. I think there's another car in the pit lane that's supposed to be...
okay.
But,
32nd. What do you reckon you can do from 32nd?
Top 10 is the aim. Any higher is a bonus.
If you're going to give me a number, where do you reckon you're going to finish?
10th.
10th. Let's go with that. We'll see how they get on. Leeds. We've our camera woman, who's you can't see, but she's part of the Leeds contingent. She was like, go over there, interview them. Leeds, there you get all the airtime that is. Oh, there's another very, very bright helmet. I'm drawn to the bright helmets. How you going?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I was just pointing the mic at myself. Say again.
I said yes, good, thank you.
Good, thank you. Right, a Loughborough driver and liking the helmet. Are we confident?
Yes, we are, yeah. I'm starting from the back, so it can't get much worse, so I'm looking forward, really.
Loughborough driver behind you as well. Is it going to be formation flying through the field?
Yes, hopefully.
Come on, Loughborough, let's have it. Let's have a good one. Have I got time for one more? I reckon we've got time for one more. Let's not... You're looking very in the zone back here. Number 30, who are you? Who are you racing for?
Cardiff B.
And your name is?
Will Abraham.
Will Abraham, right. What's the plan for the race?
Don't spin and gain as many positions as possible.
Simple. Simple, I like it. You know, sometimes a simpler plan is a good plan. Reeve, Andrew, let's go for race 4, whenever you're ready.
And thank you, Pierce. Ready for race 4 then here at GYG. Row 1 is Oxford Brookes A and Bath A. Row 2, Oxford Brookes C and Southampton A. Row 3, Coventry A and Cambridge A. Moving on then, we have Row 4, Sheffield A, Oxford Brookes E. Row 5, Derby A and Oxford A. Row 6 is Birmingham B and Coventry B. Row 7, we have Liverpool A and UCLan B. Row 8, Oxford Brookes B and Manchester A. Row 9 is Southampton B and UEA A. Moving on to row 10, we have UCLan A and Nottingham Trent A. Round 11, Cardiff A, and then we have Reading A, and then moving on to row 12, it is Nottingham Trent B and Brunel A. Row 13 is York A and Nottingham A. Row 14 is Loughborough C and Edinburgh A. Plenty of A teams in this race. And then we have row 15, Loughborough A and De Montfort A. Row 16, Coventry C and Leeds A. Row 17, Cardiff B and UCL A. And then moving on to the final row, it is Birmingham A in 35th, rounding out the field. So then as we head round the final corner, obviously truncated practice laps, we are ready to go racing here at GYG once again as the drivers cross the line there. It is the Brookes car who just about holds on to lead, has a little bit of oversteer actually heading in to that first corner. Bath falling very close behind on the run down towards turn 3 now. It is the Prems running all the way down in the top 7 here. As we have someone riding over the curbs, that is number 22 kart of Oxford Brookes E, and someone is off there. That is a big off, and couldn't quite make out who that was, unfortunately, but that is a disaster. Not the way you want to start your race. You're going to have to work your way up through the running, and we, of course, have yellow flags for that. Someone else out of the kart as well. Going to have the long push of shame to get the kart back on track now. As we have another kart spinning around as well, and number 16 also off. Plenty of chaos on this race start. We might have a false start.
I think it'll keep going because it's gone beyond the false start zone. That was at least Sheffield A involved. Adam Nather, who's had a really good season so far, but this will not be one of the top results. Matthew Taylor out front then. We've already seen some good speed from Matthew here today. Goes pretty well in these conditions, and he leads at the end of lap 1. Nuclear Man is back for everybody. Hang on, he's changed carts. He's in the number 49 now. What's going on? But no, this is the Brookes A of old are back. We saw a little glimpse of it at PFI. Would they carry it on into the endurance rounds? They are properly back now. They've already got a third on the cards and a second. We could be seeing Oxford Brookes A in this race exceeding the score that won them the round in this morning's round after just 4 races. This is very, very good performance from Oxford Brookes A so far.
This is an ominous sight as well. It almost reminds me in a way of Red Bull end of 2020. You remember those, the final couple of rounds of the season before? They had all that momentum behind them and they were back in the fight there. As there is contact there on board with the number 25 and 22 karts there. They're giving each other a bit of a look to say apologies, I imagine, is definitely what that look was. As we head around the last corner with the Coventry A kart up into second position. Now Oxford in the meantime are just breaking away at the front end of the field.
Absolute hammer blow from Brookes A. They've already got a 2-second lead at the end of lap number 2. That may already be insurmountable if you're Pavlo Denisenko there, racing in the Ukrainian colours in second place.
And just as we had in race 3 as well, don't forget about the rest of the Brookes squad. E, obviously ineligible, but still running in P4. And then we have Brookes B in P8 and a Brookes C in P10 as well. So they are really bringing home those points today.
Now, just a quick call into the championship scenario. So Exeter 8 are sitting this one out. This is their second sit out of this round. They've then got grid slots of 22nd and 18th in races 5 and 6. So they can do something from there. They can get some good points. They are still in a position where they could win the round, of course, because they finished second in race 1. They could win both of those races and finish on 179. That'd be a pretty good score. So no need to really worry at the moment about Exeter A not winning the championship here today. It's still very much in their own hands. Meanwhile, front of the field, looks like Coventry A have got now onto that same pace as Brooks A. Brooks A have just done the fastest lap, but both of the top two in the 1 minute 5.1s. Here's a change for third place. That's Brooks E going past Bath A, with Cardiff A and Southampton A not too far behind either. But I think the crucial thing at this stage, Reeve, is those two big, quick laps right at the start for Matthew Taylor. They've given Oxford Brooks A that gap now that they can almost already go into race management mode.
Yeah, he's been able to bring the car right up to temperature pretty much immediately, and as you say, just break away, and is now in control of this race. Having a look at Cardiff A as well, they seem to have a bit of a turnaround in fortunes in comparison to some of the previous races. Now up into P5 at the moment, about a second and a half off the Brooks kart out in front, but nice comfortable margin to the kart behind as well. UEA, we haven't seen them in the top 10 for a little while back, up there, as well as Cardiff A actually taking the fastest lap of the race, so their form really was turning around now in P3 as things stand.
This is a remarkable run. Fraser Brunson started this race in 21st position. He's third after 4 laps.
That is an impressive drive.
Such good driving from Fraser here this season.
Just goes to show just how far keeping the nose clean can get you in this race.
Unfortunately, the message I don't think has got through to Nottingham Trent B about starting on the grass. They are the latest team to receive the black flag, and it will be a DQ. It'll be straight off. Oh, Brunson's off! Brunson is off!
Oh dear.
And Cardiff A, again, didn't deliver any treats. This is how powerful the curse is today. It just took out last year's Club 100 lightweight sprint champion, and it's a very, very rare sight to see Fraser Brunson making a mistake and falling off the road. Now, at least he's done it with 19.5 minutes to go. At the rate he was going, he could still get a good result in this. Yeah. Right. Well, hopefully I'm going to not do 2 and 2 and get 5 here. But a spin for Cardiff A, and Oxford Brooks E just received an ABC takeout penalty, who were directly behind them.
I see. Now, I'm not going to put 2 and 2 together, but
I'm also going to save everybody the rant about ineligible drivers. But if that is what's happened, that is why I don't like ineligible drivers at the front of the field. That's all we're going to say on the matter for right now. 18 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this one. Oxford Brooks A in full control, 2.6 seconds ahead of Coventry A. Oxford Brooks E in third, but they now, well, not only are they ineligible, but they also have a penalty. Bath A will therefore be promoted up into third spot. Southampton A fourth, Coventry B now fifth.
Yes, that is a shame for the Brooks squad as well, because they were looking to be in a very good position indeed in that Brooks E kart, pretty much controlling the podium as well. Had Coventry A for company, but still looking good there, as we have number 25 there, Bath, having a look up the inside of the Brook kart. Wasn't going to make it stick through turn 1. He's going to try it again though, as we run through turn 2, which isn't much of a turn, and into turn 3 he's already got the overtake done. Nice momentum being carried forward by the number 25 kart there. As Cardiff A sets the fastest lap of the race, and that is an off. That is an off for, is that Coventry B? I can't quite make out who that was, unfortunately, but that is a big off there. Cardiff A already making good progress back through the field, already in P6 at the moment with fastest lap as well, 104.4. As we can see, the number 49 kart there of Coventry B now being driven by the collapsed son of that very vibrant wetsuit there. 2.8 seconds now, actually, the gap between Oxford Brooks A and Coventry A, as that is someone, is that an off or is that a pit lane? And that's an odd place to be stopped. Can't quite make out what that was there. We start another lap though with the number 8 car of Brooks B. Brooks B still in the mix here. They haven't picked up a penalty on the Brooks B kart just yet, so still a good showing in the top 10 for Brooks as Cardiff A now into the 103 region, closing that gap up to Southampton now. They've got Southampton and Bath to negotiate. Brooks E carrying that penalty, of course. As we are on board with the Coventry B car, it is just so attention grabbing. It's just, God, I mean, that's a JV is wearing a high visibility jacket in that shot there, and it just looks so dull in comparison. It's miraculous. Honestly, it's brilliant. 3.5 seconds then, the gap between Oxford Brooks A and Coventry A now. Oxford very much in control of this race. Cardiff still closing up the gap, standing at about 1.5 seconds at this point in time. We'll see as they cross the line on the towards the end of this lap how that changes, as it is another fastest lap for Cardiff A, 1:03.8. Getting better and better by the lap. Loughborough C now up into 9th ahead of Plan B. Could be a good drive here for Loughborough C. They've got good pace underneath them actually in the low 105s at the moment. As we see the rain still teeming down, it has been pretty much constant for the past few hours now. It cannot be ideal conditions here. I will say one thing, obviously, with the major elevation changes at the circuit, I suppose it drains quite well, which could be helping the track conditions out there. Black flag for Nottingham Trent B. Not sure what that is for. We can make a good educated guess though, and that is a shame to see the Trent cars suffering once again in round 6.
Brief technical hitch there on DDMM comms box cam, which we've still got live for you now, and will hopefully be good to the end. 15 minutes of this race to go.
That's up into 5th for Cardiff A now, so some good progress, recovering well from that early race incident then.
Yeah, and let's say the speed is clearly there.
Yeah, only cars in the 103s. Yeah.
Only cars in the 103s. The gap is 11.6 seconds. It's not out of the question yet that Cardiff A could race themselves up towards where Coventry A are.
There's a nice margin for Coventry A. Behind it is Oxford Brooks E. There's about 5 seconds, of course. Of course, they're not too much of a threat in this race. Got about 6 or maybe 7 seconds to Bath A, their nearest rivals on the track. So Coventry also in good stead here as we watch Oxford Brooks get ready to start another lap here at GYG. The gap closing up ever so slightly between Coventry and Oxford Brooks, actually a little bit stronger the number 24 kart this time round on that previous lap.
So just looking through some of the scores at the moment, Cardiff A setting another fastest lap of the race there on a 1:03.691. I think that Cardiff A are going to have the move here for 4th place past Bath A. Bath A don't try and fight it too hard. Understandable with the pace that number 6 has got at the moment. So as we take the scores as they are, it's a bit of a peculiar part of the round because you've got some teams that have only completed 1 race so far. You've got some that have completed 3, i.e. this is their last race in race 4. Loughborough B are leading the round on 150 points, but that's a score that will get overtaken fairly easily now thanks to Loughborough B. Similar for Liverpool B. Looking at Southampton B, they're in 31st place at the moment. They could have the clubhouse lead in the clubman class at the moment with a score of about 117 points. Again, I can see that being quite easily beaten.
Contact
Round
31
goes the 31 of De Montfort A. That was contact with the 43. Now, I'd like to have a look at that one again if we can, because was this just a case of the 31 getting on the gas pedal a little bit too hard? I mean, there's a gap there, there's a bit of a nudge.
Contact, I think.
There was.
That upset it, I think.
I mean, it's been classified as an ABC takeout penalty. I can see why, but I think that's a little bit harsh. I think the Liverpool driver could have got out of the throttle. The De Montfort driver could have got out the throttle there.
Yeah, possibly.
To save that one. I
think that has to go as a racing incident. I think the gap was definitely left for the Liverpool driver.
Yes.
I think there was very much an open door.
Yes, and the contact was initiated by the Liverpool driver, probably themselves getting on the power a little bit too early and kicking the rear end out and making the contact. But yeah, that's going to be a frustrating one for Liverpool A. And they're down in 32nd position anyway, so it's not going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things. De Montfort A also weren't running particularly well there. Yeah. Off there's the number 50. That is another driver to have problems at the top end of the circuit. That's Coventry C.
Cardiff in good stead once again now. 5 seconds to the lead of the race. And yeah, a spot on the podium at least as things stand, unless they collect any podiums or find themselves facing the wrong direction.
This is on for Cardiff. This is on for a race win. They have just taken 1.6 seconds out of Coventry A ahead on that last lap. Coventry A took 1.3 seconds themselves out of Oxford Brookes A. And what was a 10-12 second gap up to the leader for Cardiff A is now 5.1 and reducing. This could be a remarkable comeback after having been tipped round by an ineligible Brookes E kart earlier in the race. I think Fraser Brunton is a fired up Fraser Brunton now after that incident. There he goes past the back mark. That's the number 40 of Brunel A. What is the gap now? 4.8.
He is looking
4.8 seconds for Cardiff A to the leader.
He's looking electric out on track there. He is just so tuned in to what that kart is doing. He's looking very confident indeed. I am very much looking forward to a potential three-way battle for the lead of this race.
Yellow flag out at the top of the circuit. That's going to be for something that's happened through Spoon Curve. Fraser Brunton, I've seen this so many times with him in the last 12 months. A brilliant season in Club 100 Sprints in 2022. Won a very competitive lightweight sprints championship. On the hunt here. We've still got more time than one of those sprint races remaining on the clock. 10 minutes.
Bath A also in a very good position here as well. Let's not count them out. They've quietly just been setting in some decent laps here and in the mix, that is for sure.
It's a very key thing if you're new to this kind of racing for a driver to be able to tune into those changes on circuit. Where is the grip? And particularly round here, I've found that it's a track that can change once it gets that a bit of a breeze over it. I know it's going to be a very cold breeze over it, but a bit of wind blowing over the circuit with a track being used, it can dry out quite quickly in comparison to other circuits that just never seem to dry out.
Yeah, I think it drains with it being on such a kind of a slow course. I think it drains quite quickly. Yeah, as you mentioned, we're in a windy part of the world here. Yeah. So I think the conditions certainly varying today.
Less than 2.5 seconds is now the gap. Now this is a bit of a moment where Fraser Brunton's just got to be patient. The pace is there. Just got to find a way past the back marker. Oh, was that contact with the back marker? Did the back marker go round? Yes, he did. Oh, now that could be an ABC takeout. Look at this again. You can see the urgency from Fraser Brunton, but it needs a compliant back marker. There is contact.
It's an ABC takeout.
It's an ABC takeout. It is an ABC takeout for Cardiff A, and that just a little bit of impatience from Fraser Brunton is going to cost Cardiff A a race victory here.
That is utterly devastating for the Cardiff crew. But it just means that he's going to have to try and get as many points as possible by still going for the same overtakes anyway.
I can see the frustration from Cardiff. They all have said, back marker, why didn't he give us a bit more space? But it's on the driver overtaking to make the move cleanly and safely. I would have given a little bit more caution on that one, especially through that part of the circuit. The karts get light, they're going over the rises and crests of that part of the circuit. Past goes Fraser Brunton for second place on the road. It doesn't matter, the penalty is there. Pavlo Denisenko can let Fraser Brunton gallop up the road to Oxford Brookes A, knowing that the number 6 has got a penalty. It's a 6th place penalty, and that position change will be reversed post-race.
What a disaster, what a turnaround in fortunes as well. It's been an odd day for Cardiff, hasn't it? It's been some great highs and then obviously some races to forget as well.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely indeed. Contact warning for Nottingham Trent B. 7 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. A couple of other changes to report. Manchester A having a weird race here, down in 22nd place. They've just lost 4 positions to both of the Birmingham karts, BUKC and Cardiff B.
The kind of the post-race day kind of chats are going to be very interesting for a lot of the teams today. It's we were discussing earlier. I don't think you've ever seen a race day of so many highs and lows for certain teams. The variance in the results has been.
Well, I think it typifies the whole season in that, unless it's extra A. Now I'm sounding like a broken record, but unless it's extra A, nobody has been able to get that consistency that you need to put in a score. Oh, it's round go de Montfortet. So de Montfortet, who we saw have a spin earlier, have had another little pirouette there up at Spoon Corner. They're in 33rd position at the moment, 44 seconds behind Cambridge A.
There is a small star heading into shot.
The supernova going round circuit. I mean, again, the Cardiff pace continues.
That's a black flag for de Montfort as well.
Yeah, and that's because they'll have just come to a stop and then restarted off the grass. So, yeah, they'll be coming into the pits and probably be withdrawn from the race. Yeah, this is going to be one that stings, I think, a bit for Cardiff A, because the pace there just took 7/10 out of Brooks A on that last lap. The gap is 1.2 seconds with 5.5 minutes remaining. Here's a good scrap. This is all over 7th place. Obviously, Brooks B looking down the inside there, gaining a spot. It's going past Coventry B. Maybe it is just a Coventry thing. They've found a way to find these suits that have too much luminosity for the cameras to handle.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Well done.
Where can I find? Hook me up, boys. Yeah, just looking at the pace, I think the leaders have hit a little bit of traffic, because it's just dipped back down into the 1.4s and the 1.5s.
That is good news for Oxford Brooks E, who obviously are ineligible, but have got some good pace underneath them at the moment and could be closing right back up to those podium scoring positions.
Penalty for Loughborough A, ABC bump and pass. They are in 12th place at the moment, so +4 to them. That'll be good news for both of the UCLAP karts, and Edinburgh will drop off the back of them as well. And Leeds will be beneficiaries also. A few Noah's Arks out there. We've got both of the UCLAP karts following each other around, and the Birmingham ones. 51 of Loughborough C pulling away now from Brooks B and Coventry B behind. Derby having a good race. Let's talk about that. Derby. I always like to praise Derby because it's their first year in the BUKC Mains Championship. They've raced in the Inters before, but they're in the top 10 again. Very difficult conditions, so well done to Derby.
Yes,
I reckon that's a team that could grow over the next few years. There's been a really good bit of recruitment at the University of Derby over these past few years.
Yeah, they have been getting all of the silverware, but they've been there or thereabouts over the past couple of races. They've made some good progress through the field. As we're watching the battle for 5th at the moment between Southampton, who've got the odds into that 5th position.
Yeah, these are definitely two of the teams when I've been talking about the battle for 2nd place in the championship. Here are two of them. Bath A and Southampton A have both had a time this season. Some real proper highs. Southampton taking qualifier wins. There's a spinner there from one of the Premier levels. I don't think that was in any of our top 4. So I'm changing this for Southampton. But looking at the championship standings, as I've caught myself out here, as to where they are. Southampton currently in 12th, but still with some fairly big scores that should end up as drops. Bath A sitting in 2nd in points, and again, if Bath A can kind of put in some more top 5s in rounds, maybe even get onto some round podiums, they've got a real good chance of holding on to that second place. They've got to throw the gauntlet down to the likes of Brooks A and Cardiff A to go, right, well, you've used your drop scores. You've got to go out and win some rounds here if you're going to overcome our position in the championship.
Speaking of Cardiff A, they've just taken the lead of the race on track.
On track, yep.
Unfortunately,
takeout penalty will ruin all of that in about 2 minutes' time.
Still some great pace from the car. That was a 1:04 on the previous lap, I think, with traffic as well. So good effort. Contact warning 4.6, so definitely some traffic involved in that. All Oxford Brooks very close indeed. Oxford is going to be hot on their heels, I imagine, until the very end of the race. Not that it matters too much, of course.
Keep comments coming in, and a couple of questions about net protectors. Purely always off there is the 34th Reading A. It's just
what a shame.
I say, this has been a very 2023 day for Reading. This is a team that before today have been on the podium twice so far in 2023. Southampton had this at PFI. They just had an absolute shocker, and it put them out of title contention. Today it's the turn of Reading. They were 24th this morning. Oh, Bath A
penalty, speeding
yep,
yellows.
Bath A penalty indeed. So that's going to decide the battle between them and Southampton. But yeah, we just had a question about neck protectors. Very much down to driver and personal choice, not mandated. And yeah, some drivers well, some drivers don't.
Probably forgo one for the regular season, but for the 24-hour.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I can see if it was a much longer format, or if it's a particularly warm day and it's a hot day on the neck muscles. So all down to preference. Well, here's Fraser Brunton. I really don't know how he's going to feel about this one, because for 99% of this race, he has been absolutely outstanding.
Class of the field.
But he's not going to take the race win here due to one little error on trying to get past the back marker that wasn't compliant with his request to overtake. And an ABC takeout penalty ultimately will leave Cardiff A in 7th place once everything is shaken out here. But we are on the last lap.
Another race where we just about get one more lap in.
Yep.
Is Andre who leads at this point. They've broken away from Oxford Brooks A as well, so clearly, as we've already said, so in terms of what a shame. The pace in that kart is so impressive. But in the end, another good showing for Oxford Brooks in this race.
Yeah, this could be the race that we look back at in a couple of hours' time and go, yep, they sealed it up here, and then they won a round this morning with 2 seconds and a third. They're going to improve on that in this result. It's going to be a first, a second and a third, and they're still going to have another race to go as well. Or Oxford Brooks A, they've got a 26th on the grid start for race number 6. Round the final corner comes Fraser Brunton to take the checkered flag, but has a penalty. Matthew Taylor takes another race win in the BUKC. Oh, somebody has gone off on the final corner there. Brooks E in 3rd, but are ineligible, so Coventry A will inherit that position. Southampton home in 5th, Bath A 6th, Loughborough C 7th, Brooks B should be in 8th. The karting question that is off on the final corner is the number 27 of Nottingham A. Thankfully not too hard a hit in these conditions, because it is a little bit slow around that final corner. Brooks B do come over the line in 8th, Coventry B 9th, Derby A across the line in a moment in 10th. UClan A take 11th in the last lap away from Leeds A. Loughborough A 13th. UClan B 14th. Edinburgh A inside the top 15.
I think that race. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think that race really shows just how important it is to make sure that every single element of your race is strung together properly. I mean, for the Cardiff crew there, that couldn't have possibly gone any worse in a weird way. They had so much pace.
Yep. Yeah, this one that they'll probably be put down to experience. Fraser still relatively young in his BUKC career, and it is a subtle. It's a little bit different to other racing series in that regard. We are good to head down to Piers Pryor, who's in the pits.
The conditions proving treacherous and difficult as ever today was we saw plenty of spinners and action throughout the field there. And we'll grab a word with our winner on the road, Fraser for Cardiff A. However, unfortunately receiving a penalty for spinning a back marker. So let's see, let's get his opinion on that. Fraser. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Fraser. You made life a bit hard for yourself there, didn't you?
I know.
Up and down all over the place.
I got taken out at the hairpin at the bottom, and then yeah, I just made my way back from there. I think I got a penalty though, so...
Yeah, a win on the road, even despite the spin, which is good. Must be good for Commentators, but unfortunately, yeah, I think a penalty for I think it's a bum takeout. I think it might have been a back marker, I think.
Yeah, I know. I just went for it. I don't know if it was a penalty, but obviously it's not my call.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, on to the next one.
Still the pace is there, but you got confidence in the rest of your team?
No.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. We'll move on. We grabbed a word with Matthew Taylor earlier on. I think, did you get a penalty in that race?
No.
In which case, P1, mate.
Yeah, happy days.
Happy days. Andrew and Reeve in the comms box were saying that it's like the Oxford Brooks of old have come back.
Yeah, when you get a bit of weather where the cart, it doesn't matter so much if you have a dodgy cart, because we've been really unfortunate this year, but no disrespect to Exeter because they smashed it. So, but yeah, no, we've liked a bit of the wet weather. We always have. So yeah, we smashed it today. So we've got Callum, so he can see if we can even improve our score somehow. I think we've had what, first, second. So.
Yeah, so he basically needs a first.
Yes, from 28th, I think. So
we'll be looking forward to watching that. Well done, Matthew. Let's grab a word with someone else who's getting ready. Come on over, my friend. Let's grab a word.
This is a bad idea. You seem to be a curse.
A lot of people have been saying this.
Well, it's true. It's true.
Yeah, but you're starting sixth, so what can go wrong?
Almost everything. I could end up in the field.
You could end up with the sheep over there. Yeah. Anyway, how did the race this morning go? Remind us who you are, who you're racing for.
Ben Southgate racing for Coventry B, and yeah, this morning was not good. It was less than ideal.
Less than ideal means?
Just slow. I came like 10th, but slow.
10th is alright.
Yeah, it's not where we want to be.
It's definitely getting colder, isn't it? The wind's picking up, the rain's getting more rainy.
Yeah, well, I'd rather it rain a bit more. Like some monsoon conditions would be quite nice right now.
Why do you reckon?
I'm just a bit quicker when it's tipping it down.
The slower it gets, the quicker you go.
Exactly, simple.
We'll play some rain. I'll do a bit of a rain dance for you. Let's grab a word over here. Is this Ethan?
Yeah.
Ethan racing for who?
Bath B.
Bath B. Got a nice starting position here. Was it P6?
P8 actually.
Sorry, P8. Yes, because someone else is dropping in there. How did this morning go? Are you looking forward to this race?
This morning didn't go too well, but looking forward to this one because I'm higher up the grid.
Okay, so what have you learned from this morning?
Just where to find the grip, really.
Where is the grip?
There's not much, to be honest.
There's not much, that is true, especially when it's this freezing cold. I'm not enjoying it. Why not? Why not grab a word with Michael Preston? Why not? We've spoke to you last time. We'll grab a word again. How's it going for Brighton? For not Brighton. Ryan, remind me of your university.
Southampton.
Southampton. I get them mixed up. Oh no, actually that's.
I'm going to confuse you even more because I'm driving from Brooks in this one, so.
Okay, so yeah, Brooks have got loads of random drivers today, but you've had a good race this morning.
Yeah, this morning was good. We finished P4 overall, so P3 in Prems. This afternoon I had a bit of a scruffy race, so Jono and Josh have been bringing it back, and then we've got Sam racing in race 6. So
going out for a play in this one.
Basically, just getting some practice in the wet because I definitely need it.
Well, good luck. Hopefully you get the practice you need. I'm going to go and chat to. I think there's a bit of a confusion with whose car is whose here. You haven't got a wetsuit on.
I'm going to get wet.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I need to buy one.
You do need to buy one. So you are racing for, and who are you?
We're Cambridge.
Cambridge, and how's it been going for Cambridge today? Not the best.
It's not a good day for Cambridge today. I'm not sure, maybe we had something wrong for breakfast, but yeah.
What was for breakfast?
Pop-Tarts.
I've heard that the breakfast menu of choice in the BUKC paddock is the Mackey's breakfast. I've asked about 5 or 6 people and almost everyone has said Mackey's breakfast. I'm not sure I agree with that, but it seems to be working well for everyone else. So maybe try that next time?
Yeah, we'll try the Mackey's breakfast next time.
Apparently sausages do well. Although I'm always sceptical of the sausage because it says it's sausage, but it's flat.
Yeah, that is a bit suspicious.
That makes me a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, the eggs are the most suspicious, right? Nobody's ever made an egg that round, but yet somehow McDonald's have.
Yeah, and there's no yolk.
Yeah.
Weird. Anyway, suspicious indeed. Sus. Right, let's come and grab a word. Again, another person without a wetsuit on. That is a bold decision.
I know it is.
Let's go visor up. Oh, hang on. It doesn't stay up.
Yeah, it's a bit stupid really, but oh well, it happens.
The suit's not going to be as pristine and shiny as this at the end of the race, is it?
The white's not staying here, I can tell you that.
You're starting where and who are you and who are you racing for?
15th and Callum Loop will be. No, I've got a bit of a way to go, but I'll get there, I think.
You'll get there, so where do you reckon you're going to finish?
I want top 10, but you don't know what's going to happen really.
We'll see, we'll see. Let's grab away with one more person for the before we head off for the race. Let's go with the person with some tissue in their helmet. Talk to me about the tactical decision to ram some tissue in the visor.
Well, because basically it's starting to steam up, so we just went for the old tactic of just jamming tissue in there and see what it does.
Revolutionary.
It is, isn't it?
And also, if you get a bit steamed up, you can always open the visor, grab the tissue, wipe it, and then wedge it back.
Multi-purpose.
Multi-purpose.
I'm going to sell it, I'm going to sell this on eBay, £10. Let me know if you want it.
Patent pending, right. I think we've heard just about enough of this grid. Andrew Reeve, over to you in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Piers. Penultimate race of the day here at Glan-Y-Gors in North Wales. Let's have a look at the grid for race 5 in mains round number 6. Manchester A have pole position. Exeter B join them on the front row. Coventry D and Loughborough B on row 2. York A and Coventry B start on the third row of the grid. Coventry C and Bath B start on row 4. And it's the two Bs, Brighton A and Birmingham A, starting on row 5. Brooks D and UCL on row 6. Loughborough D and Liverpool B on row 7. Leicester A and Cardiff A on row 8. Cambridge A and Brooks E start on the 9th row of the grid, and then we find Warwick B and Brighton B completing the top 20. Exeter A, big race this for them. They just need to bring it home safe and sound to move a little bit closer to winning the title. They start on row 11 alongside Swansea A. The University of East Anglia A team starts on row 12 alongside UClan B. De Montfort A and Edinburgh A are on row 13. Going to have to cut it short there because the grid has formed up and has started. 25 minutes here for race number 5. Could be a big race in deciding whether Exeter A wrap up this championship here today at Glan-Y-Gors. Clean start through turns 1 and 2 up towards the first big braking zone they go. And Kane Shepherd is already leading this race nicely for Manchester A. There's a couple of karts off wide. Is anybody going to be spinning round? No, I think everybody's kept in with some alternative lines through turn 2.
Lock was applied there.
They have managed to get through turn 2. They have not managed to get through turn 4, coming back down the hill. 2 karts off, 3 karts off, people taking to the grass left, right and centre. All a bit chaotic, Reeve, as they came down from the spoon curve.
Yes, plenty of sliding about there. Just looking at the launch away from turn 1 that Manchester A got, the number 3 kart looked a little bit precarious. He ran a little bit wide, maybe tried to carry as much speed as possible just to use that momentum all the way down into the first break, so maybe try and break away from the chaos of the pack behind. But either way, was able to string in a great first lap breakaway from the field so far. Built a nice 1 second margin that can make all the difference in this race. And we now look further down the running, heading through turn 1 once again into that first heavy braking zone. Of course, number 49 kart there, a little bit of oversteer, a lot more oversteer for the number 15 kart actually, heading through. That was with Oxford Brooks there, sliding on the exit of the spoon curve. As we now descend once again. It doesn't look too severe there, but the elevation changes on this circuit are definitely a roller coaster ride, as we see the Cardiff A car in 11th there. An okay start to them to their race so far. I'm sure they are reeling after the previous race's result there. We do actually have some news on a penalty for Oxford as well.
Yeah, Oxford Brooks A did not hold on to the race when they also had a +4 penalty. Apologies for missing that one. It was one very late on. So Coventry A inherited the race win. In that one, Coventry A having a very good day here in round 6.
Yeah, congratulations to the Coventry crew, of course, running currently in P3 in this race by a second and a half off the lead, only a half a second behind Exeter B, the fastest lap holders in this race, as they are hunting down the Manchester kart. There is the Manchester kart under pressure then as we head into Sector 2, and we've got an ABC penalty for Warwick B already in this race, and yellow flags out through Sector 1 because there is someone off. Not quite sure who that is. We'll catch them in just a minute, I am sure. But Manchester currently under pressure, and in fact Coventry not too far behind as well. You can include Loughborough there as well. We might have a four-way fight for the lead in just a moment. Leicester A, contact warning. Obviously with Impact still very close indeed at this early stage in the race. Heading through towards the end of the lap then. Only a couple more corners to negotiate with the race leaders. And 1 second separating Manchester A and Exeter B as we head through that final corner once again. And perhaps Exeter B much more focused on what that car behind Coventry B is doing. They just posted the fastest lap of the race. Having a look up the inside there, it's going to be pretty much side by side as we head through that small kink in the back straight turn 2, and then running down towards turn 3. Is he still on the inside? He is, but was never going to make the move stick from that far back. Has to remain in P3 for the time being. Their battling has allowed Manchester A to break away a little bit, up to about 1.2 seconds now, looking a little bit more comfortable for the Northern team out in front.
Championship watch, Exeter A are up to 10th place here. They made about half the work. Done about half the work so far, having started just outside the top 20. So at the moment, that penalty for Oxford Brooks A has just opened the door, I think, a little bit for some of our teams here, because what would have been a score of 177 out of 180 is now 173. Now, they still lead the round as things stand right now. But what it's done is just opened the opportunity for more teams to come in and try and win the thing. So Coventry A have a chance. They've got 166 at the moment. Could get a perfect score because they've got 2 race wins on their scorecard now. There's still 1 race to go. Exeter A are back in it. Manchester A are back in it. Brooks A, as I say, still, of course, mathematically have a chance of winning. But this is the list of teams who are all now back in. Brooks B are back in, Southampton A are back in, Swansea, Exeter B, Cardiff A, Edinburgh A. We could have a titanic duel to decide this round. This is again probably the most open round we've had for the overall win so far here this year.
And of course, speaking of Exeter A, there they are back in the mix once again, starting all the way down in, was it row 15?
21st, they started this one.
Yes. Now up into 10th position now, and in terms of pace, they're on a 1 minute 5.1 for that previous lap, so about a second quicker than the karts around them. They are flying at the moment, should be catching up to those karts in front in just the next couple of laps, and then in the mix to try and get as many points on the board as possible. Birmingham A with the fastest lap so far in this race, getting ahead of Loughborough B, or trying to stay ahead of Loughborough B. Meanwhile, Coventry B doing their best to hunt down Manchester A, who've in fact just had them swap around positions here. Manchester A losing out to Coventry B. Coventry B getting that move done on the inside. Very clean move there. The door was left open and he took that opportunity. Cracking move from the number 49 kart there in the luminescent lid there. Not quite the luminescent wetsuit that we've had already. As we can see, JV assuming his seated position on the track now, with his arms crossed, watching over all of the karters. Here it is now P1 for Coventry B in this race. So a good turnout for the Coventry squad at this stage in the race, this stage in the round, rather.
Yeah, this has been a really, really good day, I think, for Coventry so far. And the team looking like Coventry. They're not going to win it this year, of course, but this could be a squad that builds and goes for an assault on the championship next year, I feel.
Exeter B actually is obviously all the focus has been on just the recovery that the A team has been pulling off. But Exeter B currently sat P3 in this race, so really trying to seal that championship are the Exeter squad, are doing a good job of it as well. As Loughborough C will be serving a penalty post-race, an ABC bump and pass for Loughborough C, down in 22nd at the moment, and that is the number 31 kart going a bit slow there.
Yeah, it's Demont for getting out of the way.
As we see changing in positions for Sheffield, Loughborough and Derby as well, down in 19th and 20th. So all change throughout the rest of the running. Manchester A and Coventry B still very close together, only 0.4 of a second separating these two karts, and there's contact between the two. As Manchester A had a look up the inside there, the gap wasn't quite available. Now it's a question of was the gap left far too open? We'll see it on the replay now.
Let's have a look at this. Again, this is coming down through the portion of the circuit where the karts can get very light. Manchester go. That's going to be an ABC takeout all day long. Manchester A. The bit I always watch, Reeve, is the characteristic of the front axle. Is the front axle of the overtaking kart pushing on, washing out, or is it under control and being hooked around the corner? Because you can have scenarios where the driver on the outside turns in on the driver on the inside and has their own little incident bouncing off their bumpers. For me, that wasn't the case in that one.
No,
that was an ABC takeout all day long.
I think what happened is the Coventry kart had maybe ran a little bit wide, had a little bit of understeer, didn't intend to leave that gap, and there we have the penalty confirmed for Manchester A. Just went in a little bit too aggressive, unfortunately, for them, and that is now going to be all change for the order. Effectively now it is Birmingham A who lead this race, and that is a turnaround in fortunes. Where are Coventry? They're down in 5th at the moment. Let's see how their pace let's see how they get back up to pace. They could still be within a shout in this race.
They could be. Yeah, they could well be. And Benjamin Southgate will fight back here. I've seen him race quite a few times over the years. There's a yellow flag out. There's a kart off to driver's left.
There is speeding on the yellows for Exeter, Warwick and Sheffield.
Yeah, and I say it's a portion of the circuit in these circumstances, in these conditions, where you really do have to back off when there's a yellow flag over that rise, because as you say, it's blind. You can't see what there is. What's happening up there when you're at the bottom of the hill, and it's so easy to lose it as well, and we don't want karts joining an accident, especially if there's marshals on the scene. Another one. There's absolutely
Surrey and
Cardiff
in as well.
Yeah.
They are really piling in now. In fact, we're having to scroll on our timer screen here to just see how many karts have got. Oh, a takeout penalty again for Manchester.
That's a repeat showing.
Is that a repeat show?
Yeah, repeat showing. So on our list we've got Cardiff, Surrey, Sheffield, Warwick B, Exeter A, Loughborough B have all received speeding under yellow penalties, which to say I imagine is for the run up to turn
Good
3.
run for the number 13 kart of Birmingham A through turn 1 there. Now side by side as we head down towards turn 3. He doesn't need to make this move on track to take the lead of the race, but he's done so anyway. Great pace from Birmingham. Fastest lap of the race to boot as well, and that's now Birmingham on track in the lead of this race.
Yeah, Benjamin Boris in the karts for them. Really been impressed by Benjamin Boris this season. It started a little bit shaky. He's always had the speed, but there's always some drivers that I see across the course of a BUKC season where it's like the penny drops in terms of the racecraft. We see plenty of drivers come in who have that experience in owners but don't quite have that niche that you need here at the BUKC to know how to deal with drivers who haven't got that level of experience. I think that penny has dropped for Benjamin this year because he had a race win lost earlier in the year because of a penalty, and it's like someone's flicked a switch and he's got it now, and every time
it's a tough lesson,
every single time I've come out he's come out on track, he's had the speed again, but he's now just made that little adjustment to make sure he's going to get across the line without any penalties.
It's arguably one of the kind of determining factors of your BKC driving career. It's more specifically, I'd say, in the mains. Obviously, if you made it to mains, you're going to be quite pacey, and there might not be too much of a pace spread throughout the field. Still, certainly is definitely some of that, but more how you set up, how you think about your race weekend, how you set up your races is probably going to be arguably just as much as a determining factor as to your success as just your outright pace, because clearly it's going to be fairly, your pace is going to be decent enough to be in the mains anyway.
Outside for Birmingham A though, this isn't going to be a round where they have any silverware as a team to take home with them. A 17th, a 7th and a 17th so far in this round, so they mathematically can't get onto the Premier podium.
Speaking of the podium, Exeter B looking in good stead on that podium. Obviously, Manchester has a big penalty coming their way. Another one for Oxford Brookes E, actually, obviously ineligible, but still a penalty they'd rather do without. That puts Loughborough B on the podium as well. Good turnaround in fortunes for some drivers in this race.
Yeah.
Get to the halfway stage now.
Yeah, Sheffield A received contact warning. The speed of the yellow penalty. 0.1 seconds is the lead for Birmingham A now over Manchester A. Exeter B starting to increase the pace as well. And Exeter B could are in an interesting position here. I'd still keep going as they are in terms of fight for themselves, but also with the spirit of we're going to try and take as many points off our A-team's championship rivals as possible. You know, they've still got a mathematical chance of winning the round themselves. I do wonder if we do have a scenario of the Exeter karts being together on circuit, which is out of the question in this race. Do they just give them a cheeky little swap to assert the position
I was thinking
for
about
the A
potential
karts?
team orders going on here now.
Especially now the A kart has a penalty.
Yes, of course.
So but for the B team, you in turn could swap those karts over on the last lap if they're next to each other on circuit, and the B team not actually lose anything because they're going to get the place back. The point being, the A team still ends a net position higher than they would even with the penalty applied.
If anyone from Exeter is watching, and
Don't
you
do it yet.
and you happen to have team radio, you're welcome.
Don't do it yet. There's 11 minutes to go. There's a long, long way for this race to play out.
In terms of pace at the moment, the B team's actually showing a little bit stronger than Exeter A at this point in time. Only about 2 or 3 tenths in it, so it's probably looking quite unlikely. But you know, the hypotheticals are fun. So we have a contact warning for Coventry B creeping in there. Watching the Cardiff A kart, actually quietly had a fairly good race. Actually, good to see some good form continuing on for Cardiff A. Just pray that they don't pick up any more penalties as they ride over the curbs, able to get back on to the correct bit of the tarmac, but with a good slide to boot as well, and nearly over the curbs once again. That was a bit scruffy through the first part of the lap.
And this is Benjamin Southgate coming back through for Coventry B. Up the inside, we saw him have that spin earlier, initiated by Manchester A. That's Coventry B back up into 5th place. So the next kart ahead for Southgate and Coventry B, giving the points to Cardiff A behind, going, come on, let's work together. Let's try and move ourselves up the order. It's definitely doable with the amount of time left on the clock. Contact warning for Exeter A. Cone penalty for Exeter A.
That is not ideal.
That is not ideal indeed. Just keep a lid on it, guys. Ethan Brooks at the wheel for them at the moment. They are making this a little bit more difficult than they perhaps should. Contact with the number 19. And Southgate's going to lose the position once again to Cardiff A. Southgate fights back down the inside. This is all this is now trying to get past back markers. It's the Cambridge A kart, the 120 in the middle of all of that. Sensible driving there from the next back marker. Just goes, you know what, I don't want any part of this. Go on through, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed. Cardiff losing out somewhat in that traffic there. Actually now able to get right behind the Coventry kart and up the inside through the 3rd corner. Has actually been able to recover somewhat from the start of this lap.
What all this has done, though, it's pulled UCL in the 66 kart and Exeter A back into this fight. So we've now got Coventry B, Cardiff A, Loughborough B, UCL A and Exeter A all fighting over 4th place in this race.
I'd like to point out actually that Coventry B, the helmet was not originally neon green. That's just the leftover from the wetsuit that we saw before, still shining on a bit in that 49 kart.
8.5 minutes to go. Birmingham A controlling this race. 1.4 seconds was the gap. It is now 1.0 seconds. But again, Manchester A have a penalty. I'm pretty sure Birmingham will be aware of that. So in reality, they've got a 6-second lead in this race over Exeter B. Confirmed on your screens. Coventry B up to 4th. Cardiff A 5th. Loughborough B down to 6th.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much from Birmingham after the move was done, just controlling the race very nicely indeed. Now, if you are a Liverpool team member, you might want to close your boot. I've just seen in the background there the boot is open in this weather. I think that's Mr. Jonathan Pinder, so if you'd like to do that, but, save everyone's suits getting wetter than they already are.
Maybe they're just trying to dry them out. It's not going to work, guys, but I like the effort. Fastest lap of the race from the University of East Anglia, 1 minute 3.818. Where are they? Down in 16th place. It's been a peculiar day for UEA. They've not had full eligibility as well across their 4 drivers. It's been a challenging one for them. Sheffield A have had an unfortunate race here. As down the inside goes Coventry B on Sheffield A. Sheffield A are lap down at the moment in 26th position.
Might be a good run here for Cardiff, actually. They seem to be right on the rear axle of Coventry. I've dropped back a little bit down the straight now as we head into that 3rd corner once again. All echoing each other's lines. Number 2 stepping out the back end there. That is Exeter A. That is not something you want to repeat too often with 6 minutes to go in the race, otherwise you can find yourself in this Welsh countryside scenery. And there we have, that was some traffic for Coventry B that might be ever so slightly impeding them. That's exactly what Cardiff A wants to happen in this race.
BUKC have just got ahead of Loughborough D for 29th position. Screen, so there's a track limits penalty for Nottingham A now, so they're in 12th place at the moment. It won't be staying at the end of the race.
Exeter B, though, currently in a very good position indeed, have 5 seconds down to make that 4 seconds actually down to the cars behind. Is the number 63 there, very sensibly, I think, has seen the pack of front runners behind, trying to head down to one side. You know, I'll let off a little bit down the start-finish tray. It's probably going to reduce impact on his race as well, because he could find himself facing the wrong direction if things go wrong in all of that pack action. So it might be the best course of action. The Liverpool kart making its way up into 10th. Now I have, again, a quiet race, got ahead of Bath B, and now into the top 10.
Hello to Bryn Albert, one of our racers in the Club 100 Lightweight Sprints Championship. He says, look at those lovely Welsh flags. They are very lovely. Yeah, they're a bit damp today, though.
They are. They're very nice indeed. That's why I think we started every race with the graphics set on that nice background.
5.5 minutes of the race to go. Contact warning for Manchester A. That'll probably have been on a back marker because they haven't got that close to Birmingham in the last few laps. Still, that gap of what was 1.1 seconds, it's just gone out to 2.1. So that's very much the hallmarks of a stuck in traffic scenario for Manchester A.
As Cardiff get ahead of Coventry, in fact, bouncing over the curbs down that start-finish straight. Now up into 4th for Cardiff. Look at their pace at the moment. They are lapping considerably quicker than Exeter B up in P3. Could we have a battle for P3?
Could we also have a little bit of gamesmanship going on? Could Exeter B get out the wall of Exeter and actually want to fall into the clutches of Cardiff A and Coventry B behind? Just back the field a little bit, back into Exeter A?
You never know. It'll be hard work with the amount of time we've got left in the race, as we have a penalty for Oxford Brooks D for a takeout. It certainly is on the cards.
It's been done before by B teams and C teams when they know that their A team, their championship going team, need a bit of help. And I think I'd say it's still not panic stations, because it's the only first time that this has happened this season. I would say that this is where Exeter A need the help of their B team now, just to firm up a potential result. If they don't get it, they don't get it. They've got another race to come after this, but you've got those cards at your disposal. Why not play them?
Indeed, as Coventry finds their way back past Cardiff on the end of the previous lap now. So that might put a bit of a stop on Cardiff's progress towards P3 on the road. Of course, Manchester has a penalty to serve post-race.
Indeed, 3.5 minutes on the clock. Penalty for York A, 2 times track limits. I think that was Cambridge A running wide. Just as they came over the top of the hill, skirting along the ridge there. Here's the number 15 and the 13. So this is the 13 trying to make their way through some traffic, doing it nice and carefully. It's a very chassis helmet moment as well there for the number 50 for Coventry C.
It is actually. I'm liking the
Kings of Fashion today.
Yes.
Coventry. One for Birmingham B. Just keeping an eye on what these lap times are looking like for X to B. Okay, actually, they're just holding station at the moment. Third for them. They did lose 0.4 of a second to Coventry B, but the gap is 2.6 seconds. Yellow flag out as they come down the hill. So Birmingham will just opposition. I think there's a cart off the driver's left. So they've gone through past there. Change of position. In fact, quite a few changes of position. I think Nottingham A have had a problem because they've just lost 4 positions to Swansea A, Brooksea, UEA A and Leicester A.
Bath B with that bump and pass penalty. P11 on the road, that will of course change post-race as well. That might help the likes of Swansea out.
2 minutes on the clock then. Can X to A find a way? 1.1 seconds off Loughborough B at the moment. Speeding a yellow penalty for UEA.
Going to happen. They're on a bit of flow at the moment, or UEA, but unfortunately that's not exactly ideal when they're in P14 at the moment.
So X to A, let's say they need to finish 7th in this round to win the championship here today. They have another race to go after this, and they start 18th in that race.
We've seen them work through the order before.
We have seen them work through the order before. But this race is, I think they will just hold on to a top 10 spot, because there's quite a few of them that have got penalties in this race. But it's just going to make it a little bit nervous between now and the end of this round.
Very much looking at a penalty for Manchester, another one to add to the tally. But you're looking at the pace at the moment. There's only 3 tenths, 4 tenths separating Loughborough B and Exeter A. But in terms of on that previous lap, Exeter absolutely flying in comparison. So we might see another position for Exeter on this lap. As someone is off there, who is that?
It's one of the Prem entries, if it's a black number board.
I think that might have been...
Oh, is it Cardiff A? Is Cardiff A have just fallen down the order? Well, no, they've come over the line with the 1 minute 12, which has put Exeter A up 2 positions. So Exeter A, there's something that's happened out there. Manchester A have also picked up another speeding under yellow penalty. Again, it's all kicking off here, right at the end of one of these races. Birmingham A are in control. They just need to bring it home. Looking over the shoulder there is Benjamin Boris. I've got to tip my hat to Benjamin Boris. This is the kind of drive that I think is going to put him in the conversation for Driver of the Year. Because since a bit of disappointment at Buckmore Park, every time he's got into the kart since then, he's done the job professionally, he's done it calmly, and he's done it very quickly as well. Benjamin Boris wins for Birmingham A. They take a win in Wales. Manchester A will finish second on the road but have penalties. Exeter B are going to come across the line in 3rd place in a few moments' time. There they are. Good result for Exeter B. Still gives them options of what they can do in this round. Coventry B, I think, will be a little bit annoyed. I think they would have said they had the pace to win that race, but contacts with Manchester A early on meant they did not. There's also things going on the last corner. UCLA are 5th. Cardiff A come across the line in 6th. But have penalties. Exeter A across the line in 7th. That's a useful result. They would have liked a little bit higher, but at least they've gained positions from where they started earlier in the race, but also have one of the many teams in that race who had a speeding under yellow penalty. Loughborough B 8th, Liverpool B 9th, continuing a strong day for Liverpool here today. Brooks D finished 10th, but are ineligible. Ignore them. Bath B 11th, Swansea A 12th, Brooksea also ineligible, ignore them, which puts Leicester A, UEA, Warwick B and Nottingham A all in the top 15 effectively in terms of points. And look at the number of drivers who didn't finish on the lead lap. 1, because of the level of attrition at that race, but 2, also the speed and accuracy of Benjamin Boris in the front.
Yeah, it was an impressive drive from him in the end.
There we go. We've got one more race to go. and it could be a race where we are calling BUKC champions at the end of this. We'll be down in a few moments' time, so we'll just keep things up here in the commentary box for now.
We do have a small delay. We're going to be a brief 5-minute interval before the next race. I think we're just going to have a bit of a reminder for some of the drivers over some of the penalties and the yellow flag conditions, I presume.
In that case then, we'll take a short break here on the commentary and be back with more action here at Glan-Y-Gors in a few moments' time.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back everybody to Glan-Y-Gors in North Wales. Drivers having a rebriefing just before this final race of the day and final race of round 6. A very open round here, Reeve. What have you made of it so far?
It has been interesting to see just the variance in form throughout the field. And obviously watching the drivers tackling with these adverse conditions as well, also very interesting. Now that we've had a bit of an extended interval heading into race 6, and the rain has absolutely started chucking down. It's the heaviest it's rained all day.
Yep.
Race 6, when it's everyone's last bit of BUKC action for a month, could be quite interesting indeed.
Yeah, we're just running through the numbers at the moment in the spreadsheet of Doom to get an update for you all at home of what we're looking at in terms of the championship, what we're looking at in terms of the round, what we're looking at that in terms of both Prem and the overall as well. So do bear with us on that. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting at home and where you're watching from around the world. Also, thanks for playing our little Club 100 iRacing advert out there. If that's the first time you've seen that and you've got a history of racing in the BUKC or Club 100, past or present, you are still welcome to join. Entries are still open. Next round is on the 19th of April. We've got some drop scores as well. So even though you've missed round 1, which was very, very good, go give it a watch on the DDMM YouTube channel. Still plenty of time and opportunity to get involved with that and win potentially some of our prizes if you do very, very well. We have once again our Class 1 and Class 2 subclass winners across the course of the season get a free Club 100 endurance race for their efforts in 2024. So all very much still up for grabs in the Club 100 BUKC Racing Championship.
A fantastic prize. I don't think I'd be gunning for it. You don't want me anywhere near a touring car. I don't gel well.
Yeah, variety of things that we have in the championship. So the GT3s are next. Drivers briefing 2.0, I think, has just been completed by Jacob, and the drivers will be heading out to their karts for this final race of the afternoon. I'm just going to check whether we are going to head, not quite yet, so we're not going to quite head down to Piers in the paddock. The light's gone as well. It really has got quite dark in places here at Glan-Y-Gors.
Now, will that be lack of daylight, or will that be a massive storm cloud incoming?
I think it's a massive storm cloud that's coming over at the moment.
This could get interesting.
It's another thing with this circuit. I mean, obviously, you know, the whole thing. Oh, it's Wales. Oh, it's raining again. It can really turn properly quickly in this part of the world. If you're not familiar with it at home, we're not far away from Mount Snowdon. We're in that quite mountainous, hilly part of North Wales, where the weather can be very unpredictable and can turn on a dime. I think we are now good to go down to Piers Pryor in the pits.
And as if like that, the day is nearly gone. It is the final race, race 6 of round 6. We have a sprint race, 25 minutes as always. We started at the back of the grid just to mix things up here. Who is starting last in the last race of the day? Which one of you is in this car at the back? Teo, just come touch us for a bit. We got time. Sorry?
How do you know?
Because he just said it.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, you're racing for who?
Oxford 8.
Oxford 8. Oxford, you've had an up and down day. It's been mixed.
Oh, today was pretty good, I think. For our standards, that is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That's good. And how did your race go this morning?
I was quite pleased. Yeah, kept it steady, kept it cool. Was good. First time for me in rain, so I was quite happy with that.
First time in the rain.
Yeah.
At GYG as well.
At GYG, first time as well. Yeah.
And you kept it on the black stuff?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
That's good. Then yeah, push on. What are you not going to do in this race?
I'm not going to come last. I'm going to start last, but I'm not going to finish last.
Great, and also you're not going to speed or overtake under yellows, are you?
Hopefully not, no, because they just, they were angry.
Otherwise you'll get an angry Jacob on your case. Right, good luck. Good luck. Let's move over here. Let's grab a word. Oh God, indeed. Formula Brooks, who are you racing for?
For the B team this time. So I'm Adam Jones. This morning went horrendously for the actual eligible race, but then the two extra ineligibles I did P5 in both. So
hey, that's all right.
Yeah. But this race is a bit of a throwaway because the rest of my team got P4s. So
well, you can get P3 or a P2 or a P1. I mean, it's only what 32 cars to pass.
Well, I'm kind of hoping that A team gets the P1. To be honest, like we'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes indeed. Well, good luck. Hopefully you'll see towards the front of the field. Let's walk forward. Let's grab a word with some of the fan club over here. Who are we cheering for?
Andres, Coventry A.
Coventry A, the final race of the day. What are we going to do?
Go forwards.
What are we not going to do?
Go backwards or spin.
Or
speed under yellows.
Thank you. No speeding under yellows. Right, I reckon we've only got time for one more person because we're clearing the grid. They're getting on with it today. Want to get home. I spoke to you earlier. Let's grab someone new. Let's grab you. You're looking. I like your shiny. I'll go this side. Sorry, I'm confusing the camera operator. I'm liking your shiny visor. Is it going to help you cut through the water?
Probably not. It's been going poorly today.
You're poorly?
No, it's been going poorly.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was just running away. I didn't want to get infected. How poorly is poorly?
Well, I took someone out in the first race.
At least you're honest.
One of two of my teammates ended up in the barrier.
Okay.
And one's cart broke down, so it's not been going well.
Let's top it off with a good one, eh? Right. And what are we not going to do?
Barrier.
Or?
Take someone out.
Or?
Spin.
Or?
Finish last.
Or something under yellows.
Oh, speed.
Yeah, no speeding under yellows. That's what Jacob said, so do as you're told. Right. For the final time, Andrew, Reeve, over to you.
Thank you, Piers. And once again, after the drivers have had a quick rebriefing, we are ready to go for the final race here at GYG. It has been hammering it down in the interval. Row 1, Reading A, Loughborough D. Row 2, Loughborough A and Leeds A. Row 3, Birmingham B and Swansea A. Then we move on to Row 2, and it is Leicester A, Brighton B. Row 5, Warwick B, Lancaster A. Row 6, Bath A and Southampton A. Moving on to Row 7, Trent A and Exeter B. Row 8, Uclan A and Coventry C. Row 9, Manchester B and Exeter A. Moving on to Row 10, Liverpool A and Brighton A. Row 11, Bath B and Cambridge A. Row 12, Coventry B and Warwick A. Row 13, Sheffield A and Oxford Brookes A. Row 14, Coventry A and Cardiff A. Row 15, Uclan B and Nottingham Trent B. Row 16, Oxford Brookes B, Brunel A. Row 17, Bristol A and York A. Row 18, Manchester A and Oxford A to round out the field.
Right, so round situation. Brookes A have the lead as it stands on 173. Brookes B, Coventry A, Exeter B and Southampton A, the teams that mathematically could beat them. At the moment, Exeter A on the outside looking in, trying to get that 7th place. We've got one more race to run here at GYG, and away we go for 25 minutes. Reading A take us from pole position. It's quite a fast start at the front of the field, which will help to string the field out as they run up to Spoon for the first time. The rain still lashing down here in Snowdonia as the number 36 looking a little bit wide. Are they all going to get through safely this time? So far, so good. The number 5 of Leeds A has had a good start. It's Adam Kernis at the wheel for them. But this is a very intriguing race here, Reeve. Exeter B could have a chance of winning the round, but they've really got to go out and win this race. I think they've got to go and attack this race, have Exeter B to help out their own A team. At the moment for this round, it is advantage Brookes because they've got such a strong showing with multiple teams at the front of the order. Yes, the story of round 6 really has been Brookes' resurgence through the order, and it's, as you say, it's going to be an interesting race. Reading A, they're hoping for a turnaround in fortunes. Obviously, today not going their way at all. So they're currently leading this race, have had a good getaway, and they're hoping to continue that form. This race is going to be interesting because we've had an extended interval, and in that time, as I mentioned at the very start of the street, it's been absolutely hammering it down now, so the track is probably the wettest it's been all day. Situation in Clubman is thus: Loughborough C are in the clubhouse and done for the day. They've scored 152 points, quite a few teams that could beat that. Coventry B are one of them. They're on 148 at the moment. If they finish in the mid-teens, they'll go past that. Coventry C in there again. Brighton A, Brunel A could all win in club with strong runs in this one, but it's Nottingham Trent A that I think we need to look out for the most. They're on 127 at the moment. They have some dodgy scores on there, 27th and a 23rd in particular, but early stage of this one, they're up in 4th place. And if they were to do just that, they would be 2 points off where Loughborough C are. So if Trent A can move further forward in this race, they can go out and win it. They could snatch another Clubman win away from the rest of the field. Yes, they'll be hoping. They've shown glimpses of pace. Well, not just glimpses. They've shown races where they've been completely on form and with the front of the pack. But I should say they've had a couple of unfortunate, whether it be races or penalties, that type of thing. It's really not helped them out too much. Currently running in second, 2 seconds down on the lead of this race. Great start for Reading so far. They'll be hoping to hunt them down. That fastest lap will certainly be helping their cause. We are a couple of seconds slower than I think than what we were in the previous race because it is really chucking it down now. Everyone's sliding through turn 3, and we've already got an ABC for Brighton B. Decent start as well for championship leaders Exeter A. Started 18th, they're up to 11th place already. I think they need to be getting top 5 here, at least in this race, if they want to get that top 7. In a way, I think they go out and attack this. I think they attack this race, and if it turns out and it doesn't go their way, this ends up as a drop. This is what the advantage that they're in this position that they haven't used. They haven't had a round yet where we go, yes, that needs to be a drop at the end of the season if they're going to win it. And here they are. It's Jensen Brown at the wheel for them. One cone over at the moment. That wasn't Jensen there, so he's working through the field. Patrick Kibble and Birmingham B just ahead. It's not a bad wheel to be in the slipstream of. Contact warning though for Exeter A. It's not a penalty, it's just a warning. They are up to 8th place now, so they are going for it, but they need to be careful. Yes, as you say, great position for them. Really, it's pretty much a given that it's going their way, so why not
with a round and with 2 rounds to go, why not use this last race of today to really try and seal it, hammer your way through the field and show what you are made of. As we see Trent catching up to Reading quite comfortably now within 1 second with a 1:06 on that previous lap. Second time we've seen now a mechanical flag for Warwick A, so something going awry with the race, unfortunately, this early on. A cone penalty as well for Manchester B, so maybe some of that rebriefing not quite making its way through, but very tricky conditions out there as we're on board at the moment with the number 34 and 7 karts. Obviously the leaders, Trent, currently in P2, trying to get the move done as we start another lap here at GYG. Having a look up at the inside, and it's a great run out of the final corner. There was, I think, a small amount of contact there as we headed through the first corner, but it is now Trent in the lead. Who is that off? That is the 39. Number 39 of
Manchester B.
Manchester B. They've had some issues to start this race, and their issues are continuing on. But that was a brilliant move by Trent heading into that first corner. Going to run down towards turn 3, and they've still sealed the move.
Warwick A have got a mechanical flag, so whilst they've not broken any sporting regulations in terms of driver conduct, that it serves the same as a black flag. They've got to come in as a safety issue on the number 11. That means they cannot continue in their current form.
The meatball of doom. We've got the spreadsheet of doom.
It's not tasty. It's not like the ones in certain hardware and houseware stores. I'm not going to say the I word. 19 and a half minutes to go.
Well,
Reading
the Swedish
A.
meatballs are available.
Reading A, I don't know what words to use to describe Reading A's day today. They're still going to have a good chance of finishing second in the championship, but you know they've had 3 horrendous race results so far. They've got a little bit of a chance here to end the day on a high.
This day really couldn't have gone much worse. I think all of their hopes now hang on the race that we're watching at this point in time. And that is the number 54 car of Warwick B there, running nicely, as unlike their sister team at the moment, in a good position here, as the rain really hammering it down now at the turn 3 part of the circuit. Got some track limits warnings starting to pile in now as well. Obviously the drivers pushing. It's the final race of the day. It's pretty much all guns blazing at this point, really. The drivers want to get their last little bit of racing action in before we head to play in just over a month's time.
We're now just furiously putting in some numbers into this spreadsheet to see, are Exeter A doing enough? They're having a really good go at it here.
Already
they're up into 6th place. I don't think at the moment they're going to be anywhere near the top 3 podium, but as we say, 7th place or higher, that is all they need to be crowned champions here this evening.
You say that it might not be enough for the podium, but they are in the 106s, and everyone else is 107, 108. They're up now, as Southampton takes that 106 accolade away from them, and Southampton now into 4th position for their troubles. But Exeter running nicely in comparison to, say, Swansea or Birmingham around them. So could be on for a good position here still, as Nottingham has just about been able to manage the gap between themselves and Reading. Now it was looking a little bit too close for comfort on some stages on the previous lap, but now it seems to be a little bit more secure.
Brunel, unfortunately, looks like they're falling out of the potential to do well in club. Yes, they took a race win earlier at 21st, 31st and 34th at the moment. Is not what they would have been after. Nottingham Trent A are winning in club and of course overall at the moment, but it looks like it's Coventry C's effort in 10th place at the moment. That means they are not winning the round in club.
As you see now, Reading actually within 1 second once again. That's a little bit of contact between the number 4 and the number 118 kart there of Lancaster A. Some plenty of action going on in the mid-pack here. Manchester A involved in that as well. Coventry C up into 9th. Manchester winning out in that battle, now up into 11th, but they've got a contact warning for the troubles. And Warwick in a little bit of no man's land. Once again, a few seconds to the car in front, and then about 9 seconds, or about 6 seconds rather, down to Southampton. Southampton doing their utmost to close up that gap, but it was a 109 on the previous lap, not quite where we've seen them post laps before. As Warwick A, I think that's actually a timing glitch there. Let's hope it's
So, the scenario as it stands, this is an interesting one, folks, and I know it seems like a foregone conclusion, and maybe it is. By our calculations, X to A, needing 7th in this round, are currently projected to be in 7th. However, Exeter B are projected to finish in 6th and win a tiebreaker, which I'm just going to say, if Exeter B were just to back off and, you know, pull over for a bit, not worry about life, would make A teams' chances or permutations of winning the title today a lot easier. We could see some situations with team orders coming into play for an Exeter B kart, which currently is down in 30th place.
It is. We might be imagining a little bit more team orders kind of scenarios and what actually goes on. Ooh.
No, I'm going to counter myself straight away. At the moment, down in 30th place, they are not scoring any points. They're basically just driving around for fun. Maybe this is exactly what they're doing.
This could have been pre-planned.
Yeah, because their score at the moment will be 2nd, 7th and 11th.
Or they just intended to go out on track and drive as quickly as possible and see who comes home first. I think that is also a very real possibility.
And Exeter A have also just gained a position. So I think what we're saying in the box is as long as Exeter A can hold themselves here in 5th place on the road, or maybe even improve, they are on course for being the 2023 British University Karting Championship winners. We've never seen in the Alpha Live streamed era of the BUKC a team wrap it up 2 rounds early, but because of the drop score system, because of the performance level of Exeter A this season versus the rest of this field, they are very much on course for it now. We've got Southampton A ahead, who are running in 4th place, are the fastest kart at the moment. It'll be interested to see with 14 minutes on the clock, do Exeter A just sit behind here? Do they try and push that Southampton kart along? Because
that
the
would be
the fruits that are potentially up the road, Warwick B there in 3rd, they're catchable at the moment. A 1 minute 6.8 last time around for Warwick B, a 1 minute 6.2 for the Southampton kart there, the first of this duo in situ.
That would be the sensible option. I'm also just keeping one eye on the gap between Reading and Nottingham Trent. That seems to be a very interesting battle going on there as Reading A set the fastest lap in their efforts to close up. Yes, that will be the sensible option for Exeter, is to just kind of hang where they are now and maybe wait until a penalty or something like that occurs for the cars up in front. You're already in a good enough position, or why not let the others do the work for you? But I think these are races at the end of the day. They're going to go and fight and try and make as many positions on track as possible. They're already only 2/10 behind Southampton A now as we head towards the halfway stage in this race already. Couldn't believe it, time flies when you're having fun. And Manchester A taking that fastest lap away from Reading, actually now a 105.2. Those times starting to tumble down as the karts finally getting some heat into them, and some of that rain disappearing off the circuit. Are we allowed to build up just for that extra bit of spice heading into
the mathematical pest at the moment for Exeter A are actually Bath A. I'll tell you why. They're in 7th place at the moment, which would be 5th, 6th and 7th for their results, would be 165 points out of a possible 180. 1 point ahead of Exeter A for the round. And are going along pretty nicely as well. A 1 minute 6.7 last time. They're trying to close in on Swansea A. So it's just one of those weird BUKC semi-point time trial, but also in the midst of a 36 kart race situations. Exeter, to win the championship today, are in effect in a race of net position gain with Bath A, i.e. if Exeter A can gain another position,
they need the position
they would,
delta effectively.
Yeah, if they can pull past Southampton A, they would tie on round points with Bath A and then take the tiebreaker virtue of a 2nd and a 4th. It gets very complicated.
I do love the BUKC. I do love the BUKC Championship permutations game. I've only ever commentated towards the end of the season, and therefore so much of the stream is spent doing maths.
Yep.
I feel like I'm back at doing my GCSEs. It's a bit traumatic, actually.
Tell me how many years I've been doing this and just hoping that the spreadsheet doesn't get it wrong. Daniel White's got in contact, said Warwick luck this year is unreal. Today kart with no brakes, all kinds of issues, etc, etc. No amount of Jaffa Cakes can save this season. Well, you had a good go. We were still on the PFI hall, working through that lot. 11 minutes of this round to go. Now, just spotted a situation in club as well. We talked about Coventry C. We talked about them having a bit of an advantage. They just dropped down to 12th place. If they hold that spot, I think they'll be okay, but it's getting very, very close on the round points between them and the current race leaders here, Nottingham Trent A. How are Exeter A getting on? Jensen Brown, they're 5th on the road, trying to find a way past a back marker. They're doing okay here. They're not trying anything too drastic at this stage of the race. They don't need to, as you say, Reeve. Still there, ahead of them, Southampton A in 4th, but they're not making a massive impression in terms of pace on Warwick B. Spinner, Clubman indeed, facing the wrong way.
As Bath A now gets ahead of Swansea, that might be bad news for Exeter. Still 6 seconds down the road, but of course we've talked about how they need to outscore Bath as much as possible. Bath now up into P6 on the road.
Good scrap going on as well, as I say, just calculating through the points. Oxford Brooks A is still on to win the round, but Southampton A, they've got their own reasons to not want to just let Exeter A through here. They could still win this if they take another position. At the moment, they're holding 2nd place in the tiebreaker versus Oxford Brooks B. Oxford Brooks B down in 10th place, but at the moment that would be their drop. They need to move quite a way up the order to start gaining more points than what they've got already. I.e., they need to be up where we are here at the moment with Southampton A and Exeter A to start further improving their scores. So what we're saying is that for very, very different reasons, both these two cars, the 23 and the 2, do not want to lose their current track position. I think that's why we're saying there's seeing almost a truce between them at the moment to try and keep progressing up the field. But to be fair to Warwick B, they are holding that gap at 5.1 seconds.
They are. Manchester making good progress as well. Fastest lap of the race, up into 7th now. Just got past Swansea on that previous lap. And yeah, Bath I think could be Exeter's undoing here. Bath is showing some good pace at the moment.
Yep.
Low 1.6s, 106s compared to Exeter's 107s. It feels like the momentum that Exeter had early on in this race has somewhat disappeared. Maybe they are just trying to be as careful as possible.
Yep.
Whatever reason.
They are still just in championship winning position at the moment by our calculations, and I should stress that, because if there's any cheeky ineligibles out there that we're not aware of, that could change things. That's how tight it is. At the moment, the round order looks like this. Brooks A winning it on 173, a tiebreaker going the way of Southampton on 172 with Brooks B. So that would be your 1, 2, 3 on the podium. Swansea A on home soil in Wales, looking like they could be on for a top 5, as round there goes another one of the Clubman karts up at Spoon. Coventry A in 5th place at the moment, although they're going to be improving because they're up to 11th spot now, so they might have overtaken Swansea. Yes, they have overtaken Swansea. All of these are academic to what's happening next. Bath A are holding 6th place in the round at the moment on 166, and Exeter are there on 164 rather. They're there in 7th place. And I say we're going to potentially have this very weird scenario of where they don't want to lose. They've got a 4.7 second gap at the moment, so they're looking okay. They do not want to lose track position to Bath A, not because they're now in a, say, direct battle with Bath A, because if they do, they will slip behind their own B team and finish the round in 8th. Are you confused, ladies and gentlemen at home? Because I think Reeve is.
No, I'm just about following along here. It's just that's going to be quite different for for how things are looking now. Manchester with some great pace might have just come in and saved the day for Exeter. Essentially, Exeter are going to have to respond to that charge from behind and make sure they can keep Manchester behind now. But it's looking a little bit better. They've only got a few more laps. We reckon about 6 or 7 more laps to hold out in this race. This race has been a little bit slow, obviously, owing to the conditions. But yes, this is looking fairly good for Exeter. as things stand.
You say Manchester A have come along to save them. Manchester A, with their progress and up the inside, this is a key move. I think this is the time to go for Exeter. I think they've realised the point situation. They need a bit of a buffer, and they've got it. They've got through. That is a huge move in the story of the 2023 British Universities Karting Championship, because I was just about to say that Manchester A moving up to 6th moves them onto the same number of points as Exeter A, but no, they've lost the position again, so they go back to being equal. So Exeter A are on 164, Manchester A are now on 164, Bath A are on 165. If Exeter A can move through here, they go on to 165 themselves. They have done. This is the margins that we get to at the end of a BUKC season. Exeter A trying to wrap up the championship today. They're doing enough, but only by the skin of their teeth, that distance between themselves and Southampton A.
This is very tricky indeed for Exeter A. What they'd want to do if they were thinking about championship permutations while driving, and I doubt that's necessarily the case. He's probably going to ask Southampton, let's work together.
Yeah.
You can stay where you are, Southampton, right up until we get towards maybe P3 or whatever, but I just need a better buffer between myself and Manchester. Someone goes off there. Who is that? Spun round there. Not quite sure, didn't quite catch that, but we are still on board with Exeter A as they're now just a little bit more clear of Southampton. Start this lap, now P4. Aim of the game now is to catch up to Warwick B. Meanwhile, out in front, Nottingham Trent A, controlling the race quite comfortably now, 5.5 seconds to Reading behind. Manchester A, ABC penalty.
That's huge. That is huge, because that very much knocks them out of the group of teams who could take points off Exeter A. That is a sigh of relief for Exeter A in their efforts today, because that charging number 3, they do not need to worry about it anymore. There is the number 3. It had really closed very, very quickly, but even if the number 3 was to catch the number 2 and overtake, as long as Exeter A would finish within 6 positions, which, look at where they are on the table, is going to happen, they would not have a negative effect come upon them by Manchester A overtaking them. Track limit warning for the number 50 of Coventry C, who have now fallen down to 16th place.
Another penalty for Manchester as well.
And another penalty for overtaking under yellow for Manchester A. So Nottingham Trent A, they've thrown it out there. They've done what they can do. They're winning the race, and at the moment they're going to win Clubman as well.
This is very, very exciting for the Exeter team. It is so close, and now their job is, especially now we've got a yellow sector, is just don't do anything wrong. Make no mistakes. Just make sure you bring the kart home safely. That's all they need to do now. It is very close. They've got a warning, contact warning for Nottingham Trent A out in front there.
So just to reiterate, at the moment, according to our sums in the box, the round result looks like this. Brooks A, even though they're down in 14th place, doesn't matter. This is going to be their drop score race. They're winning the round. They're doing the double here at GYG. Very impressive indeed. Brooks B are finishing in second, virtue of them being in 10th place in this race, which will be a drop. Third, fourth, and fourth. Southampton A are holding on to third at the moment on 171. Coventry A are in fourth. Swansea A are in fifth. Having said that, they've started dropping as well, so actually they're now falling into the clutches of Exeter A, but they're still there at the moment in that position. Bath A are in sixth. Seventh are Exeter A. Change that right this minute. It's looking good now for Exeter A, because Swansea A are losing positions. Swansea A are dropping down the order. They are now behind Exeter A in terms of the round score, and every position the number 36 drops, the position for the number 2 in terms of winning the championship gets stronger and stronger.
Yeah, things beginning to fall their way now at the end of this race. Got about a 1 second margin to the Southampton kart behind. Have been able to close up to Warwick, but they don't need to push too hard. They don't need to overdo it. They just need to bring the karts home. The only thing that's got to happen now.
They came so close in 2022. The last time they came to Wales in the BUKC, they entered the championship as championship leaders, but they lost it on the last day of the season in 2022. They are 65 seconds on their return to Wales of becoming BUKC champions for the first time ever. This team that arguably came from the doldrums is not a perennial BUKC title competitor, but they have developed this squad over the past, I'd say, 5 years or so into being the best team in the BUKC. The number 40 is off the road there on the final corner. They'll be able to return to the circuit. The leader is about to come over the line for the final time here today at Glan-Y-Gors. There go Nottingham Trent A. They're very much moving themselves towards being the winners in Clubman. It's going to take a mammoth effort to knock them off of top spot in that subclass. Reading A still there in second. Warwick B, what a race for them in third. But Exeter A onto their final lap now to achieve what I don't think many people would have said was possible at the start of the season, to be just this dominant in the BUKC. As I say, we have never seen this in the streamed era of the BUKC, a team winning the championship a whole meeting early. As the number 14 is off the road, just showing again how tricky these track conditions are. That's ironically, that's Exeter B. Maybe they've just pulled over to watch their A team come through and become champions. Nottingham Trent A down through the S's, down through Devil's Elbow for the final time, through Paddock Corner. By our calculations, they get a winning club. What a race for Nottingham Trent A. They take yet another race victory. Start the clock. Now we wait to see the order in which they come through. There is the number 2. Reading A come over the line in second place.
Great race.
They've not done enough today, but it's a good finish for them in race 6. Warwick B are going to come over the line in third, but the first time in their history, Exeter University win the British Universities Karting Championship. They needed to finish 7th in round 6. They made it very, very difficult for themselves at times, but by our calculations, they have done it. They have done it around 2 rounds early. What an effort. Well-deserved champions. They showed today that they are human. They can make mistakes, Reeve, but Exeter A, home in 4th, they did what they needed to do in that last race. Get a strong result in the top 5. Let others fall around them. That is exactly what happened here in the rain. What an effort by Jensen Brown, Ethan Brooks, Max O'Shaughnessy and Sam Hampshire here today.
Yes, a couple of mistakes creeping in today to contrast what has otherwise been a brilliant season all around. Thoroughly deserved to the Exeter squad there. Congratulations. I imagine they'll be on a bit of a high this evening. Fantastic drive in the end there. It was a great watch, great to be a part of.
Here's your provisional result then for race 6. Nottingham Trent A finish the race in first. By our calculations, they have won the Clubman class due to the demise of other teams in that race. Great effort by them. Reading A finish a torrid day on a high, and that'll give them some confidence before the final meeting in around a month's time there in second place. Warwick B, a quite understated drive, but a very good drive nonetheless, to third in that last race. Exeter A crucial 4th. This has not been the best of rounds for them this afternoon. This is the first time they're not going to be on the podium in an overall round, but they will not care one bit. They are champions, and they can celebrate at Clay Pigeon and maybe go for one of the biggest scores that we've ever seen in the BUKC. That's all yet to come, and you'll be able to watch it here on Alpha Live. Southampton A finished 5th. Back on form were our Southampton here today. They struggled at PFI. That is just the tonic for their battle for second place in the championship that they needed by, well, we reckon they've finished 3rd in the round. We'll need a bit of a recount to make sure that that is the case, but well done to Southampton A. Bath A, they were a big actor in that final race and the decision of whether Exeter was going to take the championship. They made it at a real a nervy moment for Exeter. They finished 6th in that last race and get a good haul of points in the championship. Manchester A 7th on the road, but have a big 6th place takeout penalty to be served. Birmingham B finishing 8th. Swansea A 9th. Brooks B 10th. Doesn't matter that that's their drop score. We reckon they're on the podium for the overall round as well. Coventry A 11th. Sheffield A 12th, and similarly Brooks A 13th in this race. Won't care one jot. A double round win for Oxford Brooks A here today at Glan-Y-Gors. Very good stuff. Is this the return of the Brooks? It's taken a little bit longer than we might have expected. And whilst they won't be wearing the number 1 plate next year, they are not going down without a fight. And if they can't wear the number 1, I think they'd happily wear the number 2. They're definitely in pole position for that when we go to Clay Pigeon. Leeds A finished in 14th place, York A in 15th, Lancaster A, Cov B, Loughborough A, Cardiff A and Oxford A complete the top 20. Before we head down to Piers Prior, very quickly, thank you to everyone here at Alpha Live. It's been a tough day here today at GYG. Not good weather at all. Bit of an end of an era in some ways. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. But this, for reasons that I won't bore you with now, is to say the last commentary I'll do in this form of life. Keep an eye on the DDMM YouTube channel for what I'm meaning about that. But thank you so much to everybody. Thank you to Reeve. Thank you for being here with us today, providing your comms.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure to be back in the comms box and to watch some fantastic racing as well. And
we've got more to come at Clay Pigeon. But for now, here up in the comms box, we're going to head down to Piers Prior for the final time today. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you at Clay Pigeon. Piers, over to you.
And so that concludes round 6 of the BUKC here at GYG. The weather is coming in. It is getting darker, but I have managed to grab Jordan Brown. Jensen Brown, sorry. Jensen, sorry, mate. That is the other one. There's a lot of Browns kicking about. We believe, provisionally, and I would like to stress this is completely provisional, never trust a commentator's mathematics. You finishing in the top 5 in that race has allowed you to have enough points to finish high enough that you cannot, as we think, provisionally be beaten now for this season, which means you pretty much wrapped up the championship 2 rounds early. How does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit stressful this afternoon. We made it a bit tougher for ourselves. Sam decided to do a ballerina impression and do a couple spins, and then yeah, so we were just trying to recover from that for the rest of the afternoon. So it got a bit stressful, not as easy as we maybe would have liked, but relieved. I mean, provisionally, obviously.
Provisional.
Relieved, and obviously it's we've just had a perfect season, really. It's just been can't stress enough how proud I am of everyone. It's been great. It really has.
And the fact that, of course, as far as we're aware, in the last basically 10 years, no one has wrapped it up a whole meeting early. So it's pretty dominant this season. Of course, you were in periods at the start of the season with like first, second, third, first. You kind of saved your worst till last, which kind of made things more stressful. However, your worst is still like, I think, P6, P5. So again, a really good season from not only yourself, which you've done great, but the rest of your team as well.
Yeah, no, it's great, really. I'm not really sure. I can't really say anything else. But
I'm going to go and grab a word with the rest of your team. Well done, Jordan. You can go and Jensen. I do know your name. I actually really do. Exeter team, provisionally, yes. We believe that you can't be beaten. That must feel pretty good. Even if we end up being points different, you go into the final round only needing like a 15th place. You got to feel pretty good with this.
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. I think we're not going to celebrate too hard at the moment, just in case someone's got it wrong. But I think regardless, we can go into Clay quite relaxed, have a good time, and hopefully, take the trophy home at the end of the day.
And have you been pretty happy with all of your, you've all been happy with the driving throughout the season? I mean, I suppose you have to be, but what have been the highlights really for you guys?
Well, I've got 4 wins this year, and I had none before this year, so I don't know how that happened, but we've just hadn't made mistakes, apart from today. That was on me. Everyone else has done absolutely amazingly, though. So.
And yourself as well?
Highlights, PF, I think, when we double endurance win for both of us. I think that's got to be the best part.
Yeah, it's been a pretty strong season. Congratulations provisionally on an amazing season. It's been an amazing season regardless if it actually turns out mathematically you can't be beaten. But as you said, going into Clay, you can pretty much go out there, have a good day and not finish last in every race, and you'll have a good chance. So well done. We're going to go and grab some words with a final few drivers, just get a bit of a final feeling. I'm going to grab a few people that were up towards the front of that race. It'd be good to grab Oxford Brooks as well if we can, because Oxford Brooks have had a really strong day with basically 2 first places. Where is Oxford Brooks? Anyone seen them? Yes. Right, yeah. Oxford Brooks, strong day. Double first place. Wowzers, you're back.
Yeah, a bit too late though, unfortunately. I think Extra have got the championship, so well done to them. But second place is on. But yeah, I think we've got 1-2 in a round here, so that's good. We'll take it. I'm annoyed though because I got a penalty for not touching for touching someone apparently when I didn't. But it is what it is.
But you're going to go into the final round at Clay Pigeon and in about 6 weeks' time, trying to continue this momentum you've got on, and hopefully then use that for next year as well.
Yeah, well, this is my last year, so hopefully the rest of the team can carry it on. But yeah, no, it was good. Good round. Hopefully we get maybe another round win at Clay, and then second in the championship. It's very possible, I think. I'm not sure where we are now, but somewhere around there.
It's all to play for second. Of course, Exeter having a strong year. Everyone else been up and down, so yeah.
We haven't had much luck, but we'll take it. We'll take it.
Anyway, Oxford Brook's always a strong team. Let's just head slightly out of the way so we can so we're not getting in earshot of Jacob. I think that's about all we can touch on for now. Everyone is getting their trophies, medals and presentations from Jacob behind the scenes. So thank you very much for tuning in today for rounds 5 and 6 here of the BUKC from the wonderful and slightly wet GYG here at the North Wales. We will be back on the 28th, Friday the 28th of April for the final rounds 7 and 8 of the BUKC, where we will probably see, or almost certainly see, Exeter of crowned champions. But the fight for second place is very much still up for grabs. If you are tuning in, make sure that you are liked and subscribed so you don't miss anything, and yeah, we'll look forward to seeing you then. So thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you next time.
The BUKC main season is go. Great start for the number 18 car.
You have quite clearly stolen my trademark.
And I got a whack from behind, which walloped everyone else out of the way. I came out in second, and I was like, oh, that'll do.
Rory Smith goes for it. What a move into Ghana. That was a very, very bold move. Down to the final corner. Race victory here at Bookmore Park, and a very mature drive and 60 points